Konbanwa, everyone, and welcome to the stream again with yours truly, Skeleton VTuber Sky Torisuna, here with more, you guessed it, Disco Elysium, the game that keeps on giving, and boy does it not give what you want, and it gives it an amount you are scared to receive. But anyway, guys, welcome and welcome. It's weekend, Saturday. We're Disco Elysium. I really have nothing else to say about it other than the fact that last time we played, we I think spent most of the stream trying to help a bunch of teenagers establish some kind of rave dance club, nightclub thing in an abandoned church, and almost destroyed ourselves by pumping sound into a frickin', what is it, like 2 millimeter hole in the world? So yeah, we're still attempting to get that off the ground. If we don't, I don't know, we'll see. But anyway, I think last time we actually left off, we had just bought dice, or we had gotten our dice from the dice maker lady, and it's like 10 o'clock at night. So we're probably gonna start the game by going to sleep, and then waking up, and then doing some other stuff. There's like one task I need to do. Hopefully it should still be up. We'll see. I think it will be. We'll see. Or maybe it'll active whenever we're there. Anyway, guys. Yeah, like I said, I don't really have much to say. Y'all know what the game is. Y'all know what we're here for. We're here to be we're like 5 or 6 different capo types at the moment. So, because I think, what are we started off as a hobo cop. Then we went to, okay, OBS, hello? Oh, right, okay, no, I know what that is. I know exactly what that is, chat, don't worry about that. It's not OBS, that's Fujisek. It's trying to grab a Discord call that isn't there. Forgot to turn it off. What was I saying? Oh yeah, first we were a hobo cop, and at some point, I think we've become an art cop. And then like 3 different kinds of political leaning all at once. We're both communist, fascist, and like ultra liberal. We're a mess, is what we are. We are a frickin' mess. We still have the expression on our face. Have not gotten rid of that. So, like, we know the origin. We just haven't tried to get rid of it. I did make sure not to do the same mistake I did when I first played through and shave off all of my facial hair. Because, who doggy? Do you look like a fucking freak? Afterwards. Yeah, it's like, okay, it's like almost 11 o'clock. Alright, lady. Thanks for the dice. I'm gonna leave and go to bed. I think I paid for tonight's Whirling in Rags. I'm 90% sure I did. Oh, yeah, that's the other thing we got. We got, the fish cabin? The shack out in Fisherman's Village. So we can sleep there for free going forward, which is pretty pog. Now I don't have to like waste $20 a night to sleep with the Whirling in Rags. It's nicer. It's more respectable. But 20 real. It's a lot. It's 20 real, and it's a lot of money. And I was broke to start with. So, let me open my bag and take this freaking. Give me that. Put that here. Still have not found tape for karaoke yet. We'll talk to her in the morning. She's got a thing we can do, but I don't. Like I said, it's frickin' almost 11 o'clock. If I can't sleep here, I'm gonna have to fast travel. I can't. Okay. Good night, Kim.
The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not too inviting.
No, yeah, the window's still broken. Then again, I gotta imagine it's getting fixed anytime soon. It's not easy,
but your bones are so tired from what feel like weeks of work on the case. You have to try.
Yeah?
After what feels like hours, you feel you might be sleeping.
What's really gonna be funny is what Kim is gonna say to us at the end of this. All right. What is tonight's weird?
Thoughts, baby. A million little lights in the dark. You're one fine instrument, brother.
Am I?
All those faces and all those names. All that laughter and screaming and scheming around. Every corner and every street.
Oh boy.
Recorded in you forever on Faraday.
Spinning an eternity, baby.
On and on it goes for untold hours. At the disco where you first asked her to dance.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing. We managed to call our ex-wife. That was a whole trip.
Rising above the dark curvature, the great wingspan of sleep, studded with stars.
Behold, there are millions of them down there.
The fact that my
The
ancient
first
reptilian
time,
brain and my limbic system
the
constantly
last
talk to me in my
time.
sleep is not indicative
The
of
smoke
anything
in
good
her
that's happening with
mouth,
me.
the plotted flowers, the faces turning, changing.
What is it?
It's the world, Harry boy, and you're made of
I
it.
don't want to be.
Every day you're out there, you make more of yourself from it. I'm afraid you can't be unmade now.
Ah,
You can never forget this shit.
the rain, the snow. I don't want to. It's beautiful.
Beautiful. It's stuck on loop, whirling, spitting out words and images.
You're the son of the world again. Harrister,
I thought my name was
a
Harrier.
ceaseless agent. Picking up litter and old newspapers. Collecting your little bubblegum wrappers and idiotic picture postcards.
Hey, the postcards are nice, okay?
Meaningless keepsakes.
Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you? The endless names of the world. An address book you are. The map of a city.
That's right, I am an agent of the world.
You'll go insane if you keep going like this. One more day, and you'll be in the loony bin. I just know you will. And for what, brother man?
Oh, thank you for the head pat.
money, baby.
For the money.
For the greater good. For Revacon. Always and only Revacon.
God, I don't know who does the voice of the skills, but he has such a good, like, gravelly voice. It's great.
Solving your little crossword puzzles. Doing
Oh,
your
yeah, here we go.
tasks,
Okay.
Crossing names off lists. Trying to become some sort of world detector. It won't make it okay. It won't put smoke back in her mouth.
That's right. I forgot about this. So on the third night, depending on what you've done, especially for your political leaning, you have effectively the chance to pursue that particular political ideology farther. And we've done enough to give us 3 different ones. I'm just looking out for my economic self-interest. We're making progress, measured, steady progress. I can't give up. I'll have to keep going for Revachol. This one might be fascism. We're not going to do fascism. And forget politics. I'll never sleep if I keep on like this. Okay. Let me check something here. Because there was one I specifically wanted to go for, and I don't remember if I have it unlocked. And if I don't, we're going to go fucking... What am I looking for here? I actually do not know. That'll work. This is actually a very good. You know what? as much as I fucking. So, I think when I did this the first time, I wound up going with the economic one. Let's see where measured steady progress brings us.
There he goes again. He's a real political animal.
I'm not doing fascism.
Harry.
No, I'm not gonna be
He still
fascist or
doesn't
racist or
see
both. I'm slightly racist,
That it's the
but that's just how
world
things turned out.
changing around him.
He's got no idea what he's in for.
Why?
'Cause only love can break your heart.
Feel the pillow under your
Beep,
cheek.
beep, beep. The alarm is ringing, Harry. The disco circus goes on and on. You barely slept 3 hours last night.
Yeah, because you two assholes wouldn't stop talking to my ear about my political
Do
leaning.
it for the wind. Do it for the picture puzzle. Put it all together. Solve the world. One conversation at a time.
I really do love whenever the skills chime in. It's just like, do it for this. All right, I'm awake. Unfortunately.
You're up. Listen, there's something that's been bothering you for a few days now.
Is it the potential liver failure and like alcohol poisoning, or is it just the rampant amnesia?
It's a suspicion, or a feeling, really, that things are not quite in hand around here.
No shit.
An earth-shattering deduction from your psyche. What will those guys come up with next?
Watching just throwing shade. It's like, oh yeah, no, these guys.
Every day, things seem to spin more and more wildly out of control. The center isn't holding. And despite your efforts to moderate and contain these energies, things only seem to be getting worse.
Wait, I thought things were going pretty well.
Oh, sure. You've been making progress on your case, interviewing people, solving side tasks.
We have been solving a lot of side tasks.
But who's focusing on the big questions?
I assume those qualified and highly credentialed people were taking care of that stuff.
But have you ever seen them?
Uh,
How do you know they're even there?
well,
More importantly, how do you know they aren't waiting for your participation?
what am I supposed to do?
You've got to find out who bears la responsabilité.
What exactly is la responsabilité?
The most awesome, terrible thing. It is human nature to crave la responsabilité
Oh dear.
and to deny it. That's why it must be distributed across many different organizations, agencies, offices, and portfolios.
I thought I was assigning responsibility for the murder.
Harry, you're thinking about this too narrowly. La responsabilité isn't concerned with trivial questions like who killed who. It's about the real issues. The human welfare index, the price of staple goods, the transition to real democracy.
Okay. Alright, give it to me. I'll accept responsibility.
Whoa. This isn't some kind of dictatorship. You can't simply seize la responsabilité for yourself.
Oh boy.
It must be given by a legitimate authority, like a committee.
And who should sit on this committee?
Only the most even-keeled minds in Martinez.
Oh, not me. My mind's fucking split in half.
Your half-brother, the lieutenant, is a natural place to start.
Okay.
Together, you'll be able to discover who has la responsabilité in Rivershaw.
Yeah, put some goddamn order in this
If
place.
necessary, you will have the wisdom
Come,
and
hell or handgun.
expertise to assign it among yourselves.
Now what happens once we've assigned responsibility?
Most likely, your findings will be collected in a report, which will be carefully reviewed by your superiors.
Ah, fuck, we're making a bureaucracy.
Once they've reviewed
Alright,
it,
well,
those
nothing's ever
same
gonna get done.
superiors will produce a set of recommendations to be taken up at the next meeting of the Standing Committee. Rest assured, no matter what happens, it will
Oh,
be done
Jesus.
through
I've picked the most bureaucratic option. Or whatever, I'm unprepared to take on this awesome burden.
Good luck. Your report is eagerly anticipated.
Okay, I've never done this. Let me look this up so I know what the fuck to do. We're not wandering around for 8 hours. Take on la responsabilité. Okay. Shit's about to get crazy. What are my stat lines? I have 1 skill point. So we're going to do a thing that actually I probably should have done before. Unlock that, and where is it? Here we go. Internalize jamais vu derealization. We'll need this for a number of things. Kim should be downstairs. Ah, Kim. Glad to see you, buddy. Look, I got a question. It's gonna come out of nowhere, but here, look. I'm gonna lay it on you. Kim, we need to talk about responsibility. God, I wish I had more in the Empire.
I'm glad to hear it, Detective. I was wondering when we'd get to this very subject.
Good, we're on the same page then.
If you ask me, it's high time for you to set aside these frivolous side tasks and
Yo,
focus
hey,
100%
Short, welcome
of
in.
your energies on the case before us.
No. I mean like la responsabilité. You know, the kind that gets assigned.
Why are you pronouncing it like that gentleman from the Institute of Price Stabilité? You know what? Forget it. What specifically are you trying to assign responsibility for?
For this whole situation.
Now I understand. Next, I suppose you're going to tell me you need to form a committee to assign this responsibility.
How did you know?
Simple. Because moral intern types love to form committees. In any event, I am just a humble law official. I may work under the moral intern's umbrella, but I'm certainly not qualified to serve on any committee. You know who might be, though? That Mr. Villedroit, the gentleman you met in the young man's apartment.
Right.
If I were trying to get in touch with the coalition, I would start by seeking him out. But first, you might need to speak with his young companion.
You don't say.
Now, was there anything else?
No, not at the moment. Hey, speaking of which, look, here he is. Damn, ain't that convenient. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Hey, Mr. Man.
Hi, gendarme. Another rendezvous.
There he is again, the smoker on the balcony, right here in the whirling in rags. Hello, adjust your tie.
Hello. So what brings you here?
I don't need to know. I need to talk about with your Sunday friend again about committee business.
Oh, a committee. How interesting. And if I may ask, gendarme, what is this committee about?
About assigning
He's
us.
all bemused skepticism. He doesn't actually care what you want with his friend.
It's about assigning la responsabilité.
God, of course it is. My friend is always trying to convince me I need a little more responsibility, as though I don't have enough going on already. In any case, I would love to help. But the thing is, I don't know where he is.
Oh, well, that's a
We
shame.
don't talk about everything, you see.
He gently taps the end of his cigarette with his forefinger.
He might have mentioned something about making a tour of some historical sites up the coast. In an unofficial capacity, of course.
Guess I'll have to look for him along the coast.
I guess you will.
Tell me more about that. Tell me about that muscular type who came to investigate the crime.
Oh yes, let's see. He knocked on my door a few days after the lynching. I think he was going through the entire building, asking questions.
What did he look like?
Muscular, handsome, strong, like one of those military types.
Okay, cool. Was he alone?
Yes, but he was speaking to someone on his earpiece,
What was he saying?
just reporting back whatever I was telling him.
Besides muscular, did he have any other identifying traits?
Oh, let me think. He had an accent. He sounded like one of those mercenaries. He sounded vaguely Oranese. No, not vaguely, scratch that. He sounded definitely Oranese.
Okay, thanks for the information.
Sure. Anything else on your mind? Bye-bye, gendarme.
Yeah, thanks. Okay. Okay, let me talk to her. I think I have enough of this.
Oh, hello, dear. There
Yeah.
you are again.
There's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her work.
I want to learn more about cryptids. Hey, Lena, I'd like to hear about some of the cryptids you've studied. Could you just tell me about a couple of them?
Oh, I'd be delighted. Truth be told, I could really use the company too.
One cryptid, not a couple. One. This won't turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza.
Okay, Cam. Just one little cryptid, promise.
He nods and assumes a waiting posture. Cryptids, cryptids. Let's hear about all the interesting cryptids.
Electrochemistry, are you fucking mocking me?
Ooh, Tough choice there.
Ooh, yeah. Okay. Is that a cryptid on this pen you gave me?
Yes. It's the kind green ape. Half war story, half undiscovered species in the genus Homo.
Sorry. War story.
Yes, it was reported by soldiers in South Safra during the war. The kind green
I'm a
ape
fucking
would
child.
visit bunkers during the night, healing wounded soldiers with its saliva.
What? Wow, with its saliva?
Yes, it has amazing healing qualities. Some soldiers reported growing back limbs, regaining their sight.
And there was something about an undiscovered subspecies of man?
Indeed, there is. It's our closest relative among the cryptids. Same taxonomic family, different genus. Which is to say, the kind green ape is a species with which we share a common ancestor, and that evolved parallel to our own. Just like your partners.
Well, parallel to our... Oh, okay, wait. Lady, hold up. Wait. What? The kind green ape is a species with which we share a common ancestor and that evolved parallel to our own, just like your partners? Lady, are you implying that Kim isn't... Okay. Are you being racist, lady? I'm pretty sure Kim is the same species as us. To suggest otherwise is
The
stupid.
lieutenant looks at you, pleasantly surprised.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to imply that Saolites are inferior to us in many ways. You are superior. For example, your earwax doesn't have a foul odor like ours does.
What?
A tremendous evolutionary advantage, I'm sure. But perhaps we've had enough speculative biology for today.
Yeah, this is educational. We need to discuss something else.
Of course, dear.
That's all for now. Wow, the sudden racism was mildly shocking, if I'm, if I may say so. That was wild. Not unexpected though. Okay, maybe slightly unexpected. Who the fuck are you guys?
That's one brutal motor carriage.
Says the young man with, okay, yeah, written on his back.
If I were a real skull now, I'd jack it, paint it in palm tree livery, then bottom light it, neon style.
His companion wears a simple yet elegant slogan, fuck the world.
A snazzy shit-ripped skull.
Why
like
did they
this
name
would
them
make
that?
a fine trophy. We could like hang fucking shrunken heads from the side mirrors, cops' heads, scary tribal shit.
Yeah, tribal shit. A cop carriage like this would have proper skull value.
While I appreciate the interest you take in my brutal motor carriage, I have to stop you right there. The RCM takes threats directed at its property seriously.
It's just theoretical work, Copper.
What the
No
hell
basis
are
in
you two
reality.
doing?
Man, if we were certified skulls right now,
Skulls. Now there's a strong organizational title.
Who are you?
I can tell you who we're not, cop. We're not snitches or skulls.
Alright.
which is not to say that the skulls are bitches and on the contrary.
The part of this presentation you want to take home with you, cop man, is we're not part of the skulls yet.
Okay then, let's indulge in some intellectual These young men seem eager to share their beliefs.
Alright, who are the skulls?
You don't know? What kind of cop are you?
One that has at most 3 days worth of memory.
It's not a question. Don't get into it.
What? It's like, don't get it. It's like, of course I do. I'm just testing your voice.
The skulls are the most vicious gang of the Besmertne.
Besmatine, or the Besmati, the Immortals, are West River Sholian crime syndicates.
Encyclopedia always coming in clutch.
The nastiest bunch of psychos ever. Jacking carriages and getting into high-speed chases.
Possessing an infinite amount of fuck-all swagger, infamous for their non-verbal modus operandi.
Non-verbal.
If a skull spots you, he will pull out his dagger and stab you without saying a word.
Oh, that seems okay.
The lieutenant's voice is as calm as usual, a testament to the violence and death he's witnessed through the sight of his firearm.
They usually occupy the burnt-out quarter in Jamrock, or you can find them loitering around the brightly painted bottom-lighted vehicles.
I can't wait to become a skull. Bottom lights are wretched aggressive.
Do you know Cindy the Skull?
Oh yeah, Cindy's a right proper skull.
Yeah, a true artist of the future. Just like Arno van Eyck.
Hey, that's that name we know.
By the way, if you see Cindy, give her our regards.
Okay.
For all their nihilistic posturing, these young men are not lacking in youthful idealism. The lieutenant on your left is unusually lenient toward them.
See, you kids are into modern dance music?
Oh man, yeah. We're not fucking kids, man.
Be wary of the abyss.
His blonde fat adds ominously and points to his temple. Why?
Probably because of how non-verbal their mode of operation is going to be. It's a threat.
Don't fuck with me, boys. I'm one of the bad cops.
Whoa. Come on, man.
It's like, I
Just
will
talking here.
do something.
Just words. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, no need to throw your authority in our faces.
You want to talk? Let's talk, boys. Ask them.
It's like, alright, bet. It's like, why aren't there more skulls in Martinez?
The Union does their share of policing in Martinez, at least where gangs are concerned. That's why there isn't much organized crime around here.
Well, they're good for that, at least.
Don't you worry about that. We're gonna make up for the deficit.
Yeah, we are.
Your rhetoric is confusing. Are you a part of the skulls or not?
We're not franchise skulls. Well, not yet.
Franchise?
Once we get our name out there, we'll have a chance to join them.
What makes you think that the organization would accept you?
Because we can be just as psycho and vicious. You'll see.
One of your pant legs is rolled up to your knee.
But in a non-threatening and definitely legal way.
We'll fuck the system from the inside later. Just be cool now. The damage will be tenfold.
Right on, fuck. So what's happening now?
You guys are actually calling whatever. Enough about this scullery then.
Mm-hmm.
You know anything about the murder that took place here?
Murder?
Man was hanged in the backyard of the Whirling Rags.
Yeah, sure. We'll gladly tell you everything we know about it. It was a man.
Also, he was hanged.
It's like, don't fuck around. I am the law.
He was hanged from a tree.
Yeah, I mean, duh.
These punks don't know anything. Let's just move along.
Agreed.
Hey, stop right there. How does one know anything?
Ah, this sounds like epistemology. A field so occupied by thought that it begins to question thought itself.
I know that you don't know shit.
Exactly. How can one
I may have fallen into the
know
trap.
shit? For example, how can one be sure that there truly is a body hanging behind a hostel?
What if it's art? Or just a mere specter?
What if I kick your ass right here and now?
Maybe it's true. The hanged man is merely a prop in a performance. We are the audience, and the artist is hiding somewhere in the dark.
It's not. A man is dead and we need answers.
What do you think we know?
What's with the jackets?
What about them?
Why do you have "fuck the world" written on your jacket?
Like I said before, many men keep searching for the one, for so-called true love, which is actually just obsession masquerading as kinship. The thrill of the chase, the hollowness that fills your chest cavity after catching it.
I'm wondering if the poetics come with the jacket, or are they derived from something else entirely?
To catch a fish, you'll need to hurl the lure many times, and even then it isn't certain that you'll get anything. If you blow up the lake, though,
That is a terrible metaphor.
you get more fish in a shorter time. And, for time is of the essence and fleeting ever so quickly, one must think of a way to fuck the whole world and not get caught up in fucking someone.
What?
Because when one fucks everything, he fucks nothing. And that, to me, feels glorious. Sticking your dick into the void.
Look, they say don't stick your dick in crazy. I'm pretty sure sticking your dick into the void is similar, if not greater than that.
Hate to admit it, but in a weird way, he's got a point.
Okay, buddy. And why do you have piss written on your jacket?
Well, first off, it's a statement and not necessarily something that characterizes me as a person, even though the statement has character. And I do like piss.
I already don't like where this is going.
The word piss epitomizes the struggle taking place in the world. Things being defined as they seem, not as they are.
What have I
And
gotten into?
I guess It's also about communal spirit, the future, and truly appreciating our differences.
And piss?
Also, you've got to admit, it catches the eye. And since the Grand Piper is slowly but steadily moving towards basing the economy on it, attention, it is imperative that the medium itself convey the message.
Makes sense, I guess.
What I mean by this is, we are all pissed, and that the world is inherently meaningless.
Okay.
It seems that the young man has a certain expertise in at least one field, even if it's rather narrow. Is it a coincidence that here we have 2 badass jackets and 2 badass cops?
Hey, Kim.
Yes?
What do you think about their jackets?
Leather jackets adorned with immature writing? The ideology they convey helps the boys justify poor choices in life and fashion. I'm not a fan.
Why are you always so patronizing when cool possibilities cross our path?
What are you implying?
Which one would you wear?
I'm not sure I understand you, detective.
Are you more of a piss or a fuck the world kind of guy?
Neither.
Come on, Kim, it's just a mental exercise.
Fine, if only to end this discussion. Theoretically, if I were a juvenile delinquent, if I were to already be down that path, I think peace the 2 statements.
That works. I feel more like a fuck the world kind of guy.
Seems about right, especially considering your heroic exit attempts.
What is that supposed to mean?
That's an origin story for a dynamic duo right there.
So are we done here? Or you don't need us around for your secret whisper party, do you?
We'll come back. I gotta decide what I want to do here. You guys may wind up without jackets by the end of the day. We'll see. We will see. Okay. What am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. I'm looking at shit. I'm looking at shit. Fuck. Well, we actually have to go back to the church, I believe. I'm looking up something else. Okay, let's go to the church. We're gonna go to the church. We're gonna go to the frickin' church. All right, church time. We're gonna see if we can finish off establishing this nightclub, because this is actually something I don't think I've completed. Whoa, autosave.
Yes, what is it?
Right. Can't do that because I don't have shit on logic.
Good morning! Yeah! Hardcore!
Okay, so that's 25. Okay. Well, regardless, we need to go up to the coast because we gotta get the Sunday Friend, and I actually have to talk to the cryptozoologist again because, yeah, I think I'm going the right way. I actually don't remember. I may not be? Question mark? Or am I? No, I'm not. Gotta go back. The layout of this place always confuses me. Like, for instance, I've gone on the wrong path over here. And truly getting more experience points to, like, increase stuff. Like, I might point another point in either logic or interfacing. Probably interfacing. Because my logic's pretty high. And the only thing that's really killing us on that check with Luna. Or Suna. What was it? Whatever fuck her name. Is not knowing about the Pale. Which is why we're internalizing the jamais vu thought, so we can get that lowdown from. I don't know where I am. All right, where is this fucking cryptozoologist bastard? Okay, not that way. Might be more west, maybe? Maybe more this way? Oh. Hold on. I see that guy. Okay, now I remember. Okay, I think... Okay, yeah. Okay. We're in the right. Okay. Okay. We got it.
Hello. What can I do for you, officer?
Tell me more about these traps.
Well, they may not look impressive, but Lena designed them quite cleverly, so I'm sure they'll do the trick.
Lena designed the traps?
Yes.
How do the traps work?
Simple. Attracted by the locusts, the phasmid crawls down the funnel and, having eaten its fill, can't get back out.
Fair.
At least, that's the intention. The net isn't a perfect solution, but we didn't want to use anything that might damage the specimen's delicate exoskeleton.
What are you using as bait?
Locusts. Nearly all known phasmids are herbivores, of course. But we've hypothesized that the Insulindian phasmid might occasionally prey on other insects.
Ah, I see.
Inside the traps, a number of locusts crawl and tumble over one another in a tiny, chittering swarm. A meat-eating stick insect? Does it pretend to be the reeds as part of its ambush behavior? This seems unlikely.
A carnivorous stick insect? Seems unlikely.
Thank you for your opinion. We have also included plant material in the traps to satiate your skepticism.
What will you do if these traps don't work?
They'll work, I assure you. The predatory hypothesis, using locusts as bait, accounts for the failure of previous efforts by other teams, which use plants. We have given this some thought.
The traps do seem to be deftly and thoughtfully constructed. It's clear the cryptozoologist's wife knows what she's doing.
Let me ask you something else.
Yes. What?
Did you know Gary was hiding the armor?
Hell no. I had no idea. And I'm still cross with him, to be honest. It's not like him. It's got his quirks, but dishonesty, disloyalty are not one of them.
Thanks.
Time to return to your woman, Boral.
By woman.
Whoa,
You
man.
mean my wife, I assume. I will return to
Why am I saying it like that?
I can't leave before we finish with these traps. My wife understands that just as well as anyone.
Come on, Morale. We've been soaking out here for days. It's time to go back.
And leave the traps? Absolutely not. I won't let Lena down.
Come on. She wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here. We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out soon.
I didn't know the Phasmid was so important to Lena.
Of course it's important to her. She's seen it. A verified sighting, on record. One of only 4 this century, and it's hers.
Really? She sighted the Phasmid? She didn't tell me that.
Yes. That's how we first came to know one another, in fact. But that's her story to tell, not mine. Suffice to say, it's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian Phasmid together. I can't abandon course now.
His spirit may be willing, but his body might be too old to endure the rigors of the coast.
Maybe you could go back to the whirling, warm up, come back to check the traps later?
No. The traps need to be monitored on a regular schedule. What would we do if the Phasmid were to starve while we were sipping tea at the hostel?
He's dead set on this. I could go for some trap setting.
Interfacing's like, hey man, I haven't had a chance to really come out here. What if we check the traps for you?
I didn't didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer.
No, I'm all in with this cryptid shit. I'm hooked.
Caught the bug, I see. It's easier to get caught up in the search than you'd imagine.
Where are the traps?
There are 4 in total. One is to the south, on this little peninsula, by the boathouses there. It's very near. Another we set in Land's End, to the northeast. It's behind a small sand dune there, on your way to the old radio tower, after the church.
Oh, I know that one.
The third is set near the canal, where you crossed, by a concrete slab. A big thicket of reeds going up the slope, and among them... You should check at least one of those before returning to this one, since I just said it. This one's more of a technicality, but still, better safe and stupid than sorry.
What do I do if there's a... almost said a plasmid. A phasmid in one of the traps.
Bring it to me at once. Just make sure the trap is closed tight.
He's not comfortable with the possibility that you'll claim the find, but he's lying about this even to himself.
What if I encounter the phasmid in the wild?
That's highly unlikely, officer. But in the event you do, I'll spray you with a pheromone mixture I developed.
Did you hear that? Pheromones. You were right about the teenagers.
So it really was the phasmid that made the teenagers make out.
Oh, I doubt there is any connection there. Anyway, these pheromones will attract the insect to you, or at least prevent it from bolting it beside you. It's quite potent. Should last you about a week.
Land on me thick. He douses you with the odd smelling spray. A double helping as you present your other armpit, and then gives you a satisfied nod.
This is the smell of dying reeds, of longing crumbling into the water.
I hope you're not buying this. It dispenses it without letting you touch the canister, so it would be precious like holy water.
It is precious. A single dose cost me 50 real to develop. Not that I expect you to understand self-financing one's own research.
He looks at the lieutenant with disdain and puts the spray back in his pocket. Also, what is the exchange what is the currency rate here? Because apparently 50 real seems like a lot of money with the way he says it. I'm ready, let's get to it.
Right, which means you two can pack up and go back to the whirling.
Finally, someone's talking sense.
You shut up. You're still on a shit list.
Thank you for your help. Gary and I will start breaking down camp. If you have any more questions, now's the time to ask. We'll be gone once you get to it.
If it's more cryptid-related business you want to discuss, you'll have time for that later too. But what if the information is vital? On the hunt.
I'll get going. I think we're fine. Okay. Let's go talk to our to the Sunday friend, who I believe is back this way. Where am I going? Where am I going? Oh, wait. Is it this way? The terrain confuses me! How did I get here? What the fuck?
There's a trap in the reeds at your feet. Looks like the same one you saw Morel set
I think I'm stupid
before.
and went the wrong way, but found one of the traps.
Same wiring.
Look around.
Behind you, the ruins of a residential building rise over the reeds, shielding them from the wind. The reeds rustle confidently. When this district was booming, the reeds were kept at bay. Nothing obscured the freshly painted facades. Nowhere for drunks and adventurous teenagers to hide.
What a shame.
Now only the wind blows.
Reach for the trap.
Locusts are crawling around in the trap, confused but uneaten. You see no carnivorous reed phasmid gorging on them.
Big surprise. Anyway, 1 down, 3 to go.
It's like, no need to grin. I'm not expecting to find anything. Helping some citizens and getting some fresh air.
I meant no offense, just...
Lieutenant doesn't know how to finish that sentence. He looks at you, putting the trap back on the ground. Such is the life. Wait, there's something else that highlighted over here. It's a box. Within the box, there may be money! $1.15! Or $1.15. I don't really know what the fucking exchange rate here is. Do 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 do. All right, I'm just gonna autopath my way there because I don't know where the fuck I'm going in this place. And the computer knows what more than I do. Oh, there are stairs here. Oh, well, look at that. Don't I feel ridiculous? Also, this is an area we haven't been to, I believe. Hey, another box. Found Peepo Peepo. Okay, it's more logic. That's actually not a bad thing. Hello, sir.
As you approach, the man turns and greets you with a polite wave.
Ah, super. It's the officer. I was not expecting to run into you again, but things have a funny way of turning out, no?
Yeah, nice to see you again, Frenchie.
What brings you down to the scenic Martinez coast?
Actually, I was wondering what you're doing out here.
Well, that's très simple. I was visiting the fishing village just north of here. They have applied for a series of microloans to revitalize the old market.
What's a microloan?
I wish to see the situation firsthand. And then, well, I had some extra time on my hands, so I decided to stroll down here. It's quite peaceful, isn't it?
Yeah, it's lovely.
Yes. There's nothing like a stroll along the coast to lift one's spirits.
Actually, there was something else I wanted to talk to you about.
Ah bon? I'm all ears, officer.
I need your help forming a committee. I'm trying to assign la responsabilité.
My friend, if it's la responsabilité you're after, I have good news for you. There's no need to form such a committee, because it already exists.
God, of course it does. These moral intern types.
The Comité de Responsabilité de Revachol. It acts as a sort of clearinghouse for coalition activities. To put it simply, they are the ultimate arbiters of la responsabilité in this part of the world.
Yes, this is just the sort of reasonable
Empathy Jones, he's like, yes, 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 yes.
I would offer to connect you with the committee myself, but alas, I am not actually in Martinez.
What? Where is he then?
Huh?
He's speaking figuratively. He means he's not in Martinez in his official capacity.
I got it. You're only here on personal business.
Précisément. Officially, I am still in La Delta, preparing for an upcoming conference on fuel oil derivatives. That's why it would be extremely irregular, or potentially even inappropriate for me to intercede with the committee concerning a district I'm not officially in.
But this is an urgent matter. I need to get in touch with the committee.
Yes, you've made your persistence quite clear. Under normal circumstances, I would have to insist you go through the regular channels. But if you have information of a vital interest, they might be willing to entertain an exception. In which case, I would advise you to contact them via Coalition Warship Archer.
Wait, what's Coalition Warship Archer?
Officer, you mean to say that you haven't noticed the giant Coalition aerostatic peacefully patrolling the skies over Revachol?
Yeah, believe it or not, the camera doesn't exactly go up. I'm kind of locked at this angle.
You follow the man's gaze out toward the west. There, hanging some distance above the horizon, you can just make out a strange silhouette. It looks to your eye like some kind of long metallic fish suspended beneath a number of ceiling fans. Not just any fish. It moves like some ancient bottom feeder gliding over the ocean floor in search of prey. Don't let the paint job fool you. It's a goddamn killing machine, and there's nothing you can do to stop it.
Huh, can't believe I never noticed it before. It looks like a fish.
Fascinating. I always thought it was more like a dragonfly. But isn't it interesting how humanity always finds inspiration in nature?
Why do I need to go through Archer to speak to the committee?
You see, in addition to being an airborne artillery platform, Coalition Warship Archer is also the linchpin of the Coalition's surveillance and communications infrastructure in Revachol.
Hold on, it's watching us too?
And listening. It has the most objective vantage point in the entire city. Not to mention a vast array of radio, photographic, and meteorological monitoring instruments. I find it a great comfort to know there are benevolent powers watching over all, in strict accordance with the Wayfarer Act and the Bristlemühne Convention.
So how does one go about contacting a coalition warship?
This is quite the problem. Very tricky. Of course, the Archer has orders to fire on any unidentified aerostatics that might approach it. So it might be safer to get in touch from the ground. But in that case, you would require a radio transmitter capable of broadcasting on coalition frequencies. And that kind of technology naturally isn't typically available for non-coalition use. Yes, it is a bit of a conundrum.
But the committee, la responsabilité!
I suppose there might be some way to circuit bend your way onto those frequencies, but you'd have to be one of those techno tinkerers to do it.
Do you know any of these techno tinkerers?
Unfortunately not.
Shit.
I don't have the pleasure. I am merely a representative of the coalition government, not very well versed in technology. But you...
Sounds like something that programmer we met in the church might be able to help with.
Oh.
Let me just say that I have complete confidence in the RCA. I'm sure you'll figure something out.
Thank you for your time.
Always my pleasure to be of assistance to the RCA. Godspeed, and if we don't meet again, bonne chance.
Thank you. You've been something. Useful, maybe? Oh boy, tear! I can trade that in for Monet. What's this? Pallets? Oh, okay. Says entrée interdite. Or whatever. What is this?
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Oh my god, look at all these bullet holes. I haven't seen any other bullet holes in the walls before somehow.
Correct. The density of the bullet holes is unusual. Even in a general average bullet hole frequency in Martinez sense. Grim affairs. Meaning, this is a lot of bullet holes. Looks like fully automatic rifle fire. Something you don't see these days.
Why not?
The manufacturing and sale of automatic rifles was curtailed after the revolution. The destructive power of such tools proved to be too much. We do need to retain some humanity in this world.
If you say so. I think I have more conceptual... No, visual calculus is what we need. I do have conceptual stuff. Here's my visual calculus classes. Not that I think they'll help much. Oh, this could actually help. What's this? Spirit decor and visual calculus. Alright, give me the actual fucking thing. Thank you. Drama, electrochemistry, +1 logic. I gotta remember to wear the hat, too. As weird as that sounds. Let's see. Empathy, hand-eye coordination, logic. Oh, we have a logic jacket, too. We got a lot of stuff for logic. We're gonna be able to actually make that roll. Pain threshold, composure, electrochemistry, volition, encyclopedia, rhetoric, shivers. Okay. Do these help at all?
Scattering of bullet holes is spread
58.
across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Damn. None of my tools help. I have one bullet. And we'll have to use that bullet at some point. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given it to us. Disco ass blazer. Yeah, we'll give it a shot. We can't do anything with it.
A scattering of bullet holes is a row
Oh,
of
we got it.
ghostly
Cool.
shades stand facing the wall. There are many of them, a dozen at least. Their heads lowered and eyes blindfolded. It's quiet. No sound. No movement. 10 meters away, other shades are lined up in an orderly manner. Automatic rifles primed. A gust of wind blows by. The coats of the firing squad flap slowly in the breeze. A single person stands on the side. The morning sun rises beyond the horizon.
Oh dear.
Radiating the first light of the day. The order was carried out at dawn. A long time has passed since the moment of this fusillading. Rain and brine have since washed all the blood away. Not a trace remains.
What is this?
The abundance of bullet holes leads to two options. Either an inordinate amount of executions were performed here, or they did not use a conscience round, where only one soldier has the loaded rifle. Looks like this was a mass execution with everyone fully armed.
Look at the people against the wall.
A host of men, probably in everyday clothes, ragged from the conflict and covered in dust. They were not sitting, a common practice for executions in some nations. As demonstrated by the height level of the bullet holes, they stand, facing the wall. It's impossible to discern any details about their personality or background.
Look at the line of soldiers.
7 men in combat uniforms and dark coats, holding automatic rifles aimed at the people. Soldiers from some side, but from which one?
Look at the person standing on the side.
The commandant, the one who gives the order. Machine gun fire crackling through the air. The lights of the muzzle flashes dancing on his face.
Wait, I've been writing first in people's chat and not lurk? Wait, how do you do that? Wait! There she goes. Kim, who was who in this execution?
I don't know. I don't know who died here, lined up beside that horrible wall. It could have been any of the parties involved in the revolution. Perhaps the ones executed here were the loyalist conservatives, killed by the communists at the start of the Civil War. Or it could have been the communists, put to death during the last stretch of the conflict by the coalition forces.
Remember what Trent Heidelstein said about Vel?
What if it was the Feld personnel when their assets were being seized by the revolutionaries?
Another likely scenario.
Or maybe...
What about people from the coalition? The so-called moralists?
Yeah. It's very unlikely the coalition forces were the ones who died here. They were always the last ones against the wall. To be honest, if a coalition member was anyone in this situation, it was a commandant, the superior giving the orders.
Goodbye.
A cold sea wind blows away the figures.
Cool. I'm just gonna pull my logic shit back on. Give me the logic here. Well, actually, let me see. What did I put on? Glasses? Give me. Where are my logic glasses? And then, we'll keep that one on. I look cool. I look semi put together. I'm not gonna say I'm completely put together. Okay. So he said one of the traps was at Land's End and one was near the canal where we crossed. We also need to get back to the church, which is right here. We need to talk with Suna about, well, all sorts of shit, really. Okay, so we put all of our logic stuff on here, right? Right? The jacket. Oh, this is a hat. Okay. Okay. Oh, it's actually a better hat. Okay. Yeah. Look at there. Okay. Conceptualization. Calculus, physical instrument, drama. I don't have any logic gloves. Okay. I look like a jackass. And we're gonna save Scum because I feel like doing this.
Yes, what is it?
It's not a paying job, but could you help me contact Coalition Warship Archer? Right. Oh, right. We still have to do the fucking
You're
payroll.
asking me to
I'm stupid.
circuit bend onto coalition radio frequencies. You want to know is it possible? Probably. But is it a good idea? I'm not so sure. The main difficulty will be finding an antenna powerful enough to reach those frequencies. Unfortunately, you can't exactly buy mega long-wave antennas off the shelf.
She's not joking. Even the RCM has to receive special approval from the coalition to access that kind of equipment.
The radio relay tower at Land's End. Could that work?
I highly doubt it. That tower is barely able to transmit shortwave signals across the bay. To generate megalow frequencies, we're going to need a much larger antenna.
She has an idea, though. You can see the tiny signal lights firing inside her brain.
I don't see any alternative. We're just going to have to build the antenna ourselves.
Now we're talking. What do we have to do?
We need metal.
Oh.
A lot of it. The taller the structure, the better. Something that is both prominent and easily accessible. If it's near a power source, even better.
Okay, so I need conceptualization, you say? That means I have to switch all of my shit around. I have to, like, reassign my stat bonuses. Drama, visual calculus, everything. If I could separate this up according to what I need. It's visual calculus, physical instrument, rhetoric, reaction, logic. Perception's fine. Okay. We'll just save again, because why not? Because this one's actually important, at least for us.
Yes, what is it?
That's easy. Antennas.
All right. We're just fully committing to the safes coming at this point, guys. I have long since stopped caring.
What is it?
Okay.
Close your eyes. Unfold your mental map of Martinez. It's morning. You're standing on the plaza before the whirling in rags. The wind pushes a piece of tear across the cracked tiles. From the north comes the malicious laughter of two children.
Turn to face the roundabout.
You turn around. The morning sun is blinding. You bring your hand to your brow, and a great shadow materializes before you. A towering beast, frozen in mid-air.
The horseback monument.
The dead king and his horse. It could work. We'll need an adequate power supply and a great quantity of cable. If we connect the cables to some of the stranded lorries, we could theoretically increase the antenna's wavelength exponentially.
Whatever ambivalence she had about your project before, she's now fully engaged in solving this technical puzzle.
Let her think.
It's completely ridiculous, but I believe we could transform the entire roundabout into one solid fractal antenna.
Hey, now we're talking.
A note of awe in her voice. She's shocked and pleased by her own audacity.
That's a very big antenna.
Yes. Very likely the largest private antenna in Revachol. I have plenty of cables and amplifiers on hand. The power supply I will secure on my own. All we require now is the radio transceiver itself.
Where am I supposed to find a radio transceiver?
I cannot answer that for you, but I don't expect it to be that difficult. There's no shortage of radios around here. If you have real to spare, you might even be able to buy one. But it doesn't really matter where it comes from, so long as it works.
And before you ask, no, you can't have the radio from Machinima.
It's like, do radio computers have transceivers in them?
Certainly, though it requires a fair amount of technical finesse to remove them. Frankly, it's not worth the bother. Just find a regular radio.
I think I saw a radio in that office near the harbor.
That sounds like a perfectly adequate radio.
Alright, I guess I need to find one of these transceivers then.
In the meantime, I will gather the rest of the materials. We will meet back here when you have it.
Right. Okay, so I think the office in the harbor is the one we have to go through to get to Everett every time we go in there. I think that's... The crowd... Okay. So let's do that first. Actually, let me put some of my normal stuff back on. Neck, gloves, shoes, conceptualization. I'll do this one. Okay, let's go check. So you said it should be up here around a small sand dune, right? There it is.
A familiar apparatus lies among the reeds. Another one of Morel's traps, weighed down by stones to keep it in place.
Reach for the trap.
This trap is also full of panicked locusts. No sign of any cryptozoological beast inside.
Another empty trap.
It's like, let's keep going. The next one is the lucky one.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Kim. I thought that you were just going to be like, yep, whatever. Okay. I can't fast travel from here, right? I can't. This game is very weird on fast traveling, because it only lets you fast travel from very specific spots. How's my thought cabinet going? Oh, about halfway through. That's not bad. Whoop, nope, this way. Oh, there's stuff in here I didn't check out. Tear? What's in here? Fish? Oh, boots. Franco-Nigerian cavalry boots. Boost my perception. Could be useful. Can I can. Okay, we'll go to the Martinez waterfront. And from here, oh. What were we doing here again? We were doing something. The radio transmitter harbor, right?
There. Working class drunk. You know what this means, right?
Where are you going with this, Authority? Case solved.
Cracked it. All in a good day's work.
Open and shut. I don't even need to think about this anymore. Goodbye. What? I feel like a... What? You know what? Fuck it. I don't even care. Alright, that's kind of a lie. I do care. But no, I don't. Okay, fuck it. No. No. We're not gonna do that. It's my own fault for just saying fuck it. Here we go. How are you doing, buddy? You still causing whatever the fuck you're doing over here?
Right, two.
Yeah, okay. So I think in here? Yeah, there we go.
A common office radio, like any of those found in countless waiting rooms, lounges, and other semi-public spaces all over the world.
Kim, how do I get the transceiver out of this thing?
There's usually a little switch somewhere. Ah, yes. It's the one that says release.
Flip the release switch.
The lock disengages with a nice click. You may now safely remove the transceiver unit.
Examine the transceiver.
There's nothing obviously remarkable about it. It's about the size of a common pasta box, with knobs of molded plastic. What else is there to say? If this transceiver were a person, it would be an accountant at a large logistics firm. Perfectly competent, but unexceptional.
I guess pure functionality is itself a kind of aesthetics.
I suppose it does have a certain no-nonsense appeal, if you prefer that sort of thing.
The transceiver appears quite at peace with its appearance.
Do you think we'll be able to reach the coalition with this?
You've surprised me more than once during the course of our investigation. But I have to say, it still seems like a remote scenario.
Yeah.
With its transceiver gone, the radio has ceased its persistent buzzing. It is as silent as a headstone.
And we'll figure out one way or another. Down we go. What's this? What is this little thing? Odd that you didn't crash this graffito earlier. Van Eric Overdrive. Huh. Okay, can we go from here? Yes. To the church!
Yes, what is it?
Found a radio transceiver.
Ah, very good. Let's see what you have.
I found this in an office by the harbor.
Not the most advanced model, but at least everything appears to be in order. Yes, this should serve our purposes.
No further comment necessary.
I believe that means we're ready to get started. I should warn you, once we begin setting up this antenna, we'll need to see the whole process through. There won't be any second chances, any do-overs. You understand? So if there's anything you'd like to get in order before we depart, I suggest you do it now.
What kind of stuff should I get in order?
That's up to you. At a minimum, I would make sure you are physically and mentally prepared for an intense and difficult process. Once we begin, there can be no interruptions.
Okay.
At the very least, you should make sure you're wearing a good pair of gloves.
Radio engineers typically carry overpriced solvent sprays to clean the antenna connections. But in a pinch, some common ammonia works just fine.
Psst. It's the alcohol in the ammonia that's doing the real work. Kinda like with you.
Finally, there's the question of stimulants. Some people prefer to keep legal amphetamines on hand to help with their work. I'm not one of them, but they do exist.
I try to avoid drugs, but using stimulants is highly irresponsible.
I don't take them because they make me nauseous. But everyone has their reasons. I don't judge.
Hang on, I need some time to prepare.
That's fine. Return to me when you're ready to go.
Okay. I apparently need some shit here. And I think it's bad because I don't think all of my skills are very high. Yeah, not really. So it looks like I might need... I'm looking at a guide because I don't know what the fuck this is. I might need interfacing and empathy. So we have a +2 to interfacing, which is fine. We're still only at like a 4. For empathy, though, do we have anything that gives us empathy? I don't think we do. That subtracts empathy. It's actually, that also subtracts empathy. That actually, the pinball maker's code will help. Drama, logic and authority. Okay. That'll work. That'll work. But let's see if we can get a level up. Maybe we can at least dump a point into, probably more into empathy than anything. +1 physique, -1 morale, +1 intellect, -1 health. These are not. Oh, there's this. That's actually another good one I should keep on me. First, let's check those traps and see if we can get some experience out of that and give ourselves another skill point. Maybe 2 if we're lucky. Probably doubt it. But hey. Actually, I probably could just do this and then go south. Probably be a little bit easier. And then obviously there's the whole actual main quest we can do. Let's see. Ah, there it is.
This trap's not too hard to spot, once you know what to look for. Keeping it hidden has not been a priority for the cryptozoologist.
Reach for the trap.
Nothing but locusts in this trap as well. Definitely no cryptozoological monstrosity.
Damn.
Empty as all of them. One more of these and we're done.
You getting tired?
No, I'm fine. I didn't mean to complain, it's just...
He's short-winded. The sentence ends there. Okay, so we should be able to go to... Yeah, check the trap Morel just set up. Oh wait, we gotta go this way, I think. Here we go. I guess, really, I don't really know which way would have been shorter, but hey, we're getting there. So I think it was the opposite way from the church, up this way, yeah. Yeah. Along here, through this way, up and across. What's gonna be really funny is that I've entered into a thing that absolutely does not
This is the last of the traps. The one Morel just set.
play
Checking
well with my
it over,
skills.
He said is just a technicality.
Reach for the trap.
The trap feels light and silent as you pick it up. Something is different here.
Look closer.
No locust. No phasmid either. But still.
Look closer still.
Well, the bait worked on something. This doesn't mean it was a reed monster, though. Unless you see one in there, I just see an empty trap.
The netting is a little untidy. Messier than the others. Like someone or something picked the trap up and shook it before dropping it back down on the ground.
Actually, I do get the feeling that someone or something may have messed with the trap.
Perhaps our cryptozoologists have competition in the form of an actual entomologist, or someone else is sabotaging them. I could present more theories, but then I would be taking this on as a case, which I'm not.
Yeah, it probably wasn't the phasmid, but still, Morel needs to know.
We did, sort of, promise to tell them, didn't we?
We did, Kim. Okay. Back to Morel! Can't teleport here, can I? No. But once I get into the village... Like how it said, police work is tough, take breaks, talk to strangers.
It's great to see you again, officer. My wife can't wait to thank you. Go on, talk to her.
Okay.
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband and helping him out. I hope we haven't been too much trouble for you.
Ah, just doing my job, ma'am.
Here, I want to give you a small token of my gratitude. It's a tie, Meskin origin. The pin is an antique, quite special.
8-eyed Terratorn tie?
The little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. It's in the shape of an avian skull with 8 eyes.
Cool.
You could ask her about this when you get the time. It's probably a cryptid, but the phasmid, of course, is more important.
You've never told me you've seen the phasmid.
Oh, you don't want to hear about some old woman's ramblings.
Ma'am, I'm a police officer. Listening and ramblings is all I do.
Ramblings? Nonsense. Your description of the phasmid is the most precise I've ever heard.
But, darling, I didn't even get the size of it right.
You were a child, my dear. Really. It's extraordinary what you were able to describe. Now go on. Tell our friend about it. He's proven his interest in the field.
Yeah.
Reflexively, the lieutenant read his familiar notebook.
Well, it was summer, I was building a racing track out of sand on the beach near a tall stand of reeds. Quite a tall one. Many times my height, I remember. When, all of a sudden...
Wait, where was this and how old were you?
I'm getting ahead of myself. I was 5.5 in Betancourt in the suburbs. My grandmother had a summer home there.
What happened?
The strangest moment of my life. I looked up and one of the reeds moved. Not like a plant, but like a living thing. It stood up and looked at me. Its body unfolded like some antique toy. I've never seen anything like it.
She had no fear, just surprise.
I didn't know this can happen, so I reached my arm and touched the thing. It felt just like a stalk of reed, but it moved, swaying.
I don't know, if I saw like a
towering
giant
above
insect
me.
that was taller than me, I think I'd flip
After
my
a while,
shit.
20 seconds, a minute maybe, it left. Went into the reeds.
Did you follow it?
I tried, but I was only a child. There was mud and high water. I couldn't see it anymore. I was just standing there knee-deep in mud, looking around me.
Then what?
I ran back home to my grandmother and asked her if reeds could walk, and told her they were looking at me. Of course, she just laughed at me, but I knew what I'd seen. For years, it was a story I told at parties when I wanted to impress boys. That sort of thing. Of course.
Yeah, the sure way to
most
impress a
people
boy.
just
It's like,
took it
hey,
as
let
a
me tell you about this
strange
giant
amusing
insect I found one time.
So did I, honestly. But then I met Morel.
We were on a date. Can you imagine? She tells me a story, and it's the most detailed report of the Insulindian phasmid I've ever heard. The sounds. She told me it hissed.
It did, yes. Like reeds in a gust of wind.
The way it moved, the colour, how some of its limbs were white, like marble. It matched perfectly with what I know from other accounts. It was amazing. If it weren't for Lena, I might have given up hope years ago. It's no exaggeration to say that she restored my faith in my profession.
How big was it?
It's hard to say how big things are when you're quite small yourself. To me, it seemed to be taller than I was then, but that's probably not the case.
Its limbs are white?
Not all of them. There is some white coloration reported, along with beige, where the camouflage ends.
You were on a date.
Our first, yes.
Kim, what do you think of this?
I thought it was a wonderful story, man.
Thank you for sharing this with me.
You're welcome, sweetie. I do appreciate the chance to relive it whenever I get one. It was just such an impossibly sunshiny day. So warm.
That's all for now, ma'am. And what about you, sir?
Nothing like the gratitude of a good woman. Now then, what can I do for you?
He tries to play it cool, remain professorial, but inside,
Professorial?
this man
Oh, professor,
is itching
okay.
for some news on those traps.
So I checked all the traps.
Good. Okay.
And one of them was empty.
Completely empty?
Surprise, tempered with fear and trepidation. He doesn't know what to think yet. Maybe you're joking?
Yes, there was nothing in the trap. No locusts. No phasmid.
No locusts? No phasmid either?
That's not ideal, but
The empty trap was the one at your campsite. Maybe this factors into it somehow?
I definitely left that one stocked.
Right from the campsite? Just means the Insulindian phasmid is even more clever than we thought.
She's engaging in a well-known self-deception called motivated reasoning. You should correct them.
Of course, more clever.
Yes, the Phantasmadea picked off the locust and escaped. This is good news. Though we'll
Sure,
have to reconsider
yeah.
the design of the traps, make them more secure.
Another trip to the reeds.
It's like it's not very scientific to reason backward from a conclusion you want to be true.
I appreciate your concern, officer, but please leave this to the experts. Unless you have an alternative hypothesis you'd like to venture.
I do, actually.
You're jabbing at the soft underbelly of his psyche. he realizes he's gotten defensive.
Actually, no. Excuse me for getting emotional. This is a big deal for us. You've helped us twice now, and brought some great news too. My gratitude, and the gratitude of the Société Cryptozoologique de Ravachol, is yours.
Thanks.
Heartfelt gratitude. But does it feel like closure? What really happened?
Thank you, it's an honor. We should probably return to our main investigation here. This has been refreshing, but...
Damn it, Lieutenant. Have you no intellectual
Oh, I insulted him.
curiosity?
Oops. But that's interfacing, huh? Well, do we have other clothes that are good for interfacing, or is it just the gloves? I think it's just the gloves, which is unfortunate. Yeah, looks like just the gloves. Well, shit. Oh, Inland Empire and Volition, huh? Well, that's better than what we got. I'll take it. Oh, cool. That gives us a bonus to morale. Pog. Okay, let's go talk with fucking what's-his-face over there. You know the guy? Titus. That's him. That's the guy. That's the man. That's who we need to talk to. In the most logical setup we possibly can get. I believe it's logic.
It's you again. What is it?
Came to talk to you about some bullshit. Okay. So, found key in Union box, saw the winch outside, staged like a play, secret route found.
A sudden flash of lightning in your
Nailed it.
neocortex. The hostel cafeteria is lit by its airy blaze. Floor plans, bullet trajectories, webs of human emotion, all channeled into a single thought. A massive activity spike in the amygdala copicum, the part cops use to pin murders on people.
I don't know if that's quite... Okay. Why are you so sure Ruby didn't off him?
Because she was here, all night, with us.
He's cobbling together shit so he can put her away. It's Cop 101.
She was here all night? 11:30 to 12:15? She was here during all that time?
That's a pretty big span of time.
Yeah, with us, drinking, near the stage there.
Like, she didn't go to the toilet.
No.
In the whole 45-minute window, she was with you all the time.
All right. She took a fucking leak, okay? For one moment. Maybe went out too. She has an operation to run from her lorry. We're not getting into what that operation is again, Cop. And just because she was gone for 5 minutes doesn't mean she magically got to the roof and shot him. I've been through this. It's not plausible.
All right, we're in. We got Ruby unaccounted for sometime during the window. This was crucial. Now let's place her on that roof.
There's a secret route in the kitchen that leads straight to the roof.
How?
Through what looks like an abandoned pinball workshop.
People say there was a pinball arcade here, sometime before the hostel. What was it called, Theo?
East Delta Pinball Arcade. Weird place. Went bankrupt.
Okay, but how'd you get up? There's no room for a staircase.
Oh, that's what you think, sir.
Or an elevator, for that matter.
The elevator is outside the building. It's an old dumbwaiter used for moving pinball machines up and down from the workshop.
Good one, Kim.
Thank you.
The lieutenant is glad he got the floor plan right there.
From there, the door leads straight to the roof. You can just step outside.
Ruby could have gone up, shot him, come down. All under 7 minutes.
That's quite the theory. We need to have a look at that secret passage, boys.
I'm on it, boss. Right when the law clears, me and Angus are going up there.
It's a dumbwaiter, not an industrial lift. How about I go instead of...
Just now. You got something else to back this route up? Or is that it?
I also found footprints upstairs in the old workshop. Oh, wait. Oh, there's a lot here. Guess what? Remember that key I found here?
I don't like guessing, Cole. No one does.
It opens the steel door in the kitchen, the one that leads upstairs to the roof. This key was right here, with you, all the time.
You didn't find it, but Ruby did. That's how she got up there.
Quit jumping to conclusions, Theo. You took that key. Did it look like it was recently put there?
No, the ribbon was old, faded. It'd have been there for 20 years at least.
She could have just put it back there when she was done.
Why? This doesn't make sense. It's damn interesting, but it doesn't fit well, and you know it.
It doesn't fit well, but it fits, and he knows it.
I also found footprints upstairs in the old workshop.
Footprints? Recent?
Recent? A week or two.
That close, huh? How fortunate. I'll take a thorough look at those prints myself before I believe that call. Good news is, I'm still listening.
There were pinball machines in the workshop, still operational.
Right. What the fuck does that got to do with Ruby?
Just making an observation.
He makes a gruff gesture for you to continue. He gestures with his beer can, so you haven't won him over yet. That bad boy goes down on the table only when he's completely focused on something else.
You do agree the shot came from the roof, right?
Why not? You can't draw a straight line into Clausia's window from any of the surrounding buildings. Not from what I know about Martinez. Maybe from the coast. But like I said, I've been too busy dealing with you idiots. So no, I don't think it was a sniper. It was close up.
Have we firmly established Ruby could have access to the roof where the man was shot?
Firmly doesn't go well with could've. There's a route to the roof. Me and the boys need to check it out. That's what we established. But a route does not put that bullet in his head. A gun does that, and Ruby doesn't carry one.
As far as you know.
Phase 2. Murder weapon. Get a gun in her hand. If not that, then at least a shadow of a doubt. In the shape of a gun. Just don't contradict yourself. If it doesn't sound like Ruby did it, maybe keep it to yourself.
I've analyzed the bullet that killed him. It was jacketed.
So it had to come from a breech-loading rifle. Military grade. Not even you militia monkeys have those. This goes against your short-range theory. If the murder weapon was military grade, how did Ruby get it?
Just because it's rare doesn't mean you can't get it.
Calm. That's exactly what it means.
That wasn't strong.
It's like, I've already established Ruby's running drugs. She could have smuggled guns, too.
God damn. That's just about your favorite topic, isn't it? Every fucking 5 seconds.
All I'm saying is, from what I saw in her cabin, she'd have no trouble getting a gun.
Trouble? This is Revachol. Even the roid heads in the gym had a carbine. No one has trouble getting a gun. I still never saw her carry one.
He must be referencing some past case of theirs. He's angry because he knows you're right. What he's saying only confirms your theory.
I didn't say I'd prove she had the murder weapon, just that we need to find her.
All right, Carl. Keep talking. I'll tell you when I've had enough.
Pete, we're not seriously considering it, are we? Ruby wouldn't do this. Why would she do something like this?
Phase 3. Motive. The last component.
It's not, why did she kill him? It's, why did she organize the cover-up?
And I suppose you have a theory on that.
She could have just been covering up for herself, Titus.
Think about it. Why go through all that effort? It was her idea, wasn't it? The hanging.
It's like, we're making progress on the case, finally, after God knows how long.
She had, like, a fully formed plan and shit. Right when she came back downstairs.
Really, Shanks? Clausia wanted to talk to another girl, that's all. She was just the first one up there. I could have come up with that plan if I'd have been first.
Time for a logics demonstration.
Shanky, let's assume you killed him.
I didn't do it, fucker. It wasn't my plan.
You probably did, though.
It's just a thought experiment. Think, Shanky. You killed him. You got up there, shot him. cut down.
Would you prefer to go on trial with your buddies as part of a lynch mob, or alone for committing murder?
Fuck you, man. I would never fuck my guys over like that.
She didn't either. She would never do that. Why aren't more of you defending her? This is fucking stupid, Titus.
Glenn, I thought the same thing when she skipped town and left us in this shit.
Oh, so he didn't rule her out completely. And she skipped town.
Okay.
This is good.
Titus, you have to see it. Things don't add up. We need to talk to her.
Silence. He looks around the room. The old man in the corner nods.
Yeah, I see it. There's one more thing I've been wondering about. Ever since you asked me where she is. Add it to your list of suspicions, if you want.
Gladly.
I don't know. I don't know where she went. She just got up and left. Got real scared, too. Wouldn't tell me where. However, hard I asked. Want to know why?
Why?
She was afraid I would tell you. Maybe she was right. By now, I probably would.
She knew there's evidence on her, and she knew we'd find it. This is typical suspect behavior. Why fleeing is always incriminatory.
Perhaps.
Ooh, big experience.
Ask her if you find her. It won't be easy, though. She made sure of that.
When did she leave?
Friday afternoon, when you first arrived. I got word the RCM was in town. Then she came in to see me. Told me she was leaving. That's when we had our little conversation.
What was she scared of?
I told you. You.
As me? As in the RCM?
No, you. As in the cop with the sideburns and the disco clothes.
I wonder if she's afraid. I have come to declare the ending of the human experiment.
Sure. The human experiment. That's real funny. You know, when I first saw you limping here, I thought she was paranoid or sniffing her own supply. But now I'm not so sure.
What else did Ruby tell you about me?
She said you have a funny taste in clothes and that you won't stop.
Won't stop?
Until you have something on her. She said she's heard of you from Jamrock, that you're a human can opener.
Oh.
That you play suspects against each other. Open them up. Like cans.
Fucking hell. Titus, did he just...
Open Angus up like a can? Yes, he did. Now, we can whine about it. Whack him. Or we can go on with our lives.
I'm the human can opener, baby.
I don't know what that means. With our lives kind of day, Al. How about you?
Silence. He nods.
Is it that true, Kim? Am I a can opener?
You are insistent.
Anything else? Anything?
Yeah. There was something else. She wouldn't tell me, though. I could see she wanted to. It was burning on her lips. This caught Titus. This caught Pete. But she was too scared.
Scared? You should be, too. A strange fear creeps over you. A metallic...
It's like we're starting to peel back layers I don't feel like looking at.
Change the subject.
Do you have any clues on where Ruby went?
She's not far. We know that much. She didn't take her lorry, so she's on foot.
Good fucking luck, man. She knows this place like the back of her hand. You'll never find her.
Yeah, Al. And we won't either.
She's not really a hardy candidate anymore, is she?
She's not, Glenn.
Have you looked for her?
A little. On the coast.
Where have you looked for her? More precisely.
More precisely? On the coast. Past the waterlog. She's not here. So, I'm thinking she's there.
Do you know what she's doing with ULAN frequencies?
The what now? I have no idea. Boys?
She said she's building a pale emitter.
What?
We were talking about radio
Pale
equipment.
emitter?
She said she's doing ULAN frequencies and a pale something. I don't know more.
This guy barely understands what he's talking about.
There you have it. Pale something.
Can you tell me where on the coast I should start looking?
Sure. There's some shit houses there. A cinder block town. Fisher folk there refuse to unionize. So, that's one place we haven't looked. I hear they have a shack where junkies sometimes crash. Time for you to step up.
We will start there. One more question. What does Ruby look like?
Boyish. Hair's red. Dyed. She looks like a Lowry man.
It's not much, but it'll do.
It'll have to.
He puts his hand out. I'll shake it.
His grip is firm and reassuring, like holding a piece of unpolished granite.
That's it. I'm not gonna shake the man's hand. Or I'm not gonna not shake the man's hand after everything we just put him through. Ooh, that's a whole thing. Okay. We have one skill point and we're on the verge of another. This is almost done with 40 minutes. I guess for now we'll go to the fishing village and ask around. Well, she's right here. Might as well ask her.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
Have you seen a red-haired woman named Ruby around the coast?
Nay, I haven't seen anyone lately.
Okay, but do you know who I'm talking about?
This is my little cinder block town. I know what goes on around here.
She's being evasive. She knows something.
There was a murder in Martinez. She might be a suspect. We would appreciate your help.
Would you now? I know how this world works, and it doesn't work when people tell on each other.
This is like when that man locked himself in the woodshed. We just need to help her come out.
No, it's not like that, man. With him, we called you. Right now, you just arrive by yourself, like a raven plucking at the window glass.
Enough of this. She better start talking right now.
I see. You know something, but you've decided not to tell us.
There's not much to tell. People come and go. Now, was there something else?
I see, ma'am. I hope you don't mind if we look around anyway.
You should look around your shack. Maybe she's rented it out to others too.
Ooh, buy him off. I guess we'll look around the shack then. Well, what's that? That wasn't there before.
As you look at the floorboards in this corner of the shack, it's clear one of them isn't quite level with the others. The edge of a floorboard next to it looks scratched.
Move the board aside.
Hollow space underneath the floorboards is dark and damp. You can barely make out the mixture of sand and sawdust below.
Search through the sand and sawdust.
You stick your hand in and start combing through the sand. Dry, not like outside. Fine dust. And then something hard wrapped in paper.
Is it drugs? What is it?
A small cylindrical object.
Oh?
You pull it out. A bullet. A 9mm bullet, to be exact. Fit for all muzzle loaders of that caliber. Like your own Villiers pistol, for example.
This bullet isn't for a breech loader like the murder weapon?
The floorboard isn't interested. Maybe the washerwoman is. You have enough to confront her with. It's extra ammunition. She's locked and loaded, ready to fight some cops.
Oh, right. I guess we have 2 bullets now? We have 2 bullets now. Alright, lady, we're back.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
Why was there a bullet under the floorboards of your shack?
Damn that girl.
Bullet?
The lieutenant turns to you and gives you a little nod, then turns to the washerwoman.
You didn't put it there, did you? She did.
Gone and hid things in there? She's usually a good tenant, and not a stupid one either.
You rented the room to her?
Yes. I let my room to that Ruby girl.
She speaks slowly, wringing out a rag after a long silence. Her hands move into the water bucket. Some water sloshes over the edge.
As I've done before when she's been in trouble or just looking for solitude. I've made it clear. We welcome all kinds of people here.
When was this?
She came last Friday, left on Monday in a hurry. What has she gotten herself into? That girl?
That's for the police to find out. Right there. Please answer each question to the best of your ability. I'm sure we have a few.
You said she left on Monday.
Yes, early with the dogs, around 8 o'clock, I think.
She probably heard the lieutenant's Kanema drive by, and it woke her up, just like it did you.
Kim, she must have heard your Kinema.
Yes. That is a downside of having a 130 kilowatt engine. It lets the bad guys know when you are coming.
Still cool, though. Is the room exactly as she left it?
I cleaned it, like I always do.
Was there anything else there?
No,
The truth, sire.
What is she like, Ruby?
she's good company. Knows how to talk to an old woman. At my age, you don't get a lot of quality conversation. So I really appreciate that about her.
Did she talk to you much during her last day?
No, she was mostly silent this time. Kept to herself.
What do you mean?
She tried not to let it show, but I could tell she hadn't come to fish. Usually she likes to cast a few lines, but this time she mostly stayed in her room.
Why do you think she left the bullet there?
How would I know? She's a gruff one, but not violent. She doesn't go around toting a gun.
Did you have any technical equipment with her, like radio stuff?
Not that I know of, though she was into nice music. She once showed me a few mixtape milieu she'd made.
She brushes her forehead with the back of her hand. Water drips to the ground.
Although I guess she was pretty handy with the mechanical and technical stuff. Even fixed the
Mechanical?
heater in the shack. You should be thankful for that.
I am. Where did she go?
I don't know. Further up the coast. She tried to leave quietly, but the hinges on that door screeched like a cat in heat. Woke me up. I heard her rushing in those heavy boots, heading up north.
It's a peninsula. She might be trapped.
You'll never find her, you know. She knows the coast like the back of her hand. You only just arrived.
That may be so.
I wouldn't worry about that, man. We are persistent.
Further up the coast we go then.
Are you sure you would rather stay here? Get a nice cozy fire going in the heater? Seems like a better idea to me.
The felled electric mural. You feel like you should go look at it again. Step closer this time.
Okay. Goodbye, I'm off.
One thing, officer. If you do find her, please go easy on her. She's a good girl. Whatever she's gotten herself mixed up in.
I guess to the felled electric mural then. Which was this way? No. Further up this way? Yes. Right, because it's past the old fish market. Right, up. So what exactly are we looking at this fucking mural again?
You see, a once bright mural.
Step closer.
Above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set in walls that are cracking and will soon also fall, and the coastal breeze rustling and sighing in the remains of the edifice. Felled Electrical. How ironic. All these dark rooms. Felled Electrical, you only know them as a small company that makes ink cartridges. Looks like they used to be big.
Alright, and we came back here for...
There's something in the wind. Sometimes the only way to go forward is to fail first.
Why do I feel like I know this place?
Indeed.
Oh.
Somehow you knew it was here. An urban ruin, gutted by looters that once used to consume money and dispense warmth and light. You felt it before, when it rained in Martinez. And you felt the cold of the rain. The feeling persists. It has been in you ever since.
Could Ruby be in there?
In there? She could. Or she could be in the identical room over there. Or in that boat shack. In that church tower, maybe.
Why single out this one building?
Holy shit, hold on. Shivers very high. Found the empty trap. Reconstructed execution. Made that awful call. Confronted the pigs. Established the nightclub. Discovered the anomaly. Death notification.
Even though you're sure you succeeded, all is quiet.
Weird.
There is no
That's a
cold
weird
air
roll.
brushing against your forehead. No rustle in the reeds. The wind has died down. The ruin in front of you.
That was a
is
20? I
silent
had a
as
29. With 14 modifiers. That's wow. What was I even attempting to do here?
Trying to talk to the wind, the city. Whatever you thought would happen did not. And now you're just standing there in the pale of the morning with your hands fallen to your side. Is trying to talk to the city something you've done before? Is it in your secret repertoire? A trick for when you're out of ideas?
She could be anywhere. How do we find her?
How do we? I was really hoping she'd be in the village. Okay. She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. We already scanned most of the outdoor areas.
I really love that when you do tasks and stuff,
so we
they
have
get
an
brought back
understanding
up
of
in
the
dialogue.
geography, at least. And then there's the church. We've already searched that and can rule it out. I know it doesn't feel like progress, but exclusion is a step.
Like the whole thing with like the checking the cryptid traps, doing this church thing.
Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can enter first, like we did in the village.
And if that fails, if we don't find her,
then if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, storm drainage, displays. I'm sure it won't come to that.
He looks behind him at the dark red box crumbling across the chasm.
Walk the coast, the old boardwalk, the reeds. You can always come back here and talk to the wind again. Look where it already got you. Buckle up and raise your collar. This search is going to be wet and cold.
Fuck it, we're gonna listen to the wind again.
Suddenly, there's a sigh
like,
on the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure, like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps the collapsing stone box in front of you in her breath, flowing through it.
Where does it go?
In through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs, and then the beach below the boardwalk, its winding tunnels, a whisper away.
What is happening?
She's down there.
Oh, anytime the girl voice pops in through shivers, it gets a little creepy. But that means something major. Say, I think she's down there, below this building.
Okay. Why?
Ever since I woke up, maybe even before, I've been getting these strange cold spells.
Good. Yes. Cold spells. So basically your hangover is telling you she's down there?
Yes, I can literally talk to my hangover. That's how bad it has gotten.
Right. How do we get in, though? The doors were on the collapsed side of this building. They're gone, basically.
Finally, my time to shine.
Savoir faire. There's a ladder next to the sign. Perhaps we can climb it? Enter through the roof?
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
There has to be a way to use brute force. Climbing sounds unsafe. Brute force is safe. Look around and find something to break if the ladder fails.
There's a pipe there.
A rusty ladder leads to the rooftop. Some of the rungs are missing.
Yeah, that doesn't look good at all.
Assess the situation.
The distances between the remaining rungs are rather wide. You'd have to use the mounting brackets. However, they seem corroded and the peeling rust is razor sharp. In addition, the first rung is going to be tough to reach. It's what, 3 meters above the ground, and you're 180?
Yeah, 180 seems about right.
Not to mention that the roof is collapsing and the wind gets pretty brutal up there. Dismounting from the ladder is going to be hard. Perhaps if you were to not climb the ladder. Instead, what if you were to reconceptualize?
Wait, conceptualization. Wait, what are you doing? Reconceptualize?
Because falling from that height seems, well, splat. So don't do that. Just, you know.
I feel a conceptualization check coming up here. Let's see if we can adjust some things around to better suit that. Because, oh man, this is going to get real stupid real quick, but quite frankly, I want to see where this goes. Empathy is, I know I have like do I have like conceptualization glasses? Rhetoric. Conceptualization does not seem to be my strong suit at the moment. Oh, no, we got a jacket. Hold on. Pain threshold, drama, authority. I guess I can just take this off right now. This is gonna get real fucking stupid. This is gonna get real fucking stupid.
The rusty ladder leads to the
What if I don't climb? What if I just teleport?
Teleportation is not a thing.
Teleportation is a thing. Just needs a bit of concentration.
Okay, let's say teleportation is a thing. Wouldn't you need some kind of scientific apparatus to create a
I don't remember if this is a
teleportation
skill
field?
check or if this is just
You
bullshit.
can't just do it without apparatus.
What are they talking about?
The kid behind you whispers, asking his father.
Teleportation, Mikhail. It's generally thought impossible.
Won't hurt to try.
Oh yes, it could hurt a lot.
Oh, it's savoir faire. That's an interesting twist. I don't think I have anything that really boosts it, though, do I? I have shit that is definitely not doing me any favors. Oh, yeah, look at that. I actually have some glasses. I don't have a tie. I don't know a shirt. Definitely not the shoes. I really need like something like sort this would be like. Okay, so we need to get rid of the pants. Guess we'll just put these on. That seems fine.
These are some wonderfully regular pants. Not too tight.
What?
Not too loose. Moderate in every sense. You'll blend right in at some pleasant dinner party.
I like regular, normal things.
I know you do. These Inter-Estellari pants are like wearing a perfect compromise in your nether regions. No one will call the moral intern on you like this. That's for sure. You're a little more moralist now, buddy. A little more normal, even if you didn't want to be.
Like, I'll take normal over being an amnesiac drunk, let's be real. I want to do this, because on my first playthrough, I didn't get this. I want to see what happens when we succeed. We have 83%, baby! Oh, fuck yeah.
Is close your eyes and concentrate. Darkness enfolds you. You can feel the distance between the bench and the first rung of the ladder. All you need to is...
do it.
Zoot, zap, pow, crinkle. It's like magic. You feel yourself disappear, your atoms fading out of existence.
Oh my god, I can't believe it.
Bam! You find yourself on the roof, having
What?
physical displacement.
I didn't, Kim, I teleported!
I just saw you climb the ladder.
Oh.
You just climbed it, like a regular person.
Oh, okay.
The wind at the top of the building starts howling
Man,
loud,
I got all excited.
blowing away the lieutenant's voice. Faintly you hear.
Never mind. Find a way to let me in when you get inside. Don't go adventuring with a backup, especially if we think the suspect may be hiding here.
Okay. Fine. I think we go down here? Yes. Looks like it's just the stairs. Oh. Just teleport up. Sounds like, looks like I might need my handy dandy flashlight. Cool. What's this? Got a picture? Oh, postcard. Collapse nearly sealed the basement. Only can barely squeeze by. Antiquated office furniture. Last century, maybe? This overturned table is covered in orange mildew. Crawling with something. Ugh.
Two rusty metal plates that slide apart form a crude door. It's been here under the boardwalk for a while.
Push the doors open.
The doors seem to be on rails, but they've gotten jammed. You grab a side and put some strength into prying it open. With the help of your partner, the two metal panels slide open with a creak.
Yeah.
I hope no one dangerous heard that.
How'd you even get there?
After you climbed up to the roof, you mean? There's a maintenance entrance under the boardwalk. It's next to a drain pipe, possibly a storm drain. It was easy to miss before.
Yeah, at least we know a quick way in and out.
Yes, we have an exit.
Oh!
So let's get going. Time to investigate these passages.
Oh. I got real concerned because like it faded out right as the jamais vu breakthrough happened. I was like, oh god.
Jamais vu.
It's gonna fucking collapse or something.
Jamais vu. The opposite of déjà vu. Not already seen, but never seen.
Oh,
Everything
interesting.
that should be familiar appears strange and new, like some half-forgotten day in your childhood. Only now. That's the feeling you've been having. And for who knows how long. You should go and ask Joyce Messier about this. What world are we in? This is a fundamental question.
Bonuses. 1 XP for every orb clicked. All intellect learning caps raised by 1. Okay. Man, I kind of wish I had that one earlier. Oh well. Items. Oh, the postcard. Okay. Okay. All right, Kim, let's look around a bit. Old file containers. Old file folders in the card documents silvery with mold. Series of thick, dusty panes of glass. Ooh. Enters Lois suit jacket. Hold on. I'm saving here. And I'm confirming something. Because I know there's like very much a, oh, this is like a point of no return kind of deal. Okay, let's see here. Let me look, let me look. What is this called? Ooh, okay, yeah. So this is very much like the start of the end game. So we're actually gonna back out here. Plus 1 suggestion, huh? Because there is shit that we have not done that I want to do. Namely, go back and talk to Joyce. Now that we have this. I don't know if this will unlock that one particular, thing. And then obviously we have the stuff at the church, too, in multiple ways. Poster hidden below new ones. Arno Van Eyck, 49, the Elysium. Sounds like an obscure live performance in a dirty underground bunker. Alright, I get experience for every orb click now, don't I? Went to the village on the coast, officer. See you there. Okay, well. Hey, look at that. 37. Capeside Apartments. Okay, so I guess now we gotta go back to the fishing village. I somehow forgot about her state change. I thought she was always going to be here. But I suppose I was wrong. This is a book about pate. Can I teleport from here? I can. Okay, so she's got the fishing village somewhere. I assume she's at some sort of dock, but I don't know what. Oh, okay, yeah, no, that tracks. Hello, Joyce.
I'll just keep the Corda Leche in the channel, if that's okay. It's too shallow near the pier.
She winds the mooring line around a post.
Aye, ma'am. And it's a jetty, by the way. Of course. Jetty. I prefer a good jetty to a pier any day. Jetty.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello, detectives.
She fastens the end of the line around the post and straightens her back.
It's good to see you here. I only just arrived myself.
What brings you here, madame?
Nothing, really. I've had my eye on this jetty for weeks now, so I decided to investigate it personally. This cluster of buildings isn't on any of the official maps, as far as I can tell.
That. And she's also keeping an eye on you.
Have you been spying on us?
Spying has such a negative connotation. I did track your progress along the coast, however, and decided I would be better able to assist you from here. Then there's the matter of that little scamp in old lady clothes. She threatened to paint the Corda Leche red. Like blood, you see.
Oh, Cindy the
Well,
Skull.
I like it the way it is. White.
So how do you like it here?
How do I like it?
She casts her gaze towards the village slush melting on the cinder blocks. Construction work left half finished 10 years ago.
Water drips down eaves of Eternite. The jetty below her feet creaks to the tune. The smell of salt and dog shit in the background.
Ah, beautiful.
It's pornographically poor. The street has no name. All the men are dead or missing. And is that the carcass of a motor carriage over there?
It's pornographically poor. Now that's a descriptor.
I'm surprised that woman hasn't put me to the sword yet. Maybe she will. You should ask your questions while you can.
Dark eyes survey the coast leading up to Martinez. Dull grey metal rests in her scabbard. A sword. The wind is too loud for her to hear.
Fortunately for you, madame, the RCM is on the scene.
All right. Politics time. Let's react.
Just try not to be scared. This is just how the real city looks.
Oh, I'm not frightened, officer. I'd never...
She leans against the railing, looking up at the grey sky.
Above you, there forms a quilt of alto-cumulus clouds, twisting into each other. The wind tugs and stretches them over the bay. Their cloud shadows slide over the ruins of Revachol West. Wherever they pass, the temperature drops slightly, but perceptibly.
Have I told you how they discovered this place?
The wind picks up, her raincoat flaps in the gust. This island?
No. They're in Celindian, Isola.
What is an Isola exactly?
I'm guessing you don't know then.
No, you haven't told me how they found it.
Well, your condition has left you no worse off than most of these people. The literacy rate is around 45% west of the river. 50 years of occupation have left these people in an oblivion of poverty.
45% is around where I operate. Things are getting better, though.
I knew you would sympathize. Most Revacholians will never know what this place means. Our home. This island of matter. Or why they were ferried over in the first place. Remind me to tell you one day. For now, how can I assist you in this new location?
Tell me now. We have time.
Do we?
It doesn't look like he does.
I hear you have singled out a suspect and are in pursuit. This is cause for cautious optimism. I would not want to delay you.
Yeah, we literally know where she is.
Maybe there is something else I can assist you with while you're hot in pursuit.
I've got more questions about
More
reality.
lessons in basic reality.
Oh, okay.
My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
What is
all of this? The scent, the sound, the air.
What world is this?
What world? The only one, I suppose. the world of matter, and its pale antipode.
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
What do you see?
Great bodies of water, forest-covered surfaces, clusters of light where the cities lie. You've seen the montage. We all have. This world is enough.
It must be. This is the greatest and the kindest arrangement the atoms had in them.
Best of all possible worlds.
Indeed. There is a term of endearment they coined for it in the DeLorean century, when humanity was high on this world, discovering more and more of it. These archipelagos included.
What is it?
Elysium.
Elysium. The world needs a term of endearment.
It does. There are those who would call it hell.
What is hell?
A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascists.
I've got a clear picture. Let's proceed to other term.
Let's. I am, after all, bourgeois and female.
No, hold on.
Well,
The camera of
What do you see?
it must
Best of all
indeed,
possible worlds.
Elysium. It
Elysium.
does. A term of hatred.
I don't feel like
that
I have
originates
got the whole
like
picture
many-
yet.
Oh, you want a picture of the world? There is no complete set yet, dear. They're having some trouble reaching orbit.
How come?
Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing the world from the inside, sideways.
Inside sideways? What shape is this world then?
We used to think it was a sphere, but that is beginning to look less and less likely by the day. You wouldn't know it from the tabloids, but the ORG nations have been launching weather balloons into the lower ionosphere since the 30s.
Wait, are we in like some sort of weird Mobius strip? Like, I forget what the flask is called.
ORG, Occident Revershol-Grad.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big three scientific contributors, they're piecing together a dark grey corona.
A dark gray corona?
Yes. Pale covers 72% of the surface. There are grey flares and prominences, even arcs above entire isolas. The images are blurry, but if there was a sphere in there, it certainly looks like it fractured a long time ago.
A cold fear seeps into you.
Oh my god, wait, what the hell are you telling me?
You seem to be spooked. Please don't be.
Her voice becomes homely, calm. She lets a moment pass. The pale. And what do you mean corona?
They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. That is, if we are still living on a planet. Or, to speak more plainly, imagine vast swathes of land disrupted by nothingness. I am sorry, dear. It must sound quite terrifying through the acute encephalopathy. Even scientific positivism isn't entirely convinced about what we're dealing with here. But this is one of the greatest questions of our time. Maybe when they get the
Okay, so our
complete
world's
set
broken
together,
and there's
it
weird,
will
just
jolt us
gray in
out of our
between.
rut,
It's fine.
bring us together, however naive it may sound.
Fractured corona doesn't feel like it's going to bring anyone together.
You have misimagined it. I don't have the power to convey to you the effect and geometry of the images that depict our world from below low orbit. It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco. You'd love it.
Well, if you say it's disco.
See? Everyone finds something worth holding on to in this world, however wasted its opportunities.
The cold seeps into you. The air is heavy with 80% humidity.
Ugh.
Suddenly, you're conscious of yourself standing there, on whatever this all is. Your arms hang down by your sides. The lieutenant observes you both, silently.
Oh, there we go. That's what we need.
His glasses.
You said pale. What is pale?
The pale is not, technically speaking, part of reality.
Oh.
Yes. Also, I think we've had enough excitement for today. We do have a case to attend to.
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's try something else.
I don't want to. I want to know what the pale is.
I don't think your colleague would appreciate that. He has already been so patient with this whole exercise. Let's continue with something else. All right?
You could sneak back later when the lieutenant is not here, unless you can convince him to step it.
Glad to have been of assistance.
I need more volition. Do I have more volition? Do I actually have any clothes that increase volition? I have something on that does. Oh, my tie. I need volition boosted. Just to make things easier. Okay. I mean, sure. Yeah. They really don't just help conceptualization, so I think we're fine there. Esprit de corps, logic, drama, empathy, pain threshold, drama. Inland Empire. We need this.
You're back. Good. More lessons in basic reality?
Kim,
My favorite
please.
part of
Good idea. Just ask him. He won't make a scene.
Kim, can I talk to the ma'am alone for a second?
Fine.
See? What can he do? You're a grown man.
Now, what is the Pale?
Are you sure you're sure? Your colleague seemed adamant.
Yes, what is the Pale?
Okay. The Pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. The separative tissue between the islas. It is the inter-islary mass.
Okay. Wait, and what is an Isla?
Isla is a Messinian word for a continent of matter, enveloped on all sides by the Pale. Also, isolation, or landmass. We used to believe there was only one. In the last 4 centuries, we have discovered 7. Windy, Seol, Samara, Ilmara, Grad, Katla, and this, Insulinde.
And Insulinde is...
An oceanic isla. It comprises mostly of water. Muindi is the largest, Katla the coldest, Insulinde the bluest. What can I say? Each is perishing and dear.
Okay, what is the Pale like?
Achromatic, odorless, featureless. The Pale is the enemy of matter and life. It is not like any other, or anything in the world. It is the transition state of being into nothingness.
Is it here?
No, Detective. We're safe. It begins there, 6,000 kilometers to the north, and even more to the south, east, and west. You are in the middle of the Isla.
And point north there?
An uproar of matter, darling. Rising into the Pale. Rolling. Evaporating even. A great vision. The area of transition between the world and the Pale is called Porch Collapse.
Okay.
Imagine a grey coronal mist. Cold vapor, marked by spores of an opportunistic microorganism. A mold that's adapted to grow at the edge of the unrest. It's the most disco thing you will ever see.
It sounds disco.
You hear your pulse rise. The air feels caustic and cold suddenly.
What are its physical qualities?
It's difficult to describe, or even measure. Something whose fundamental property is the suspension of properties. Physical, epistemological, linguistic. The further into Pale you travel, the steeper the degree of suspension. Right down to the mathematical. Numbers stop working. No one has yet passed the number barrier. It may be impossible.
That's such a scary thing, to have what is effectively a field of like matter or energy or something where the more you go into it, the more that just the fundamental laws of the world just stop working. Like, what am I supposed to take that sentence as? That numbers stop working? Do they just stop losing meaning? Does like what happens there? That is horrifying. If we're surrounded by Pale, how do you get from Isla to Isla?
Oh, it is so difficult for us.
A squall of birds. Hardware operating in the harbor. Firm. Self-evident.
It is possible to force dimensions on the Pale. In modern times, we can even compress its latitude, bouncing radio waves from one end to the other, shortening the path. But it is still hard for humans to navigate the Pale without getting lost, or having our minds damaged.
The Pale can damage the mind?
Extensively.
How?
Some say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation. Others argue that Pale somehow consists of past information That's degrading. That it's rarefied past, not rarefied matter. They call it the blend over of the self. The Pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, but also the laws of psychology, maybe history even. The human mind becomes over-radiated by past.
Okay.
Who says and who argues?
Who says and who argues?
The logical positivists say, the dialectical materialists argue.
What does this over-radiation feel like?
It feels terrible. Absolutely terrible. International standards strictly limit civilian travelers to 6 days of Pale exposure per year.
That's not a lot.
It's more for her. Way more.
You're not a civilian passenger?
No, Lieutenant Dubois. I'm entreprenetic business class. I'm cleared and trained for 22 days of Pale transit annually.
Are you over-radiated?
Up to my gills, officer.
An acidic smile on her lips. It's getting worse every year.
What is entreprenetic?
Entreprenetics is the scientific study of the Pale, or a recent iteration of it by way of Grad. The study of the Pale reaches back 6,000 years. The Pericarnassians called it the Western Plain.
They had not traveled the entire circumference of the Pericarnassian Super E-Solar. It was not merely in the west, it was everywhere, even there.
This is such wild exposition to how the world works. Did they cross it? The Western Plain?
There are signs of pre-modern crossings. Successful navigation of the Pale relies not just on technical know-how, but intensive psychological preparation. Some of these tactics have been known for thousands of years.
What does entreprenetics change then?
Nothing. We remain powerless before the Pale. The only real advance in Pale transit is the speed with which an aerostatic craft can pierce it. Less exposure leads to less effects later.
I guess that makes sense. Aerostatic craft?
Hybrid airships, Detective. Conventional rotors or jet engines no longer add velocity after the point of reference for motion is suspended. Once you've crossed from near Pale to far Pale.
Just velocity just stops?
In essence, we throw them in and they come out the other end. If we throw them precisely.
If we do not?
Then they don't.
Gone, like a skipping stone beneath the surface.
How much Pale is there compared to the world?
The Pale outweighs reality 2 to 1. There is more Pale than there is matter, and the ratio is slipping.
Slipping how? To our detriment, or?
What do you think, Detective?
It's shrinking. Like, it's growing. There's more and more of the Pale.
Precisely. One of the few measurable effects of the Pale is that it is expanding at an unknown rate. An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the Pale will cover everything. But this sort of talk is mostly left to extremists.
Cover everything? That can't be. Where would we go?
Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, entire civilizations and religions even, find handy ways to ignore or downplay that knowledge. I suggest you do the same.
Fair. Let's return to reality, please.
Yes, sweet reality. But before we do, tell me, Detective, is this the first time you're hearing this? Do you really not remember anything?
I'm getting a sense of who I am, but no, I didn't know this.
Beyond curious. Tell me, what do you think of the Pale?
It's terrifying. You're right, it's disco. It will end all life. That we continue to persist at all is a testament to our faith in one another. Its advance can only be stopped with immediate, total, ruthless communism. A powerful anti-communist force. Perhaps too powerful. But still, they have it coming. I'm worried, I have to say. It doesn't sound very liberal to me. That we continue to persist at all is a testament to our faith in one another. Her eyes tense. Crow's feet radiate from them. She observes you, your bloodshot eyes and swollen face.
Your ailing constitution, sweaty forehead, the beads there, and your heavy breathing.
Thank you, Endurance.
You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, Detective. If you don't know even this, then...
I'll handle it. It's under control.
I hope so. I truly do. If I may suggest, hold on to your colleague, Kitsuragi. I ran a check on him and he is very competent. In the meanwhile, you have me. I will assist you in any way I can, even if we have to do it one basic term at a time.
She gives you a slight bow.
Good. You have not passed out from it. Perhaps I worried for nothing. Are we still on the reality lowdown, or should we do actual police work now?
All right, let's get to work, Lieutenant.
Good luck, detectives.
All right. Well, that was a trip and a half. But hey, you know. Yep. All right. So, I got nothing. We get extra experience. So where are we at? 87. Okay, not too bad. Cross the bridge. Look at that barrel. Reads Mazoot. And let's go up to the church. Now that we've got the lowdown, we might be able to help with that one logic. What you call it? That So definitely need some logic-based clothing. Where are my flip-up glasses? There they are. We really don't have anything in the way of pants or shoes. Yeah, that'll be fine. Do you want to? This is both the before the check and after that whole rundown.
Yes, what is it?
Heard of Doom commercial area, investigated Doom commercial area.
You don't have to. You already have. A long time ago.
Wait, how?
These thoughts formed in you somewhere, in a long-forgotten discussion, behind the kitchen table, in the evening light. And a woman, she was there too. Her hair smelled of shampoo as she was smoking.
Suna, it is the origin point of the Pale.
What?
The swallow. It's how it starts. It's baby Pale.
But Pale isn't here. We're thousands of kilometers from the edge.
That comforts her.
It's like, no. We are 20 meters from the very edge.
She looks up into the darkness under the nave, then back at you.
The Pale is only an effect. Transition between the world and that.
Then what is that?
It's nothing. No, it's less than nothing. No.
It's less than nothing. The final rest state for reality. Imagine if all this never was.
Then the Pale is...
Simply a gradient.
But the gradient, it clearly hasn't started yet. We're here, and the Pale is not.
One day, when it's larger, it will be.
I understand. A theory of the Pale where instead of an outer ocean, it metastasizes. Like a cancer or a mole. Erupting in points inside the world.
This is one of those places.
According to this, how long?
Until it starts swallowing? It's already started. Starting with sound.
And information. Causing data losses in the East Insulindian front. Have you considered why it's formed in a church? And also when or how it might start growing, or if it has other effects in addition to sound and data?
I also have a question, since we are piling them up. How do you know this? I'm not doubting you. I'm simply curious as to how a detective of the RCM...
Didn't form in a church. The church formed around it.
Of course! A pinewood sarcophagus, or a containment facility of some kind, built by the first settlers.
Yes, acting on an instinctual level, or religious practices we've forgotten.
I have considered the same. The bad news is, there were 7 pinewood churches built in the first decade of provincial settlement. Most of them were burnt down during the revolution, or repurposed before, during the suzerain. I'm not saying all of them have one in them, but...
Some of them might. A black grain hanging in the air.
All the failed businesses in the Doom commercial area. All the failure in Martinez.
You think the presence of that puncture has somehow influenced the outcome of events here? Even, say, software development?
Yes, even the revolution was defeated here. I mean, a kind of entrepreneuric history.
I told the producers we need to go and move to a normal office building with amenities. But no, the artists like the milieu, the writers like the history. I told them.
I should let people still working in there know about this. They might be affected.
You mean Plaisance and the dice maker? There was almost no one left when we packed up.
No, just the dice maker. I don't think Plaisance will survive this knowledge.
Then go tell her.
I think I've had this thought before. That's how I know.
An amateur anthropomedic police officer. I'd like to say I've heard stranger things, but I'm not sure. This is a hell of a guess, however. Well worded, I might add.
Yes, it is very interesting. But I wouldn't say you know. This is a guess. One that's going to have to be
Guess we're gonna go talk to the dice maker. One day, all the world will be like this 2mm hole.
She falls silent. The wind
Cleaning out
blows
the
in through
rooms.
the hole in the stained glass window, cold and moist.
I'm going to leave that out. But the rest, some of this I can use to start to explain this to the rest of the team. Maybe I'll sound mad, but...
Man, you will certainly sound mad.
There's no maybe.
One more thing. Maybe a club for anodic music isn't the worst thing you can erect around this particular point in space.
Perhaps not.
Yeah! Once the light is on in the universe, it will never go out!
Thank you, Egghead. Let's leave it at that, shall we? We have an anthropomedic detection to perform in this district.
Okay, we'll come back to all that. Cleaning out the rooms. Someone's been walking around in your dreams lately. You're looking for some... Huh. Interesting. Okay, Egghead, what about you?
Good morning! Yeah! Hardcore!
Huh. Might just have to fucking run it. I don't think I have anything else that's good for interfacing, but... This may take a few runs. And additional interfacing might not actually be bad, and according to what I've read, we're gonna kind of need it anyway.
Good morning! Yeah!
Bzz, bzz, bzz.
Shit. It's 42%. We can probably get in a few rolls.
Side chain.
Nice.
Means.
Side chain? What does it even mean?
Listen, you can use the compressor to select between which track it's compressing, either the auxiliary signal or the main input from the tape. Make it alternate between the signals. The compressor controls the gain based on the level of the signal.
Fucking interfacing coming in clutch out of nowhere.
It will allow maintaining a loud sound without peaks that fill up all the headspace.
Okay, Egg, you need to start sidechaining it. Explain the concept to him.
Sidechaining it, you said?
He turns down the music, his hands moving deftly across the mixer, setting up the necessary controls.
Then he puts on his headphones and his eyes go wide. Wider than they've ever gone on drugs. He starts jumping up and down with bliss.
There's the double
in
dude
total
down there again.
silence, still listening to his headphones.
Hey, what did you do to Egghead, Cop Man? Did you break him?
Just wait and see.
Are you ready, pussy?
Noid straightens his back, ready for the beat.
I was born ready, Egg.
Give him a thumbs up. Oh yeah, that's a beat. All right. Fuck yeah, now this place is hopping. Now we got some shit going.
The audio assault is glorious. The speed freak dances on the stage, intensely waving his hand in the air.
This is beauty! This is life!
What in the world is going on?
Sail
The way
looks-
melody
oh.
and bass flow together. It's unnatural.
Your body is taking
Oh, I took 8 health from this.
Is crashing over you. It's making you feel alive again.
We have tamed the sound, made it our own.
God damn it! This dance club idea might just work out.
You bet it will.
DeLorean Church! The place to be! Pump it! Pump it!
This is it. This is a new era. The fabric of the world has been irrevocably altered.
All right, goodbye, egghead. Now, what about you?
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
Okay, higher quality audio, standard anti. We're all. Oh, the die gives me a thing. Okay, found the melody, found the beat.
Goodbye, officer.
So that's a savoir faire check, right? So, what do we got? What do we have for savoir faire again? Do we have glasses? Yes, we do. And I think I don't know if we have a jacket. Logic, reaction speed, physical instrument, drama, no, empathy, perception, conceptualization, no, pain threshold, logic, empathy. Huh. Sure, we'll go with this. We'll dance the night away. Or attempt to.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you.
No words, just dance. Come on.
You close
Yes!
your eyes and vacate your skull, leaving your brain to wonder, where did that little fluttering light go?
Total
Oh my god.
darkness. You sink down the darkest fathoms of your own personal deep, vertebrate by vertebrate, through the unformed skulls of your mind.
It's a spine, but sure. Also, what the fuck you talking about?
Here it will begin.
Like, what was that about unformed skulls?
I'm gonna let you in on a little secret.
What, spinal cord?
Every vertebrae in your spine is an unformed skull ready to pop up and replace the old one. Like shark teeth. The one you're currently in has a little brain forming in it, waiting for its turn.
I don't think that's how vertebrae work.
To rule the world.
Who are you?
I am the spinal cord.
What do you want?
From what I can see, it's about to bust a move.
Then let's bust a move.
Foolhardy, do you even know what's happening on the surface? Maybe 1,000 years have passed. Or maybe you started spazzing out like 2 seconds ago.
With your eyes still closed,
Okay.
the first thing you feel, all the way back in the pivoting darkness of your own torso,
We need
is
to
warmth.
dance.
You have become a triumph of rhythmoplastics, somewhere in a smelly wooden church on the coast of Revachol. The wounds from the war you waged on your body are healing, twist by twist, turn by turn. You must have touched upon an entirely new way of moving the human body. Every motion is pumping your brain full of endorphins. Open your eyes to the pioneering glory of hard style.
Yeah, hard style. Hard style Harry Dubois. Open your eyes and dance like you've never danced before.
You have become a
Holy
flawless
shit!
interlocking mechanism.
Look at him go!
Approximation of the throb coming from the speaker setup of the one called Eggheads. Entirely, rigidly, imbecile.
We
Without
are
pity,
tearing it up.
free from self-awareness. No deliberation. Only, and I mean only, execution.
The fucking bag in her hand.
Oh my god! No way!
Yes way.
his reel-to-reel mixer blasting the anthem of a future that will never come. The young man observes your moves for a second.
And blasted in the same hideous pattern.
He throws a screwdriver and a bunch of drill chucks into the corner and explodes into dance. What he lacks in sharpness, he more than makes up for in violent enthusiasm.
Oh, dude. Kim, get in here!
What's going on here?
Lieutenant looks at you with the speed freaks grinding around in the church. A group of unhinged lunatics.
This is clearly a Code 31 emergency.
Code 31! Code 31!
The lieutenant squeezes the bridge of his nose. The lights reflect off his glasses.
A Code 31 emergency? Really?
Yes, officer in need of assistance on the dance floor.
The lieutenant crosses his arms with a bemused look.
What's happening?
I'm not doing anything. The music made up its mind a long time ago. I'm just implementing.
Good for you. Rock on, then.
Hey, I called you to dance.
What?
Oh.
It's hardcore than a little bit.
Oh no, we're not doing. Hold on. Okay, we're gonna. Okay, so we know there's an authority check there. I want to get Kim to dance. I have to. What else do we have that's authority based? That won't overwrite what we already have on. I don't think this is. That's actually less authority. Empathy. Oh, I think. Well, when in doubt, I do have 2 skill points. See, the bad thing is, I think this might be like the. Oh, where I'm stopped moving. Hello? Oh god, are the lights and everything killing that? No? Well, yeah, a little bit. So we could increase authority. Why not? We'll do it.
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you.
You close your eyes.
Total darkness.
We got this. We could do this.
You sink down. Here, it will begin.
Unformed skulls.
To rule the world.
Who are
I
you?
am the spine.
From what I can.
Bust a move.
With your eye, you must have. You have become free from.
Oh my god!
With it.
Just Egghead screaming.
He throws a screwdriver and a bunch of drill chucks into the corner.
Kim, get in here!
What's going on here?
This is clear.
Code 31!
Lieutenant squeak.
Code 31 emergency? Really?
The lieutenant.
What's happening? Good for you. What?
Who's the
Hell yeah.
You are.
Lieutenant, I am only going to pull rank on you one time, and that time is now.
Are you kidding me?
I assure you I am not. Now get your groove on, Lieutenant.
Get my what on?
The lieutenant leans closer, unable to make out your words over the pumping beats. I said, get your damn groove on. Boogie woogie.
Sheesh, okay.
He backs up with his hands raised in the air, observing the crisscross of your feet.
Okay, you psychopath. I see what you're doing there. It's jacked up footwear, plus, is that Ubi folk dancing?
Nah, it's not Ubi folk. It's hardcore.
Yeah. Whatever.
You're talking big talk, Lieutenant. Let's see some moves.
Oh yeah? I did 15 years in the juvenile crime unit. I can do age inappropriate. Now, check this shit out.
The lieutenant begins to hit.
Oh shit.
the
Oh
chest
shit. There he goes.
Intensity. It's reasonable to fear. He'll kick a hole right through it, causing the floor to crack and the pillars orders to collapse, bringing the church roof down on
This is the best part of this whole playthrough. Dance! It's the law.
The young man immediately bounces up and down, then assumes the same dance pattern, embellishing it with some sort of waving motion. The authority of the law is clearly unquestionable.
Turn to a cell. What are you doing?
The young woman lifts her headphones up slightly and raises her chin, looking at you expectantly.
Basil, aren't you going to dance?
No, recording.
She turns to Suna, then back to you. She briskly shakes her head and puts her headphones back on.
The lead programmer throws the other young woman a knowing glance before turning her attention back to her own work.
Is there anything more I can do? I want to break the limit.
The dynamic motion of your flailing body is bordering.
This is so great.
You're going off the charts. You feel as if turning on the hyperdrive would be a point of no return. Feels almost minimal. Are you sure you have the entire pursuit for this?
Together! Where are you?
Here we go again. I can't feel the air. The sound above my head.
What now? The sound above your what?
Above my hair, man.
Okay, this is too imbecilic. Excuse me.
He's like, alright, it's too much. Turn on the hyperdrive. Suna is in. Andre's dancing harder. Got Kim dancing.
On the of the Martinez Inlet, in a small weather-beaten slave church built 380 years ago by
This is about to
settlers
turn
from
into some
Occident,
weird shit
most
here.
likely to guard against an anomaly at its center. An officer of the RCM is contorting his body into idiotically rigid shapes as he invents the future of dance music. It's the hardest anyone has ever danced.
What is this strange feeling I keep having? This cold, even now.
I am La Rebachelière. I am the city.
What do you mean you are the city?
I am a fragment of the world spirit, the genius Loki of Revachol.
Am I talking to some goddamn conceptualization of, like, the world? Is that what this voice has been?
My heart is the wind corridor. The bottom of my air is red. I have 100,000 luminous arms. Come morning, I carry industrial dust and let it settle on tree leaves. I shake the dust from those leaves and onto your coat. I've seen you. I've seen you. I've seen you with her. And I've seen you without her. I've seen you on the crescent of the hill.
How are you talking to me?
The modulations of my voice are noted down with thermometers and barometers. You feel me in your nostrils, on the little hairs on the back of your neck. I also reside in your lungs and vestigial organs. Everywhere there is space.
But who am I? Why are you talking to me?
You are an officer of the citizens' militia, Jante and Rebut. When you wear your coat, you wear my soul. You move through my streets freely, in motor carriages and on foot. You have access to the hidden places. You also circulate among those who are hidden. I need you. You can keep me on this earth. Be vigilant. I love you.
An officer of the RCM.
I fucking pass out!
A small church with his eyes rolled back and his tongue lolling out.
Oh, okay.
Several others are standing around.
I think I danced a little too hard.
He slowly comes to.
Had a good rest there?
I spoke to the city of Revachol.
Fuck yeah! I bet you did. Those were some advanced moves, man.
That's all great, but we should really get going. We spent enough time doing aerobic exercise for today.
Yeah, alright. Fair enough. Oh boy!
You might be imagining it, but it feels like Egghead turned the volume down. Such is his respect.
Man! Now, man! Now...
The would-be leader stutters with excitement.
Now imagine if we could do that, right? But with like 1,000 people. End of human development. Mission complete.
Right, ecstatic.
All right.
You're absolutely beat. Muscles relaxed and feet like noodles underneath.
That's it for now.
Goodbye, officer.
Well, that was crazy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I danced so hard I fucking passed out. Or had a seizure or something. Okay. That's the whole thing. Okay. Well, let's go talk to the dice maker. Maybe we can get more experience and like get another point in empathy. That was a whole ass thing. But god damn it if we didn't do some crazy good shit there. Tools. Thank you. So you can see where the frick I'm going. Okay, I think you have a couple weird checks. I'm going to save here, and also just want to save in general after that. Epic scene. Hello, ma'am.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
I think I found the actual source of the curse.
I thought we agreed that the curse isn't real.
It's a bit more complicated than I first thought it would be.
I'm listening.
There's a 2mm hole in reality, located in a church on the other side of the canal. I think it may be related to Pale.
Excuse me? A 2mm hole in reality? This can't be true.
I'm afraid it is, ma'am. Sona Lukanen Kilde, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident, made the discovery.
Sona is involved in this?
She appears to take this in while the chatter from her headphones continues unabated.
So it's even worse than I thought. It's not just the commercial area that's cursed, it's the entire world.
She looks outside the window where daylight has filled the yard.
What? No, I wouldn't go so far as to say that the entire world is doomed.
Just Martinez?
She gives you a rueful smile and takes a look around.
In any case, thank you for stopping by. It's good to have an answer, even if I can't claim to understand it fully.
That's a shivers check. Okay. I think I have shit for shivers, don't I? Don't I? Pretty sure I do. Some kind of shirt. Oh yeah, there we go. Is it the only thing I have though? Oh no, I got a tie. Do I have one more? Trauma, conceptualization, logic. Oh, no, just that, okay.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for
A gust of cold air sweeps through the chimney. The stones and minerals on the shelves rattle as though agitated. For a moment, it almost feels as though you're outside the building, exposed to the atmosphere.
This is still just a theory, but hear me out. I think I know why your business hasn't failed.
Didn't we already talk about this?
It's because you're not in the same building as the others. This isn't technically the Doom commercial area.
What are you talking about? My address is exactly the same. Rue de Saint-Guilain 10.
No, the old coal plant that used to be here was subsumed into the new venture. Its ruins swallowed up. Yet it has a different address in the heart of the city.
No, this used to be a coal plant. You're in the chimney of another building.
This doesn't make any sense.
She looks around the makeshift nest that she has carved out for herself, bewildered.
Are you saying my business was spared because of a technicality? Where is this coming from?
It's like, it has a different address in the heart of the city.
And what? Does it mean that I'm safe from failure?
No one's really ever safe from failure.
She starts laughing, her fingers trying to rub away the exhaustion from her face.
What?
Do you know what this is?
She raises her hand to reveal a piece of metal shining on her index finger. Lucky charm, the 70s ward.
It's a mourning ring. I made this when my first company failed. It was a small jewelry shop right here in the East Delta Commerce Center, built with the little I inherited from my parents. I drove it into the ground within a year. I didn't have what you would call a viable business plan.
Why are you telling me this?
It wasn't just a jewelry shop either. I always thought that it was just the world that you were supposed to try again and again until you finally succeed. And now you're telling me what? That it was all because I didn't run my little shops and ventures from a dump inside an abandoned chimney?
Don't call it a dump. You made it nice and cozy here.
Yeah. Or maybe it's the entire world that's cursed. It's such a precarious place. Nothing ever works out the way you want it.
Ain't that the truth?
That's why people like role-playing games. You can be whoever you want to be, you can try again. Still, there is something inherently violent even about dice rolls. It's like every time you cast a die, something disappears. Some alternative ending, or an entirely different world.
Just picks up a pair of dice from the table and examines them under the light.
But anyway, thanks for sharing your theories, officer. How did I become? Some of my friends were role players, not especially. I like working with rare.
Some of those nice people have big bucks.
I'm sorry, nothing.
The lieutenant.
Your wind.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
detective, but
She nods.
anything else, officer? I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit.
Okay. What did I get? The precarious world. Temporary research bonus, all red checks fail. Ugh, that's scary. Oh yeah, we gotta call back Alice about the armor. I totally forgot about all that. I'm sure that will help us at some point. Alright. Let's get Alice on the horn.
You see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Did you find out more about the owner of the armored boots?
Yes. It took some convincing, but I got the mercenary's name and a few biographical details. Are you ready?
Yes.
The lieutenant leans in to listen, notebook in hand.
Shoot.
That suit of armor was issued to an Oranese citizen named Ellis Cortenaer. That's E-L-L-I-S K-O-R-T-E-N-A-I-R. Exact date of birth, unknown. He was signed into the Lelystad County Neonatal Care Unit on 28th of February, 09.
Neonatal Care Unit?
He was found as a newborn in a leaf compactor on
Oh,
an
Jesus.
abandoned farm. He spent 4 months in the neonatal unit, survived apparently, and was assigned to a foster family at 2. This is what the ICT knows about him. He was raised by foster parents, entered the East Brand Military Academy in Vredefort at 17, then served in the Oranese forces till he was honorably discharged in 41, just a year before the Seminese conflict. Then the armor followed him to Seminine, or at least I assume it did. And that's it. There are no records of his employment in Crenel, or any of its other incarnations, or him even entering Revachol.
Wait, he was found in a leaf compactor?
It's a garden tool used to press leaves into these cubes. It's a detail the hospital had, the only detail in these files.
Wild.
So I thought it would be good for you to know.
It is. Thank you, Alice.
Any information on his foster parents?
None, officer. Sorry.
So all we have to connect him to Cornell is the armor.
Even that is a small miracle. These organizations usually double-check their inventory. Thank you, Alice. Great work.
No problem, Lieutenant.
A compliment from Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Not bad.
Well, we have his name and service record now.
A name.
Ooh,
This is very good.
another level.
Elise Cortena.
I'm glad the inquiry was helpful to your investigation, officer. Did you have any other questions?
Please connect me to Sylvia again.
Just a second. Sylvie Malaika on the line for you, officer. Yes. Hello?
Hey, Sylvia, it's the police again.
Oh, great. What else do you need, Detective? You mean, why did I leave the...
Why not?
What? No, why would you even think that?
Told me to ask you out. Are you saying it didn't happen?
Please, don't...
God, why can't you...
I already said I don't want to talk about...
You hear the...
Okay.
Anything else, like, just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer. Over.
Having reported, I found my badge, Jules.
10-4, sir, glad to hear that. I'll write down that there is no need to issue a new one to you then. Over.
Feels good to get that off your chest, right? Celebration with beer?
No, we're not going for beer.
Roger that. 10-10.
Okay. Cool. Okay. So we're going to put another thing into empathy. And, take that off. For sure. I don't think we have any shirt that increases empathy. Do we? Let's see, we got ones that increase. Okay. I'll put that back on for sure. Okay, coat. Ooh, don't want that, that's for sure. +1 drama. Yeah, we'll put the logic shirt on. Couldn't hurt. Composure, savoir-faire, suggestion. Okay, so +3 empathy. Plus this. Okay, not terrible. So let's go back to the church and see if we can get that cleared out. Oh, I think my frame rate just kind of shits here for a second. It's fine. We'll save. Depending on how bad this fucks up, we might actually have to come all the way back here, but we'll deal with it.
Yes, what is it?
I'm ready now. Let's contact Archer.
Very good. If you'll help me with some of this equipment then.
Back across the water now. At least we are getting our exercise in today.
You know it.
If you'll please carry that amplifier, officer. And if you'll take that spool of cable, we should be able to move it all in one trip.
Oh boy, guys. Okay, we've done that. Oh, hey. Our car. Right. Right. I guess it's a good thing it's there in the ice, since it's proving to be a very good power source. This is interesting. Okay, right. Spool it all the way over to the roundabout with all the frickin' lorries here.
And now if you'll just connect that here...
It's done. I believe we are ready.
We're ready to try at least. Please put on these headphones. There should be 2 extra sets. I've configured the channels so that only your microphone is set to broadcast, officer. We'll all be able to listen, but anyone we reach will only hear your voice. You will need to transmit your connection request while I attempt to locate the warship's public frequency. You will likely encounter some interference, but it's important to keep transmitting your request until you're acknowledged. Ready?
Wait, what did they never acknowledge me?
Then it will be exactly like every other moment of every other day. I ask again, are you ready?
Yes.
Good. Beginning transmission.
A soft rustling between your ears, a winterscape with fast falling snow.
Where? There it is. Okay. Okay, I guess let's just fucking go for it. Where's the sound coming from?
Every light switch, every motor carriage, every doorbell, tea kettle, and radio in Martinez, all mingled with electrical interference caused by scattered thunderstorms over Ozone.
Officer, are you in order? We're waiting for you to start.
Coalition Warship Archer. This is Lieutenant Harry Dubois of the RCM. Please acknowledge.
Is there anybody there? The lieutenant looks up at you with a nervous glance. Nervous for who, though? You cannot say.
Wow, I'm just losing all these.
Try again, officer.
Coalition Warship Archer. This is Lieutenant Dubois. Please acknowledge.
Nein, Liebling. Unseren Jungen nach Redeposten. Einem dieser Dinger.
Hello, Archer? Do you acknowledge?
Marianne hat mir erzählt, dass Oscar nicht mehr derselbe ist, seit
Okay,
auf
speaking
einen
German at me.
aufs Grab zurückgekommen ist. Natürlich halten wir die Psychologen für vollkommen normal. Aber sie hat das Gefühl, seit seiner Rückkehr mit einem Fremden zusammenzuleben.
You can't make out a word of this gibberish.
Thank you, rhetoric. These are high checks. I usually pass a lot of these. What does this remind me of?
The rustling of dry autumn leaves, waves breaking at a distance, 1,000 wings beating at once.
Keep listening.
Liebling, bitte. Er ist unser einziges Kind. Er kann auch nächstes Jahr zur Akademie gehen.
Keep trying, officer. We'll get a signal through eventually.
Coalition Warship Archer. This is Lieutenant Dubois. If you're there, Archer, please acknowledge.
Again?
Coalition Warship Archer. This is Lieutenant Dubois. Do you acknowledge?
It's calm now. A slight frisson at the point where your neck meets your spine. Something about the lieutenant's words directed at you.
What the fuck?
But not you.
Those viewers, get out of here. Kim, don't clog my connection.
I didn't say anything, Detective.
Someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
What?
An uncomfortable silence falls over the connection.
It's been a long winter. Long and cold.
You're gonna tell me that you didn't say that either?
I promise you I didn't, even though it certainly sounds like me.
The lieutenant seems to wince at the sound of his own voice. Yeah, no, that's a familiar feeling. What is happening?
I can't say with certainty, but it sounds very much like anthroponetic crosstalk. It happens sometimes when sending transmissions across long stretches of pale.
Ah, yes, of course. That must be it.
Natürlich halten ihn die Psychologen für vollkommen normal.
So what can we do about it?
What else is there to do? Keep trying.
Coalition Warship Archer, do you acknowledge? This is Lieutenant Dubois.
But someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Dubois, please acknowledge.
Archer, this is Lieutenant Dubois. Can you hear me?
Liebling, bitte. Ist unser einziges Kind. Where's the Archer? Please identify.
The signals are getting increasingly mixed. Plucking Archer's signal from this will be like isolating a single strand from a tangle of hair.
It's not working. The crosstalk is simply too strong.
What can we do?
I did not expect simply locating the signal to be so difficult.
She appears to be concentrating very intently.
We must consider several variables. Local anthroponetic conditions, the sophistication of our transceiver, the quality of our connections, and the physics of our antenna itself.
Maybe I should have gotten that other transceiver.
Our transceiver is perfectly capable, so there is no problem there. And we're also unlikely to change our local anthroponetic conditions. So, the next step is to thoroughly inspect our connections.
How am I supposed to inspect the connections?
You need to climb up there and look at them for yourself.
She stares at you as though it was obvious. Her hand gestures to the colorful cables dangling from the horse's forehooves.
But you don't have the technical expertise.
Someone has been maintaining it.
No problem at all.
Sap warfare.
Up way greater heights.
Now, you've already teleported to the top of the building. You got this.
Come on, son. This isn't anything but a common high bar. Just get a solid overhand grip and hoist yourself up.
No problem. I've already mastered the art of teleportation.
You actually haven't, but you have proven that you are a relatively capable climber.
Okay, let's do this. It's like, I've mastered teleportation. Kip's like, the fuck you have? Yeah, we'll just kind of scurry our way up here. We know what we're doing. At least at this point, you know. Yep, alright, swing around. Yep, there we go. Alright, now we're on this side.
Give you a solid grip on the metal bar. This feels pleasingly familiar. Keep it together, champ. You've got this.
Thank you, coach. Man, learning how to teleport really did help us. You know, for a 40-something-year-old man who's beat the shit both from time itself and all the drugs and alcohol that have entered our body in various amounts.
And before you know it, you're safely perched atop the monument.
Examine the connections.
The connection itself is nothing more than a little braid of exposed wire wrapped about the hoof of the horse. A copper fetter, it cannot slip. The whole monument is covered in a thin but durable layer of oil and grime. It's obvious no one has cleaned it in years. The programmer mentioned ammonia, but anything alcoholic should dissolve the oils, creating a cleaner and clearer connection.
Yeah, I mean, we're not gonna use the alcohol for anything else.
It takes a few moments, but the alcohol gradually begins to break down the oils surrounding the copper wiring.
Is this really the time, detective?
It's all right, Lieutenant. He's simply cleaning the connections.
Once the oils have been dissolved, you wipe off the connections with your sleeve and reattach the cable.
Did that help?
It seems to have made some difference, but unfortunately not enough to alter the overall situation.
That was worth a shot.
Unser einziges Kind. Kann auch nächstes Jahr zur Akademie gehen. Short of changing the shape of the antenna, I'm not sure what else we can do from here. And the lorries are all jammed together, so that's unlikely to happen.
How do we change the shape of the antenna?
What do you mean? You adjust the antenna manually, with your hands.
What would changing the shape of the antenna do?
Ideally, narrow the receiving mode so that we can isolate the worst signal and eliminate the post-talk. And if you don't know what you're doing, of course you could just make it worse. I'm afraid we're out of alternatives. You're just going to have to go for it.
She's right. The responsibility is yours, and yours alone.
That's
There's
not
no turning back.
ideal. Okay, look at the horse.
This faithful steed is in nearly as poor a condition as its rider.
Holy shit, I can't believe we passed it. I can't believe that. Yeah, just bend the horse, it's fine.
Your grip is firm, yet controlled.
We got the
swelling in your
exact
headset
number we
guides
needed.
your hands as much as your hands guide the bronze horse head. It's almost like you're hearing through the horse itself.
Okay.
That's very good. Just a bit more to the left. Nein, Liebling.
The signal is clear. The storm has passed. This is another voice, a live voice on the other end of this invisible bridge you've established.
Try it now, officer.
Coalition Warship Archer, this is Lieutenant Dubois of the RCM. Please acknowledge.
Lieutenant Dubois.
Oh, we got through.
It's Coalition Warship Archer. We are acknowledging and accepting.
Ah, excellent. You are connected. Now be quick. I don't know how long I'll be able to preserve the signal.
There is so much you wish you could ask. Your efforts have bought you some time, but you can't forget what you're really here for.
Okay, so I have this open, and it looks like I can say... I can ask 3 questions before being locked out of the alternate ending, but be careful as they're just informational and not important to proceeding. Okay.
Please be advised that you are speaking on a public frequency. What is your request?
Okay. So I'll ask 2. What does the moral intern really
A
want?
very important question with a very simple answer. We want humanity to endure. Beyond that, it may be said that we are the inheritors and stewards of Dolores Day's legacy.
Dolores Day. So beautiful.
Dolores Day. She was really beautiful, right?
Oh, incomparably so. But that isn't what made her so remarkable.
Not true. Her beauty was like a glowing coil on a hot stove, and yet you felt blessed to touch it.
She was the greatest innocent, the single most consequential being to have ever lived. Her legacy touches every aspect of modern life.
Right, and that legacy is
Immeasurable. It includes interstellar travel, 3 scientific revolutions, humanism, internationalism, the welfare state, and balance of terror theory.
balance of terror.
Nothing less than the intellectual foundation of our modern order. The role of the Moralist International is twofold: to buy humanity sufficient time to perfect itself, and to patiently guide it along the road while protecting it from ideological highwaymen and eschatologists.
Okay, we're gonna move on. What awaits us at the end of the road?
Let us answer your question with a question. Have you ever seen evening fall over the old town of Vesperashiv?
Maybe. I've been forgetting things lately.
If you had, then you would remember. It is one of the great wonders of the world, impossible to mistake or forget. The heart of the city, the old town, is a district composed of weather marbles, comprising thousands of columns and arcades arranged around a series of grand plazas. During the day, it's a beautiful sight, equal to any of the great cities of Pericarnassus. But as the sun sets, the shadows cast by those columns and arcades weave together to form an intricate ombre and lattice. When you see it, you suddenly understand. It was all built for you, for this very moment.
The name at Vesperasket means evening comes.
Say nothing.
Not only that, but you are also part of the centuries-long plan. When you cross one of the open plazas, your own shadows...
Hopefully it doesn't count towards the questions I have to ask.
The great lattice,
Or
a deliberate
can
synthesis
ask.
of humanity, art, and the natural.
Beautiful.
Yes, it is. We grew up there. We have seen the lattice with our own eyes.
Where is at Vesperasket?
In Messina, of course. Not only was it the site of Dolores Day's crowning, it was also one of the great cities of the Dolorian era, a glorious expression of humanity's highest potential. Of course, such a city does not spring from nowhere, nor does it endure without effort. Its construction was the work of
Oh
many
boy, I
generations,
entered into a yap
and its
session
preservation
unintentionally.
is an equally monumental responsibility.
Say nothing, just look around.
The wind is pulling at the giant tarps that cover the blasted facade of the Capeside apartments. Air moving through what was once a row of apartments protected by walls and a roof. It sighs through the remains of bedrooms and parlors. This is your city. Defend it at all costs. A moment of hissing static as the conversation lulls.
Lieutenant Dubois, are you still there?
Listen, I really need to reach the Committee of Responsibility.
Acknowledged. To reach the committee, all you need to do is fill out the appropriate request form and submit it to the Liaison for Public Affairs. If the liaison accepts your request, you will be invited to address the committee at their next quarterly public hearing. We believe the next hearing is scheduled for July.
She seems very satisfied with this answer.
She's got to be jerking your chain, right? You can't
Oh
wait
no!
that long.
I have negatives for history of prank calls and won't let the past go. Oh dear. That shit. Uh-oh. Well, guys, depending on what happens here...
This isn't
Holy
about
shit.
you.
I can't believe it.
It may have been at a certain point, but you've let go of that perspective. This is about your responsibility to all of Revachon. Now, take a deep breath. Look upward. You don't have to bear the burden alone.
Listen to me. The situation in Martinez is a powder keg. If the coalition doesn't intervene, many people will die.
What? How do you know this?
It's like, damn it, there's no time to explain. You better write this down.
What's your tone? Now, please describe the situation in as much detail as you can. We will forward our summary to the committee.
There's papers rustling in the background. She's clearing her desk, preparing to take notes. There, you've wedged your foot in the door.
Gotta be forceful
Now,
sometimes.
If you could show the Coalition how much they're needed, they'll have no choice but to intervene. You have the facts. Just lay them out beneath the cold light of reason.
While Pines has recently lost control of a paramilitary death squad called Cornell, for one.
Please continue. We're listening.
Also uncovered evidence the Union may also be orchestrating a takeover of a local fishing village.
We have it. Is there anything else the committee should know?
You hear her sound of her pen scratching against paper.
Detective, before we answer that, I urge you to weigh your words extremely carefully.
Yes, I've also discovered an entropinetic phenomenon here in Martinez.
We're afraid we must ask you to repeat that, Lieutenant Dubois.
Her tone has shifted. She's no longer herself.
I said, I've discovered an entropinetic phenomenon here in Martinez.
Acknowledge. Listen very carefully, Lieutenant. We're going to ask you a series of questions. It is imperative that you answer as directly and truthfully as you can. Do you understand?
Yes.
Good. First question. Are you currently in the vicinity of Sturagli, the North Arcade Islands, or near Pale Offshore Platform Insul Indico?
No, I'm in Martinez.
Very good. Next question. Would you describe the phenomenon as internal to the Isola or external to the Isola?
What she means is, actually, you have no idea what those words could mean in this context.
I have no idea what you're asking.
Answer the question, please.
I guess internal.
Next question. At the time, did you experience sense objects?
Can you elaborate?
Yes. Examples may include sound, memory, light.
It was a kind of gradient.
Let's go on. Final question. Were you alone?
There's no need to overthink this.
We repeat. Were you alone?
No.
You hear the sound of a page ripping.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Please stand by while we transmit our summary.
So I have no idea what this is going to turn into.
A long winter.
I'm not sure how much longer I can keep the signal clear, officer.
You have to soon, and just a little longer.
Lieutenant Dubois, this is Collision Worship Arthur. Please acknowledge.
Archer, I can't hold on for much longer.
Thank you for standing by. We are authorized to report the Committee of Responsibility for Ravachol has acknowledged and accepted your request. They would like you to address your matter to the committee directly, as their earliest convenience.
When is that? I'm kind of in the middle of a murder investigation.
Local matters can wait. Collision Shuttle Laurel is set in a course for your They will arrive momentarily. Stand by.
To the southwest, one of the smaller aerostatics that hover above the city breaks from its holding pattern. Coalition Shuttle Laurel begins.
Okay, so like I said, I don't know what the fuck's happening here.
Drawn by an invisible wire.
So? They're really coming.
The lieutenant adjusts his microphone and slowly looks up toward you.
Well, what now?
I guess we wait.
Yes, and then?
What do you mean?
You've accomplished your side task. You've contacted Coalition Warship Archer. I suppose what I'm asking is whether we are about to lose you to the moral intern.
Kim, I'm tired of feeling like I don't have any normal, reasonable options.
What options? What in God's name are you talking about, detective?
Haven't you noticed that things have only gotten weirder the longer we've been on this case?
The lieutenant takes a moment to compose his thoughts.
I don't know where this case will lead us, detective. But in a sense, that doesn't matter. Our job is to follow the evidence where it leads. Consequences be damned. Because that's what it means to be an officer of the RCM.
The lieutenant's final words are nearly swallowed by the roar of the aerostatic's main rotors.
Lieutenant Dubois, this is Collision Worship Archer. We have been instructed to inform you that the Laurel arrived at your position. Please acknowledge.
No shit. How are they supposed to hear your acknowledgement over the thundering of their own rotors?
Oh, God. Acknowledge, Archer, this is Lieutenant Dubois.
Thank you. The The Committee of Responsibility for Ravachol has authorized us to offer you an immediate extraction. Do you accept?
So this is an alternate ending, but if I take this, I think we'll have to reload back at the start of this. Hold on, I have a few questions first.
We are far past that point, Lieutenant. There is only one question now. Are you ready, or are you not?
I can't do it. I need to finish this. It's what we came here for.
Repeat that, Lieutenant. What do you mean, you can't? Are you being impeded in some way?
It's my case. I've got to see it through.
We have to say, this is extremely disappointing to hear, Lieutenant. What the consequences will be for your refusal to accept responsibility, we cannot say. For your sake, we pray they are not more than we all can bear. And now, we are updating our frequencies. We will not speak again. This connection will be cleared in 4, 3...
Say nothing.
2, 1... Après le monde, le gris.
And the line goes quiet. The lieutenant gives a long sigh as he removes his headphones. There's relief on his face as he turns toward you.
I think it's best for you to...
Only 30 experience, what the fuck?
Your real work is done here.
Yeah, you're right.
Good. Now give me a hand with these amplifiers. Leave the cables. I don't feel like making 2 trips.
What's one more trip across the waterlock?
Ooh, I got an achievement. Committee of Responsibility. Someone should do something.
Well, this was an interesting collaboration.
Like a pretty good team, Suna.
Perhaps. You're more reliable than the writers I used to work with. Though, that is not a difficult process with it. In any event, just leave that equipment here. I'll put it away later. If you'd like, you can take one of the extra headsets. I don't need so many spares. Now, you'll excuse me. I have to get back to my own work.
Cool. Well, that was a wild-ass trip. A truly wild-ass trip. I'll put these back on. And take this off. Yeah, I think that'll work. Okay. Well, that certainly was a trip and a half. Yeah, if I had boarded the airship, it would have just ended the game there. So, you know, not the best idea. Is that all I got, huh? Alright. That's fine. Alright. To the Feld building. Yeah, I'm still like 20 something away. So what is my... Okay. I don't think it'll be too bad. How do I get down here? Oh, right. Okay. So we gotta go in here. And this is gonna be a whole shit show and a half. I'm just gonna put this away. Maybe not yet. Crevice in the wall. Stale fabric and smell and dust. Someone slept in here in months, maybe years. Revolutionary propaganda. What is
The
this?
mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. The plaque
Oh
reads,
god, I actually do look like him.
K. Mazov. There is a spider web in the lower left corner of the portrait.
Brush the dust off the portrait.
Years worth of dust is shaken off. The full head of hair, matched by an ample moustache and sideburns, look a bit silly. Someone crouches, heels digging into wet sand. Hands sweep across the sand. Grains stick into the frayed skin of the fingertips. An old man.
Oh, I say, Shiver, stop feeding me stuff from the frickin' city of Rubishall.
Of a scope. You shudder.
Having her talk to me during the dance was weird enough. Look, Kim, it's Comrade Mazov.
Yes, I can see that. Looks like some communists were hiding out here. They left a long time
I just got an achievement for biggest communism builder.
The lieutenant does not seem to share your enthusiasm.
Could he be connected to the Mazov bus we found in the students' room?
Millions of depictions of Mazov have been produced. They're not all connected. Besides, that looked like some student. The youths always go for this kind of stuff.
What's with all these secret weapon caches and secret bunkers?
We have found a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in rundown neighborhoods. Martinez being what it is, no one has gone through the trouble of cleaning out the old bunkers.
Good hiding place for someone who's up to no good.
Someone have stopped through here recently?
You mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled on a piece of history.
What's this? +1 to Mazovian socioeconomics. Okay. I understand. Nothing else in there. Okay. Save here. This is basically going to put us in a... Blueprints in the sand. One of the souls appears more warm than the others. Something in the air, an unnatural buzzing. Collapsed tunnel. Yeah, we'll save one more time. Fucking hat. Actually, I want to take a look at something here. Ooh, okay. Actually, I know that we just got in here, but there actually was one thing I forgot to ask Joyce about. If I can even ask her about it. Should be able to now that I have my badge and can talk to her about everything going on here. Like the victim's tattoos. Even if it doesn't give me a lot of experience, it may be useful in everything that's coming up.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Talk about the lynching.
Of course. Anything to help. I have an indirect role to play. Absolutely.
Who are...
Cronell. They wear...
So...
The story. He was taken... Nothing. It's...
What is the...
Whether to...
It'll be all of them.
It is very fun. If you do...
They would have to.
The Débardeurs have over 2...
Have you ever seen a hornet in...
The Serai.
These men...
The Mus...
As I said, it doesn't... One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this... If you mean... Lely, his service name. He was 40.
This matches the dental reconstruction.
He was, in a way, it was...
Must be hard to force your face to move in a new fashion. If you continue like this, you'll have an aneurysm. Then you'll have to.
Where the two
They've
remarks
gone
now.
to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they're likely to be armed to the teeth. They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do.
I returned totally didn't pass out of sleep. We
they
winning?
think you're vigilantes.
Yeah, we did. You missed
Ghetto
a lot of
savages.
stuff.
It will not be a fruitful meeting.
You missed a wicked dance party.
You're a professional officer of the only legitimate authority in Revachol.
I think we still need to know where they are.
You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
Clothes didn't fit right. Scout leader built like brick. Scout leader bad acting.
One is obviously the scab leader at the harbor gates. The one chanting the idiotic slogans. He's barely maintaining his disguise. The other has a vantage point in a building south of the roundabout. They were keeping tabs on you while you were canvassing the lorry drivers.
Well, it must be the goon in ill-fitting work clothes by the harbor gates. The scab leader.
That may be so. I still hope you heed my advice. There's no need to kick the hornet's nest.
I'm gonna fucking throw a grenade at it.
For all your talk of averting this catastrophe, the situation at the gate is a powder keg. Does this not bother you?
Of course it bothers me, Lieutenant. But my hands are tied. How would my employer react if it appeared I were intervening on behalf of the Union?
Your concern may be appearances. Ours is keeping the peace.
One is probably in a building overlooking the roundabout.
Would afford a good vantage point. In any case, it's practically inaccessible.
Where is your radio for contacting them, if I may ask? Do you have an earpiece?
Heavens no. I'm not an undercover agent. There's a short wave at the ship's wheel.
I have another question for you.
I hope I can answer it better. If you mean did I... Lely.
Okay, no, everyone went through this. Whoops.
Must be hard to force your face to move in a new fashion.
Not much. Their public resume is relatively good.
I'm trying to get
to
to dialogue.
Private military contract. They boast
Meaning they're used to...
Blah, blah, blah.
All the good conflict corridors. Supramundi, Yesut.
Went a little native.
I wouldn't go as...
It's the expression she objects to.
What, going native?
Yes.
She picked a strange hill to die on. Strike.
Okay.
She's silent.
What is the purpose of this, detective?
Well, this is where you draw the line going native, not a hiring paramilitary death squad.
Paramilitary death squad is a bit rich. But yes, were it up to me, I would have at least vetted them more thoroughly.
Anything else?
Sadly, no. If you still have access to the IC...
Do you know a lot about the inner work?
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I have.
The company.
And they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some...
Who did the passing on then?
The remaining contractors. Their tribunal.
What these
That
teenagers
the man
say.
was killed because he assaulted a...
This does not come as...
Last Sunday night. At the Whirling... Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman.
I know the woman you're talking about.
Good. Then you've made progress. It's imperative that you move fast. The tribunal... I have an indirect role to play, and they were dispatched.
Every work...
A member of the board. Absolutely.
Who are they?
Cronell. They wear...
So...
The story, he was taken out. Nothing. It's a smoke.
What is the nature?
Whether to
It'll be all of them. The decision.
Right.
It is very... If you...
They would have to.
The Débardeurs.
Have you ever...
The Serai.
These men...
The Mus...
As I said, it doesn't... One
I remember I
single
got to the
concrete
fucking...
suspect delivered until the executions start.
They don't report the...
Not on this matter. It's a matter of days, not weeks. Yes.
Since you are...
Then we're on the same page. I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there is anything else I can help you with...
It's right there. I'm
ask.
stupid.
I fear I've told you all I know. It's an Oranese map of the waterways, or some version of it. It depicts the travels this man made while he was still alive.
Travels that the man take.
Quite a few. Vredefort,
I completely just bypassed that entire dialogue option.
Traditionally stands on the right shoulder. He started somewhere near here, I think.
What next?
Then he made his way to the Preto Grande, through what I think must be the Stutz Canal, an artificial channel through the Occident. From the Preto, he sailed to the Insulindic Ocean, first the Seminoles Islands, then this.
What is that?
Revachol. Those are the two constants. Vredefort on the shoulder, and Revachol in the heart. They started the tradition of these maps right after the discovery of Insulinde, at the dawn of the Inter-Easlary Age.
The old world passing by.
Fucking
and
another
the
one?
New world already here.
You said you can't read it.
I can't. This
Level
man
up.
was no sailor.
You fucking get out of here.
These are no ports. I can understand geographic fragments, but not their meaning.
Cool.
Is there anything else I can...
I leveled up! What's Ben Hammer? You fast? I saw it pop up in my corner of my eye. Okay. Can I port from here? No, of course I can. I want to see if us learning about the scab leader has opened up any dialogue with him. And then I think we're just gonna gun it to the ending. I'm gaining what little experience points I can. You shouldn't feel threatened by handsome men. Oh my gosh.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
I think you may be able to help me decipher some tattoos.
Don't think so.
It was on your kernel.
Wordless, he takes the photo and looks at it. Grey eyes dart back and forth on the glossy surface. His face is unmoving.
Fucking loincloths. Really did him in.
Can you tell me what the tattoos mean?
What it means?
He points to one tiny star in the web of lines away from the man's heart, almost on his stomach.
In what must have been Seminine.
I can tell you what this one means. Only one. You want to hear what happened here?
Yes.
Our colonel is deep in the bush here. Deep in the fucking bush. In Benital, 41. Monsoon season. He's on a reconnaissance mission.
Benito is one of the inhabited islands of the Seminoles archipelago, near the Pale. Covered in jungle, it was anchor point for the Seminoles nationalists in the proxy war held on the islanders' territory.
He spent a month behind enemy lines, scouting kept villages. Nothing but fucking bugs and snakes for fun. Men are getting restless. There's talk of switching employers.
This is about to get dark.
With some strange emotion. This is about to get really graphic.
Yeah, like I said.
Last moment to back off.
Don't interrupt him.
Our boy. He's only a captain then, but he knows how these men think. If they don't see action soon...
His voice gets strangely quiet. A long, long way from right to work. His gaze pierces the paper.
At dawn, he comes upon two kids, breeding in the bushes by the river. Or maybe they weren't breeding. Maybe.
Depending how this goes, I may just skip past it.
Each other. I like to think they were breeding. We shot the boy.
Okay.
He was useless, but the girl, she was nice. A little fat, you know. But
Say
she was
nothing.
quite the entertainment.
Okay.
God,
Okay.
Drowned in a creek a week later.
Something stirs in your stomach.
You're not really a scab leader, are you?
Fucking mask is getting sweaty. I want to take my
We're just gonna breeze past that.
He's under orders, and orders are orders.
You were there?
No. I was in the domain, in Jamrock, being a bouncer.
You can have that.
Nah. You've earned it.
All right now.
Cool.
Free commerce! Keep the goods flowing!
On the photo in your hands, the dead man's skin is studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of them, littering his dead skin.
These are not good people. You a mercenary hired by Wallpines?
Free flow of commerce!
Don't talk to him any longer. Just leave, please.
Okay.
The man's breathing steadies, but his eyes are still
like you said, let's not kick the
Slowly,
hornet's nest.
He's trying to get his right to work dance back on. It's hard to do that when you want to beat a man into a pulp instead.
I'm just gonna leave now. Well, okay, that was actually kind of useful. We got something out of it. I don't know if it's a good something, but we got a something. All right. Back to the fisherman shacks. Now we're gonna end this. Well, start to end it at least. It's getting louder, the buzzing sound. Oh, there's stuff here. 40 cents. 115, okay. It's money. Okay. Alright.
Suddenly,
there it
your
is.
entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once.
Yeah, this can't. Like, this doesn't seem great.
I know you're feeling
Oh!
pretty uncomfortable right now.
It's a good thing my
Don't move too much.
physical
or flick it.
instrument
That'll just
or
make it
endurance are
worse.
high.
Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance, but here we are.
As she says the word officer, you feel a spike in the agony.
Nice.
It sounds
Heroic.
like the entire radio
too short.
frequency range is screaming directly into your neural pathways.
Cover your ears.
No, buddy, that's not going to help. You can't shield yourself from this. It's an entirely new type of experience, way worse than all the previous ones.
Kim, help! My brain's on fire. Lieutenant clutches his head as his eyes roll back into his skull.
The torment Lieutenant Kitsuragi is experiencing is worse than your own. He's trying to resist, but there's no way of knowing when he will recover.
I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
The explosion of static you're hearing is the ULAN frequency, blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
I saw your equations. It's the ULAN frequency.
Saw my equations? You've been sniffing through my lorry, right? I expected as much. I am a bit surprised you knew what you were looking at.
Keep your eyes on Ruby.
A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
Oof, yeah.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are...
That's a sentence. I'm gonna force a dimension onto you? Ugh.
At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
Yeah, see, that's great and all, but...
telling you about the machine. Keep her talking. Look for an opportunity to break loose.
Have you experienced the compressor yourself?
Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through.
How did you get your hands on this thing?
I built it myself.
And she's proud of it too. As she ought to be. This is way beyond your abilities.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah. Way beyond.
She studies her death ray and the law officials trapped in it. Will I stay like this forever?
No. Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like waking out of a very confusing dream.
Hey, please take it off. I can't take it anymore.
You're big boys. You can handle it. Stop being so damn melodramatic. God damn it.
She regards you and Kim with sudden sympathy.
Fine. I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
She steps reluctantly out of the shadows. The pain lessens.
The gun she's carrying is a 2-barreled front loader, not like the murder weapon. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much. There's only 3 meters between you and the machine. If you keep her distracted for long enough, maybe.
Maybe.
Be careful when you make your move. That'll be it for questions. Bide your time.
Did you shoot Laylee?
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first.
You're right. Classia was the first to share her suspicions.
Oh. I knew the kitten had claws, but not like this. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me?
Titus told me. It took some convincing.
Oh, fuck. Took some convincing my ass. And those guys liked me, I know it. If this is what happens to people whom people like, how the fuck do the rest of you get by?
Wait, wasn't it you who called me the human can opener? It's not personal. I opened them up.
I did, didn't I? Now you've come for me. Fuck them all the same.
I do it by asking questions, and I have some for you.
Like what? I already told you I didn't do it.
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
Do you have an alibi for when Laylee was shot?
Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon me.
There were 10 minutes they couldn't account for.
You mean the length of a toilet break? That wouldn't even have been enough time.
Our investigation has shown that 15 minutes was just enough time to commit the murder.
Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain.
Look, there's a secret way from the first floor to the whirling to the roof.
Don't know it, but also, the shot couldn't have come from the roof. Or we would have all heard it downstairs.
She has a point there. No one mentioned.
The pain stops him from finishing the sentence.
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
You're running drugs for the union. I've been through your lorry.
So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too. Never trust a musician.
No, he didn't. I found my own way in.
Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What now? You're going to arrest me for drug trafficking?
You had a financial incentive to kill the Mert.
Man, it's to get away from all that murderous shit that I left Jamrock, my previous employer, for the union.
Yep.
She deliberately avoided naming the mob she worked for, you might be able to find this out later.
I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used for self-defense against serious scum.
She turns the knob down just a millimeter.
There. It's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
But you're threatening us with it.
Based on what I've heard about you, you are serious scum.
There's a sinister note in her voice. Even with the gun and the compressor, she's afraid of you.
You have a gun.
And?
I see it's a front loader. You have another gun somewhere?
Sure don't.
The breech loader?
No.
This is such a wipeout.
Do you collect guns, maybe old rifles?
No, they're not practical. Break too often.
That's evidence I want to ask you about.
Evidence.
Would you say that Laylee was a likable person?
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types.
Did you feel protective of the Union?
Yeah, sure. And I didn't like Wild Pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
I have other questions.
I'm listening.
Do you like to hang out on rooftops?
Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Claudia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna.
What's so great about her antenna?
It's very powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequencies.
Oh.
That's how I knew to be prepared for your arrival.
Is that the only reason you hung out on the roof?
The view's pretty bomb, too. But you might say the antenna was the main attraction there, yeah. Along with Claudia.
So you're sure you didn't shoot the merc from the roof?
Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, as I said before, the shot had to have come from afar.
Okay, let's take a step back.
Yeah? Where?
More questions before doing anything.
What happened Sunday night? Tell me your version.
She eyes you warily, as though gauging your sincerity.
It's okay. We just want to...
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Claudia comes in, all pale and shuddering. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her.
Class J said you knew something was wrong immediately.
No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. It wouldn't be a first for her. But no such luck. She was in some deep shit. She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
How'd you manage to come up with a plan so quickly?
What? No. Faking a lynching was her idea.
She looks shaken. She wasn't surprised to be ratted out, but framed.
Her idea?
Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. The party girl was gone. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy boys.
Showerhead? Resourceful.
Yeah. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed.
Do you think she killed Laylee herself?
As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing.
But even if this is true, weren't you worried this lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way.
And man, has it had repercussions.
The way things were going, fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me.
How did you know we were coming?
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while.
By hiding bullets under floorboards?
So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
She didn't rat you out, by the way, the washerwoman.
So nice. That's one knife I didn't want to find in my back.
As opposed to the other knives she's finding there now. Hardy for one.
Preparing for a shootout? That's why you're hiding the ammo?
I was. Before I caught you in the pale latitude compressor. I'm fine now.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit.
Who killed the merc if it wasn't you?
How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio.
Those rings around her eyes, her tired voice. She's been staying up late, listening in on the conversations crisscrossing Martinez.
Police radio? You've been following the case?
I can only imagine what the fuck you've heard about us.
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Claus's room, lying on his side. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
If you didn't kill him, why hide?
I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent.
That strange, distant fear is getting close now.
Uh-oh. I'm not a La Puta Madre agent, am I?
Yourself.
What do you mean, La Puta Madre agent?
Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant mumble something to himself. Fucking hell. And why me? You hear through the white noise. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Oh, man. Who's everyone? How do you know this?
Everyone in Jamrock. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you?
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
Tell me, what's my name? If you know that about me, you must know my name.
Harry Dubois. One corrupt motherfucker with the disco pants and a funny tie. Agent to La Puta Madre.
I don't know. Sounds pretty convincing to me.
La Puta Madre. I've heard of La Puta Madre. He's dangerous, right?
Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both.
I'm sorry. I know I'm supposed to know about all about this, but I lost my memory recently.
Yeah, sure.
She doesn't believe you.
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough.
What did you do to this Madre anyway?
You've been to my lorry. You think the biggest player in Jamrock appreciates competition? And now I have Harry Can Opener in my lair. Fucking Titus.
She's not going to change her mind that easily. She still perceives you as a threat. Wait, one thing. Possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you singular or plural? She might know something.
When I came into town, was there anyone with me?
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them anyway?
Who was in this squad?
Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude. You had two guys and a lady. The guys looked pretty buff. Lady wasn't bad either.
What else can you tell me?
One of the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a brooding something or other about him. And the woman was the only one in uniform. All were carrying. That sound about right?
No idea who these people are, literally.
No, that doesn't ring any bells.
Well, this has been a great talk, really. But I think I'm going to hit the road now.
Do you know about the bunker next door?
What bunker?
The communist hideout back there.
Don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. And I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to...
Her voice trails off into white noise in your head. It feels like an aneurysm approaching.
Keep calm. Breathe in.
Can't take any more. Just go.
Glad to have been of assistance.
Tosses her head back.
Best of luck to you, officers. Revichal's a bitch.
The woman runs past you and disappears into the darkness of the tunnel.
That was fun.
All things considered, it could have gone worse.
Wait, shouldn't we go after her?
No, I don't think she did it. She's someone else's case now.
It's too late now, anyway. She's gone.
What now?
Now we have to come up with a really good excuse for why we walked right into a trap like that. This isn't going to look good in the report.
He looks around, then points further into the cavern.
Her tent. Maybe there's something in there.
I'm sure there's a lot of shit here. Dramamine, huh? Useful.
The plane
almost like they knew you were going to take damage.
By dispassionately. It was pitched by practiced hands. She's used to camping out. The tent looks old, but well maintained. In the darkness of the tent, a rolled-up sleeping bag, cooking utensils, some books, and a kerosene lamp. It reeks of cigarettes.
Shine your flashlight on the books.
Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiast magazines.
See anything?
Sift through the magazines.
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine. It's a leather notebook.
A notebook?
You pocket the worn brown leather journal.
We should read this immediately. Like, right now.
I know what immediately means, Kim.
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket.
Examine the cover.
It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name. Schneller. Schneller is a stationery brand from Gottwald, beloved among architects and engineers. She's got good taste and must have taken whatever she recorded here seriously. The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled.
Study the handwriting.
The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently, perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs have been crossed out, with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins.
Flip through the pages.
It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated.
It's good she left in a hurry. We could learn a lot from this.
What are the diagrams of?
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape.
Anything about La Puta Madre?
That name isn't mentioned as far as you can tell. Small wonder. Would you talk about La Puta Madre in your journal? You do see an M though. La Puta Madre. M is mentioned on March 9th and March 15th.
Read the entry from March 9th first.
Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping in my lorry.
I'm a fucking man of mystery. And not in a good way.
Well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call?
Read the entry from March 12th.
Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people, the boys, for example. But experience tells me. Did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures, first of all.
Right, economic
Gotta make a
measures.
living,
The hustle and
right?
grind.
I can still hear his voice in the receiver. Taste the plastic. The entry ends abruptly.
What did she write the day Laylee died?
Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though. Well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. But that's another matter entirely. You have no idea what she means. These are personal notes. Don't expect to understand all of it.
Anything personal?
Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some staff issues. Always tough on the leadership.
What's the most
You
recent
smoked.
entry?
The most recent entry is from today. It reads, even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
It looks like she might have been framed.
Kim, am I really a La Puta Madre agent?
No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure.
If she didn't do it, then maybe it's a good that we didn't catch her?
I wouldn't go so far as to say that. We have other reasons to arrest her. Besides, I'm not sure her life as a fugitive is going to be much better than we does. Especially if she has problems with the Madre.
Then who do you think killed the Merc?
Could have been Titus. Then again...
T-Man wouldn't fuck me over, but no one heard the shot.
Maybe there's a Hardy boy we've yet to meet, who acted as his accomplice. Either way, we need to keep an eye on him. One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling and rags. Questions to ask. We should get to it.
Yes, we should. Yes, we should.
Holding the gun feels natural and satisfying. It's like an extension of your arm, the polished wooden handle almost fusing into your palm.
I think my hand recognizes it.
It reminds you of the day you first held it, with fear and respect, hoping you don't have to use it in vain. The sun was out in Jamrock. It was so long ago. A Villiers 9mm pistol, where Insulindian steel meets Revachol craftsmanship. With it, thou wilt protect the fair people of thine homeland and keep the visitors at check.
Okay. Yep. Yep. Absolutely nothing good is gonna happen from here going forward. And I mean that in the most direct way possible. I think we're good with empathy. It is now time to leave. Depending on how all this goes, this may be the last stream for Disco Elysium. It's like now y'all may be wondering why I've decided to equip the gun at this unique juncture when I haven't given it much of a second thought since we've gotten it back. Well, there is certainly a reason for that. Huh? Oh. Money. I'll take money. Money's good.
Stop. Just up ahead. Danger. You are prepared. Don't put away your friend.
Yep.
Your weapon. The barrels of your Villiers 9mm pistol shine threateningly in the cold spring lights.
Kim, there's danger. Up ahead.
Yes. I hear commotion. Let's go.
Ready to do this?
Good. Be ready to take damage.
This is where shit's gonna get real, guys. This is where shit's gonna get real. Okay, away we go.
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning.
This is where shit's gonna get real bad for a lot of people real quick if things fuck up.
Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through. All right?
Shut up. Not talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck?
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm. There's something very wrong with him.
He's dangerous.
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
The Kipt is merciful.
Oh.
Willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Corty.
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
At this point, I think they're more than willing to.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
He is facing overwhelmingly superior firepower, and he knows it.
Peaceful.
It sounds like the armored figure is weeping. That is a horrifying image.
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Fuck, there's a third one. How did we miss something like this?
This third one, he is the most dangerous of them all, heavily armed.
The big one is the mercenary at the gates, the scab leader.
If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
A sound strategy.
We're out of time. This is
the Mercenary Tribunal.
What do we do?
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
Well, we're gonna intervene. Stop, this is the police. Yeehaw!
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
He licks his lips, waving his gun at the crowd. Losing his balance for a moment, he staggers backwards.
Pig, fuck!
Okay. Easy now. No one needs to die here today.
Oh, people are gonna die today. We're not leaving it like this. These tribals hung him up for everyone to see.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
Hey, yo, what up? Oh, hey, you've come in at an appropriate time. We're at what is probably a major climax where shit is just gonna go sideways. Well, it's already starting to go sideways.
A wordless gurgle. The killer loads his long rifle. The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. Suddenly, the grip of your sidearm feels comforting and warm in your hand. Feels like it's saying, do it. Shoot him in the mouth. Shoot him before he shoots you. No, wait. It's good you have that gun. It really is. Just soften him up first. Present an argument.
No, but down well. Okay, so there's a rhetoric check, a suggestion check.
All right.
Okay.
Here we go. This is an illegal tribunal. Krenno would never sanction this.
Okay, that's one red check passed. Somebody about to get blasted. We're attempting to prevent that.
You only have time for one argument. Choose wisely.
Okay, just a question. Who's in charge of your unit? Krenno does not give you the right to conduct a tribunal.
Pops, you have no idea about the rights Crenell extends to us.
Best argument is pulling the trigger. Okay, what rights are those then?
If I fuck and kill you, hang you to that streetlight by your shit pipes, then that's called a necessary display of force. No one's going to give a shit about dead loincloths. That's reality.
Okay, it's not much, but he's thinking about something else, and his hand is off the gun.
Look, I'll be real. I would pull the trigger, but there's 3 of them, and I have 2 bullets.
Now fire. Fuck them up. Do it. The muscles on your back tense up. Easy now. Tell them these men didn't do it. There's a peaceful way out.
If you line them up carefully, one dude's got a literal armored helmet, which happens to be the guy with the biggest gun. That's still a 72% chance. Okay. We'll talk this out.
Dangerous. Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about his dead friend coming out of your mouth. He has to start it.
Who are you?
Sergeant Major Raoul Cortiner, reporting in to burn this fucking mud hut to the ground.
He points at the whirling in rags.
As he moves, the interlocking pieces of his armor click. Softly. Click, click, click. The realization comes to you, like a picture puzzle coming together. His name is Raoul Cortiner. The dead man's name is Elise Cortiner. He's brothers with the deceased.
For killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer. All sentenced to death while led.
Listen, you're Laley. Everyone says good things about him. He was a talker.
Fuck do you mean, talker?
We've heard testimony. People say he was charismatic, a nice guy to be around.
Yeah, he liked to chat up the natives. Share leaflets, squeeze a bit of kit tass here and there. Great fucking idea that turned out to be.
He points towards the yard.
If Laley was here, he would spare the lot of you. Maybe shoot one for show. But me, I'm not a big fan of public affairs, clay monkey. I'll gun
everything he is saying here. These are all like slurs.
Ready to open fire, Major. At your command.
This one isn't used to being suited this long. She's uncomfortable. We'll open fire just to hurry things along.
Cordinaire, I know that name.
He sways from left to right, inspecting you.
Raoul and Ellis Cordinaire. I'm sorry about your brother, Raoul.
He wasn't my fucking brother. We just grew up on the same farm and got beat into place by the same sick fuck.
Beaten by a foster parent or someone on the farm.
You were foster brothers, I know that.
You don't know shit. Man's corporal. Why don't you?
He turns to the radio officer on his right.
You lost him. Quick.
He had blue eyes, didn't he? Your brother.
Baby blue, yeah. Like someone fucked up and put a baby's eyes on a grown man.
He smiles, pulling his face in a strange way.
It was creepy, but bitches like that shit, I guess. Or, I don't know what bitches like. I just know how to mow down cloths.
His parents left him in a fucking leaf compactor.
Who? Laley?
Yes, and he was small, just an infant.
We researched him. We contacted the ICP and looked at his birth records. That was in there, and other things.
They fucking put Laley in a leaf compactor, and now these cunts finished the job.
He waves at the gang huddled by the doors.
There's real anguish in his voice. A drunken sadness suddenly engulfs him. Memories.
It's a mind fuck, Corty.
Yeah, you stay out of this.
Put in a leaf compactor. They're making it up to fuck with us. Major, permission to.
Open fire. We can't have that. Interfere now.
Minotaur, 41. That really happened, didn't it?
Our colonel did what he had to do. It was either one cunt or 100 of them. Rude here.
He points to him.
And your ship pipes right in the fucking.
Okay, dude.
He likes to fire mortars at random coordinates. Wipe out mud huts like
Oh, that guy's actually fucking insane. Okay.
Gets bored. Laley knew how to command.
He was a good commander. I can see you miss him.
Oh yeah. He would have commanded this fuckhell way better than I did. But that didn't happen. Because Hayseed, Bill, and Kipty the Kipt here
He points to Titus and Eugene.
fucking murdered him. Had him stink the village up for 2 weeks after. And you fucks did nothing.
Yeah, admittedly, yes.
Listen, man. We told you we...
Told us what? What did you say? Who said that? Tattoo fuck. You'll die first.
Your brother did not deserve to go out like this. I promise. I will find his killer.
Find his killer. Cop. His killer stands right there. Shitting his pants. And you're standing in the way, protecting him. I know what this tactic is, Silo Sam. You're gonna die for them. Right here.
Oh dear.
Big talk, but that leaf compactor won't leave his mind anytime soon. It's a small thing, but it got him off center.
Alright, see now? See, we do some dialogue, we got better bonuses. Distracted by memories, figured out the armor, got him talking. He's thinking of leaf compactor, got him doubting his leadership. Bitch!
A plume of smoke and fire erupts from the gun, and your hand goes numb from the explosion.
Look at the smoke rising from the barrel.
The smoke drifts west with the wind. You hear the plaza erupt in violence, slow, like a waterfall in reverse.
Look at Cordinaire.
There is a hole in his cheek. Blood gushes out as he stumbles backward, eyes filled with rage and disbelief, gurgling, muttering something unintelligible.
So I want you guys to notice that right now, my health and morale currently are not colored in, which means shit's about to get wild here.
To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly.
So, yeah, reaction speed.
A low
That's about
shot
right.
rings. You feel it like rain on your chest plate. Heavy drops of rain. Then the sound of dice rolling as the cuirass distributes the shot evenly.
I've got chest armor, motherfucker!
You got hit. The armor took most of it, but still your ribcage burns. Feels like blood is slowly seeping into your lungs.
God, please.
The lieutenant says quietly without trembling. He aims, face pale.
He's aiming for the eye slot in Rude's helmet. An extremely difficult shot. 2 shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's
Oh, we got him!
And the other from DePaul's. It's aimed at the lieutenant, but it misses. You hear a scream behind you.
Kim, did he hit the rifleman?
Blood gushes from the helmet's eye sockets as Rude staggers back, disoriented. The sounds coming from his helmet are not human. An unbelievable shot from the lieutenant.
Who screamed?
Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers. You see 2 crazed eyes stare at you through all the smoke and the panic. With blood gushing from his face, the man raises his pistol at you. Then he squeezes the trigger.
Alright then. This is unfortunate. So, if I even with like the reaction speed. So it's gonna... Oh. No. Wait. Actually, no. I remember this now. This always happens.
You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire, and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll.
Listen, through the darkness and the pain.
The Hardy Boys are screaming, fighting, dying.
Yeah, that's
Someone
right.
jumps over you. Nearby gunfire shatters glass.
Stop!
Guard!
The cop! Protect the cop! He's down!
Touch your lower body.
Warm blood pools underneath you. It's sticky, and there's so much of it. Don't go into shock. Hold on.
What parts of me are missing?
Most of what's down there.
Oh god, is my penis intact? Please tell me they didn't shoot my balls off. Oh god.
It's all gone. Open your eyes now. You have to see what's happening.
Try to open your eyes. What do I see?
Nothing. A persisting darkness.
Oh yeah, this is a cool filter. I do like this.
Distant shadows cast by them, like a hellish play.
You're bleeding out.
Out of it, a silhouette appears, crouching over you. You hear a familiar voice filled with urgency and fear. Kim, I lied about not remembering who I am. I made it up. I remember everything.
Stay with me.
I'm fucking failure and the love of my life left me.
Yes, keep talking. You hear me? Stay awake.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant. And the cold comes over you. The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away, almost gone. When suddenly, you sense something behind him. A slender white shadow.
All right, the third one.
Someone stands there, raising her pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands.
Oh God, thank Christ the lieutenant trusts you. Kim truly trusts you. Kim!
No, you say, and hand out your firearm to him. Your hand trembles and your eyes are full of fear. That's all it takes. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant moves like a spring unloaded. He grabs the gun from your bloody hand and fires behind him. You hear a faint scream, a woman's. Then the sound disappears, like someone pressed stop on the tape. The woman is gone. So is Kim. Then the whole world
fall into total darkness.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
No, let me back into the fight.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost 1,000 years ago. You have laid here forever. Keep falling deeper. Take the door. He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no.
It's like, let me just
He's
shut
not
up, man. I'm trying to survive here.
He's swelling up instead. Over the hours, hurting, moaning in his sleep, and rotting, and being disinfected, and smelling of drugs, and feeling saliva in his mouth, drifting in painkillers, thrashing in his wound sleep.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved. There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds.
We never
Good
did.
morning, Elysium.
We never were able to sing karaoke,
Soon
unfortunately.
you will return to the world. You're thirsty. Reach for the glass of water by the bed. The world is still there. Sleep some more.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally, we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call.
The engine of a Caprice Kinema.
No, it was him. He is the infernal engine. Can't you see? He never stops. He only gets worse.
God, that's a great read. Well, I'm dead now.
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket.
Oh, hey, we cleaned up the room and the windows replaced. Ooh, we've been out for a while, huh?
From the pain. It's nothing. You're alive. That's what matters.
Kim.
Sunrise, Parabellum.
Lieutenant says. He's in the middle of a freshly cleaned room with the fan above his head like a halo. His face is covered in bruises. I was to say the piss jacket, Kim. You took it off?
Yes. The joke wasn't funny anymore. I took it off.
I think that's an error. We never got the jackets. Whatever.
The close proximity of death must have made the lieutenant contemplate his life choices. He's done with the jacket.
Ouch.
It's not ouch time yet. You just got the Dramamine pill an hour ago. Wait until it wears off.
Oh, jeez, all right.
Dramamine. Then it's not that bad. Neither surgical nor organ damage bad.
Okay.
Still, under the counter bad.
What happened?
What happened? You shot the major in the face. A firefight ensued.
Is he dead?
Yes.
Okay, that's one more for the kill count.
As retaliation, the rifleman tried shooting you. He hit the cuirass. I heard it go off. I was looking for a clear line of sight to him.
He sounds a tiny bit sorry he did not find it before you got hit.
I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. He did not survive.
I believe Glenn dies no matter what.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo did not make it. They both died before they made it to intensive care. Titus survives. So do Alain and the musician. I forget his name.
Eugene?
Yes. He's still alive too.
Okay.
You were bleeding out by then. I think you said you lied about being an amnesiac, and you warned me. I was able to disarm one of them, the Pole, before she got the jump on me. I killed her. And that's what happened.
Lieutenant takes a cigarette from his coat pocket and lights it. The bitter smell fills the room. I thought you only smoked one a day.
This is the one.
And they're all dead. All three of the contractors?
The Pole was the last to die. Everhart had their bodies returned to Connell for a funeral. The company is yet to retaliate.
Why?
Because we deterred them? Or Joyce did? Maybe the harbor in full lockdown is too costly a target. Or maybe...
Yeah, for the record, this is day 6. We were on day 3, I believe, whenever we went to the tribunal.
Maybe they are simply taking their time and will attack soon. I don't know.
How many casualties on the Union side? Total?
4. Glenn, Theo, Shanky, and Angus. The fat one, he took a lot of bullets.
And that's...
all.
It's a total shit show, Kim.
Yes, officer. 7 people are dead.
Wait.
It's not a success.
Nah,
but
whatever.
what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized. Yet. And we are still alive. Both of us.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those two armies.
I'm about to say, if I had let Kim die, I would have quit right now.
His smoking, his hunched back. You have it worse, but he took a real beating. That cigarette has medicinal purposes.
What did you say? Sunrise?
Sunrise Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying.
My gun. It's engraved on it.
It served you well.
Is it war today?
The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say.
He looks out the window.
I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely.
Good.
Yes, we have also completely failed. But that's okay.
The world's most laughable centrists defend the political center 7 times. Okay. The room, it's clean.
Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day.
How long have I been out?
2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water.
How bad am I hurt?
Reasonably bad. You were shot in the left quadriceps. That's your thigh.
Oh, thank God.
It appears no major arteries were nicked. The bullet was removed and a bacterial infection treated with mercurochrome. The bruising in your shoulder is negligible. The armor took the brunt of the fire.
Can I walk?
We will see.
Has anyone from my station been to see me?
No.
Really?
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site.
Odd. You haven't seen any, have you?
I'm sure they're worried about you.
I don't know about that.
That means he hasn't seen them around while you were out. They're not really worried about you. If they were, wouldn't they be here?
Better not agitate yourself further. It already hurts.
Sorry.
Not my station. Who treated me?
I did.
Thank you.
No need.
Are you hurt?
Not very. I have a concussion from that woman beating me with the butt of her gun. I tried to not move too much. Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see her coming. Stupid of me.
Okay. Up we go. Eventually. Alright.
Easy now.
The lieutenant turns double again before your eyes. An orange hue of pain.
You can take it. Just don't lean on that leg of yours too heavily.
How are you?
My disco days are done.
Your disco days should have been done quite a while back, Lieutenant Efrater.
What happens now, Kim?
I honestly don't know.
Good, because I totally do.
Do you? Because we can't talk to Everhart. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. And Joyce has left too.
Joyce is gone?
Yes, she left yesterday morning. To meet the board of Wild Pines, or that is what I've heard. There's a pin somewhere in the machine that keeps Connell from sending in a death squad. Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone. And Classio too. We really should have arrested her, you know?
Who did it then, Kim? Who killed the hangman?
That was our job to find out, wasn't it? Honestly, I just don't know. Our circle of suspects is dead and gone. It's not a circle at all. It's a ruin. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect.
The fucking Maybells, Kim. The flowers.
What?
They were on the roof. I did not catch them fucking butterfingers.
Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the case. You don't have to catch everything.
He's wrong.
No, Kim. Every piece of garbage in this case is connected to the case.
Okay.
And all these old bunkers and weapon caches. Revolutionary era.
We could find thousands more if we wanted. All of Revachol is full of them.
An antique bullet from Belmargrave 446mm. How can it be how hard can it be to find one? How hard can it be?
It's extremely easy. There are thousands lying around from the war, all completely unusable. It's precisely how easy it is that makes that bullet useless.
What about the hole in the wall? Someone was checking her out.
I don't know. That's been there for years.
You know what I think about solving crimes?
He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
Solving crimes is hard.
It really is very hard.
That concussion must be making him dizzy.
You're not ready to give up, are you?
No. Are you ready to limp?
I'm ready.
Good. Where do you want to limp to?
A gust of wind blows in from the bay. The duraluminum box around you vibrates imperceptibly. A familiar cold, a red thread on the roof upstairs. Taut, plucked like a string by the gust.
I love this. Let's just aimlessly wander around until a clue presents itself. We should check Clasier's room upstairs.
Why not? Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know. I can't think of anything better.
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint.
Cool.
So cool.
Where's it coming from?
From a distant sunset, a stage light.
Superstar Cop comes out now?
Nowhere
What?
in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights, and they solve shit.
Yeah, that's me. I've been establishing my superstardom hard lately.
Yeah, you have. You're a big dick cop. Dick Mullen. Salam Rocky Baye. Badass on-the-edge disco cop. Time to recede into a ludicrous fantasy world. Here we go. Camera. Lights.
Action.
With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you. And you along with it. In an iconic monochrome solution, a black silhouette against a rasterized orange world. It's on.
All right. Oh, hey, the window's fixed. Like back in the world again, indeed. All right, up to Classy's room. Ouch, that like hurt. Maybe if you don't run, it'll be okay.
Next to the stack of bills, you see a note. A few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting, just as the writer was about to rush out the door. I'm sorry, I fucked everyone over. P.S. I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs.
A gift?
Lieutenant turns to the staircase suspiciously, looking for any signs of another presence in the shadows above. What could this gift be?
I am not drawing my gun. Yet. But I don't like gifts.
Oh, I've got my gun drawn.
But his hand moves instinctively toward his holster as he studies the note. Just don't walk into another radio trap, okay?
You're telling me. She left in a hurry? I'm not surprised you left in a hurry. Oh. Hello?
This window is pristine, at least on the inside. A red thread has been taped to the glass using adhesive tape. It trembles ever so slightly in the cold wind.
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
Golden light.
I like one of the
the
bonuses was got shot angry.
In it are two neon lit shapes, a man and a woman on the single bed. A two-hearted spider.
That's a weird. Okay, what position are they in?
Like the witness said, the man is kneeling, the woman is on her back. It's the night of March 4th and a shot has just been fired. The man looks directly at the woman. The shot's possible directions converge in his mouth, a ray cast from somewhere outside, entering his brain, ending him. The red thread bisecting the room shows the trajectory of the bullets.
Where does it come from?
From the roof outside, location A prime. The glass fractures around the bullet hole, shards face inwards like a corona behind the woman's back.
Have a look at point A, the roof.
Ruby ruled this out vehemently. The shot would have been heard from downstairs, where no one heard it. The likelihood of A prime as
fair play, I'd be pretty
drastically.
upset as well.
You may be
Yeah.
looking for a sniper. The shot had to come from a greater distance, beyond A prime. Should we extrapolate to include every possible point of origin in Martinez?
Extrapolate the radius to include all of Martinez. I'm extrapolating!
According to your map of the district, this shot could have come from a wide angle of locations, starting with the northern edge of the abandoned boardwalk, ending with an islet in the bay. Let's call them B prime.
More precisely?
B prime for boardwalk, B double prime for Land's End, and B triple prime for the islet detective. There may be smaller points in between, but those are too fine to zoom in on.
Have a look at point B 3 prime, the islet.
1 kilometer away, an unlikely point of origin. Beyond the docks somewhere, on an islet in the Bay of Martinez perhaps. There are islets there, badly charted as they may be. The shot would have been a small miracle, 5% likelihood. There is an extremely narrow field of view from the bay to the window, between Rue de Saint-Ghislain 8B and 33A. The angle would have been extreme and access to the islets is questionable, but it is a possibility. Then there's the thread the witness left. She did have a first-hand view of the event. Perhaps she found something in the outer reaches of her memory of it.
Where does the thread lead?
Maybe if you extrapolate all possible points of origin first, the thread will make sense.
What about the boardwalk?
700 meters away. The likeliest of these B positions, 20% chance. A skilled sniper could have made the shot, provided he had a safe sniper's nest. Even with the light on inside, we're talking military training. At that distance, the perpetrator would have had to take wind direction into account. This would explain why no one heard the gunshot. The bullet came from far away.
What about Land's End?
1.2 kilometers away. The least likely of these positions. Let's say 3%. A truly skilled sniper could have done it. Possibly from a tent. No, too far-fetched.
I extrapolate all the points of origin. Now, where does this thread lead?
It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles. From a point beyond the roof. B triple prime. The island in the bay.
How did she know how to do this?
She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass.
She had a long time to think about it after, standing on that roof, staring at the glass.
It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know. The question is, should we trust her?
This is her way of saying she's sorry.
I find that hard to believe. But at this point, what difference does it make?
Is she trying to tell us the shot came from the islet?
Unless
Islet?
she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna. That is where the thread seems to point.
This is also one of the few places in Martinez we haven't been to.
So it is.
For a second he seems tired.
You seem unenthusiastic.
I just haven't gotten a lot of sleep these past few days.
He doesn't really believe this will yield anything.
Maybe we need to go to the island? Kim, let's go to the fucking island.
Okay, let's go to the fucking island.
Everyone's just like, fuck, whatever, I'm done. Fuck.
How do we get there? Joyce Messier had a sloop, but she's gone.
Maybe someone in the fishing village can help? Clump of houses on the coast.
Maybe. There were boats there. We should ask around. Let's go.
Nope, that's the window. Oh boy, we get to go talk to Gart. And be like, hey Gart, yeah, how's things going down here, you know? Still fixing the bird, I see. What's up, dude?
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you.
I did, thank you. Big improvement.
You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment and its clientele from gunfire.
I did my best.
I give credit where credit is due, and that, sir, was a nice shot. I was watching until you hit him. Crawled inside then. Bullets started flying. Anyway, I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free, the drinks are not. It just felt I needed to specify that.
That's fair. Where'd everyone go?
Oh, you know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business.
Are Lena and Morel still in town? Another one!
Them. Nice people, but no. Lena said they were going back to Jamrock. I saw them pass by outside. This was before the fight started. I'm glad she got out of here before all that. Bullets flying and stuff. People inside were quite terrified, you know. I had to take action and step outside too.
Okay, yes. That was for the best.
Yes, you know. And I went outside and took care of it. Everybody calmed down. Felt like the right thing to do.
He's almost completely forgotten what this began with.
But we weren't done looking for the Phasma.
I mean, you're a detective. Perhaps you can
But the crash
track
catch
them
with the
down.
flip, trying to get shot
Shouldn't
again.
be
I
that
won't.
hard.
Exactly. But all in due time. Crypto business is not a priority right now.
You'll see her again one day. You know it.
All right.
What
Things went like that.
Oh, Ryan, welcome.
Oh, fine, hero cop. Lena left a forwarding address. 1113
Welcome in,
Tabernacle Road
Ryan and the
in
Raiders.
Jamrock. If you see them again, do give them my best.
We're playing Disco Elysium, and for anyone who doesn't know, I'm Sky Torsuna, obviously skeleton VTuber. Does you were in the stream? Okay, so I have to mention, when it happened, you were right out there on the balcony.
Yeah, I was. Yeah. That's because I'm a badass.
Yeah, I guess you are a badass.
Yeah, I don't know. Clients were panicking.
But
And also,
potato.
I guess I sort of found out that I don't give a shit.
What were you playing, Orion? And by all means, feel free to, like, get a drink, get a snack, do whatever you gotta do. Thank you for the headband. Alright, thank you.
No problem. They'll come back. They always do.
Okay. We're pretty much at the end game of this. We're gonna finish things up. Titus?
Seeing you approach, the bruised man raises
Playing
his
Misao, an
spear
RPG
in
horror
welcome.
game where once we beat the story, we tried speedrunning it. Misao, I feel like I've heard or seen of that game, but it's not coming to me immediately.
Crazy motherfucker. Didn't think you had that fury in you. But I guess I've misjudged a lot of
16 minutes, 26 seconds. Nice.
That was one hell of a shot. Hell of a shot. The fucks did not expect that.
He looks at you with unmistakable respect.
I guess what I'm trying to say here is, thank you for intervening, fellas. That was mighty brave of you.
His hand is covered in bruises and half plastered. Still, this hulking lump of man is glad to be alive.
It's the school when every interactable can kill you. Oh gosh.
This is big. It's as big of a thank you as Titus Hardy can muster under any circumstances.
No need to thank me, just doing my job.
Well, cheers anyway, Copper.
I'm sorry about the people you lost.
Theo was old. I think he'd be pretty happy with the way he went.
Those walls were in your way.
Withering away on a sickbed. But Angus, he was just a stupid kid. Didn't realize the mess he'd gotten into. Trusted me. Still, the balls on that kid. Went down fighting for someone else's shit like a fat, angry bear. And Glenn was my friend. Best I've ever had. I'd love that crazy homo like my own brother. We're all fucked without him. But what do? This job is shit.
Hold on, where's that Shanky fella?
Dennis, that poor little rat is dead too. I always thought he'd run. But no. He stayed. Stupid, brave fella.
They were good people. I'm sorry it went like that.
Well, yeah. Memento mori. Right?
Yeah, totally.
Absolutely. Today, I'm going to get drunk, eat good food, and bed a good-looking guy. 'Cause tomorrow, a motor carriage might run me over.
Or you might die of a heart failure. Or syphilis.
Hey. Fuck you for ruining a beautiful idea.
So long, fellows. Be good so I don't have to come back here again.
Take care, coppers. You two look after yourselves now. Death passed on you today, but men don't get that lucky twice.
Copo loco. And normal cop, I guess. Good luck in Shamrock. Scars made the best tattoos, they say.
Thanks for getting involved, guys. Not a lot of cops would step into that line of fire, but you did.
And if you ever feel like the uniform is holding you back, I've got a few vacancies. You'd make one hardy boy, copper.
Don't say it like that.
Wow, so someone's been a little boring.
What?
Yes, my standard liege. Someone's seen all sorts of wild ideas pop off and thought, I'll take the boring one. The regular, please. The brown.
Kim, am I boring?
You? I wouldn't worry about that.
See? You're so regular and vinyl brown, he doesn't even want to talk to you about it.
Look, I'm just trying to do my job. No need for extravagance.
Of course you do. Let's get right to it. My lord's coppo type is regular cop. I'll let everyone know. I'll send out to Telefax.
Why not? Send out to Telefax then. I'm not ashamed.
Done and done. No actual communiques will be sent, of course. That would be too dramatic.
I was about to say I'm like 4 different capo types right now. Minus 2 logic, minus 2 inland empire. Jesus. Oh, I've got 2 skill points. Okay. You know, all in all, the way things went down there. All right. It's fucking French.
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil. This was Cindy the Skull.
Looks like Cindy the Skull finally found the words for her masterpiece.
The lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger.
Looks like it, yes. This is still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday.
I smell heavy fuel oil.
And blood. Some of it is even yours.
Cool.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable?
Step back, Lieutenant.
The fuel oil catches fire immediately with an ominous hiss. A bright orange flash across the surface of the letters. Black smoke
metal's fuck
from the burning message.
God, I'm on my way.
The lieutenant has taken a small step back. He looks at your face illuminated by the flames and nods silently. Then the fire falters.
Let's go to that island.
Slowly, the flames subside, the fuel burning out. The air still smells of mazout and springtime.
Captain's rum delivery. Hello, Captain. Welcome. Is this a fucking rug? Oh, it's for the. I guess it's for the cables and shit. All right. No more nonsense. Let's get to that island. I guess I could have fast traveled, but it's like our last lap. What the hell? Someone's broke down the fence and the barbed wire? Okay, well, shit. Why not? Ah, yes, money. Because what else am I gonna get, right? And what's this box? More money? Oh, now I get the fucking karaoke song. Alright, well. I guess it's like a day thing. Posture check and stretch, okay. I'll stretch. Oh. We have been going for 5 hours, and we're in the home stretch. Say there's one person we know who has a boat. Hello, ma'am.
Officer, what happened? You're limping. Why are you limping? You look terrible.
Well, I've looked terrible since the start. The limping's new, though.
You're not limping. You're you. She sounds almost disappointed with you, reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee.
You seem angry. Why?
Look at you. You can barely walk.
I got shot in the foot. It was pretty badass. You would have liked it.
Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guilaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
I have a special posture check. It just tells me to fix my posture. Let's check it away with calling me a banana-shaped fuck. Banana's a new one. Usually people go for the shrimp, but banana's also good. You should see the other guys. 2 dead, 1 in the hospital.
So you're a killer. That's good, I guess. I guess. Better than being dead.
That was a killer long before this happened.
I've always taken you for one, that's for sure. Not a lot of RCM men who aren't killers.
Hydration is important.
Oh, okay.
Of course. Can I help you with something?
Yeah, let's go on a fucking... Yeah. Now? No. We need to get to that island.
That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
Can we borrow your boat?
If you promise to bring it back, and no scraping the hull.
Oh God!
Nice and yellow.
Happy!
And no drinking
Hello,
on the boat.
welcome!
And no joyriding either.
Another one? Wait! What's happening? It's 2 raids. There's 3 raids in like the span of 10 minutes. Okay. So welcome, Happy. Welcome, William. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. I am Skeleton VTuber Sky Torisuna. We're playing Disco Elysium right now. We're actually running up on the end here.
Of course, man.
You missed a crazy shootout we had. Might have killed somebody.
Aye.
What if I want to rock?
See, that makes me not want to lend you my skiff. On a boat, rocking leads to capsizing.
But yes, welcome in,
That there is
welcome.
an absolutely
Considering that you both came in at the same
100%
time, I assume you were both playing the same
You got
game with each other? Was it Dead Island again? I know you were playing that yesterday. Thank you. We'll use your skiff to get there then.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
Be seeing you. I think the boat's the one on the shore. But goodness me, 3 raids in 1 night? Incredible. Okay, wait. What am I using here? Am I using this? Oh, no, it's that one. I'm stupid. But by all means, if you need to get a drink, stand up and stretch, get a snack, please do. Also, thank you, Neutrophile, for the
with
follow.
A small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you.
Drink
Are
your
you
milk,
sure
my
you
good
want to
sir.
go?
I try.
Have you
I
made
may be
all
somewhat
the
lactose
necessary
intolerant. I really haven't figured that out yet.
Closed all your accounts? Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
You take the engine, Kim. I'll hold the boombox.
What?
Like, what? How else do we blast Sat FM on our way to the island?
Fine. Let's blast Sad FM then.
Sad FM is a radio station specializing in sad, slow rock songs. You seem to know its frequency by heart.
Get in right to the island. I'm gonna blast Sad FM the whole way. Hell yeah.
Want to be free. Want to be free.
We look like a... Well, I look like a jackass.
It will last forever.
Just this guy on a boat, boombox, blasting sad music. This game is wild. But yeah, we should be finished with this in under an hour. Maybe even under 30 minutes, depending how long we dick around for. Emo boy hours? No. It's not emo boy hours. This is sad. This is sad man hours. Totally different vibe. Emo and sad boy hours. Pretty much. It's the church. And also, I'll be honest, I don't remember how long this goes on for. It shouldn't be too much longer. I think. Yeah, Disco Elysium is certainly a unique game. Only difference is you just need to throw on a black parade shirt, and now we emo boy. I got like I still have that mesh shirt in my inventory. I could put that on. But yeah, this is the last of it. Cause like the game said, we're not going back and forth. Once we're here, we're finishing this. As we glacially get there. For a boat, this thing ain't fast.
The boat comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence. In the silence, a
It's
sputter
like,
of
alright,
wind.
enough sad
A
FM.
flock
Let's get
of
to work.
quails takes off in the distance. Let's go.
Let's go indeed. I'm keeping my gun out for the whole time. Don't care. Been shot once. Sick of this place. Just want to get this shit done and go home. Is that the Nat Geo theme? Okay, let's see. I should probably let me flashlight. Okay. There's a door there. Oh, I'm on the thing. Okay. Twin cannons were attached here. Medium distance, large caliber. Okay. These stairs have collapsed. Excellent. This is an engine of some sort.
An old cylindrical generator,
Or generator,
is
rather.
nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall, To your right, the lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Pour fuel into the
The
tank?
lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank.
Oh, it's a good thing I didn't fucking sell
Dark
this.
brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell.
Nat Geo narrator. Here we look inside the average man's psyche. It could be called what some would consider horrific. I don't think that's a strong enough word to describe what's going on with Harry.
There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch.
Pull the rope!
The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
I picked that fuel up when we found the car, and I always considered selling it. We just never got around to it. What do these wires lead?
Somewhere.
Tap on the side.
The tank is far from full, but there should be enough inside to keep it going for a day.
Okay. Well. Let's investigate up here.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting.
Bed should not
piles
be
of
described as
soft cover
greasy.
books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
How recently?
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses, no longer able to hear yourself speak.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
Maybe a little shut eye. Just an hour.
You face the concrete.
Just a little bit.
There's
As long as my
less light
limbic
there
system doesn't
in
talk
the
to me
dark
again.
corner. Like a dog, you lie there. You didn't realize how tired you were. Your body is still nowhere near healed.
Curl up with your knees close to your chest.
The blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour maybe. The sounds of the sea beyond grow distant. Your eyelids close. Until you feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening.
Oh, shit.
Sleep.
Am I alive? I don't think this is going to be a good thing. Not in like a, oh god, we're going to die again kind of deal, but in like a, it's no longer here to go outside to the beach. Yeah, sure. What's the worst that could happen? Can't go outside. How do I go outside? I go down the stairs? I must, right? Like this, right? How the fuck do I go outside? Oh, there's a door here. Didn't want to explore this place fully, admittedly. Lieutenant? Lieutenant? Kim? Kim, why'd you leave me alone in there? Go down to the chain? There's something there. Chain? What fucking chain are you talking about, dude? Is the chain this way? Oh, yeah. Walk into the water now? Why? Psyche, what are you doing here? See her footprints on the water? Oh, dear. Further? Oh, yeah, sure. Let's just walk out into the water like we're fucking Jesus. Okay, yeah, we're hallucinating.
The innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state.
I don't think I got
turns
this
around
when I
face
played
you.
the first time.
She has an airship airbag in her hand.
Video
She seems
Revachol.
to be in a hurry, off to advise the Queen of Shest, most likely. This is the Holy Suzerain of Mwindi and Insulinda. Definitely not your wife. You need to talk to her. Think of the historical knowledge you could glean. I don't know, man. What is the Holy Suzerain doing here? Something seems off.
Hey,
Hey,
how are you doing?
I'm doing really good, actually. both professionally and romantically. I've come to a fulfilling and peaceful period in my life. Well, how are you doing, Harry?
I'm not doing very well.
Don't say that. I know this positive thing sounds stupid to you, Harry, but it works. We all have an obligation to be happy.
Remember how I said it's
Me
not
too.
sad cop hours anymore?
And you will be. Now.
Can you stay for a moment? We need to talk. We need to have one more massive epic showdown.
No, Harry. No. I don't want a massive epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really, we don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore.
Not the atoms.
Our love. Our unborn daughters. It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever.
I don't want to be alone in hell.
That's just the way it is.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try now.
Taking responsibility for my actions now. I'm a new man. Weighty and normal.
She doesn't know what to say.
I'm so fucking normal right now.
Okay. I'm glad.
I mean, I'm a moralist. The other moralists almost took me away on their airship. I'm not a broken, insane man who can't live without you. I know I made mistakes. I'm taking full responsibility for all of them. So you can live with me again if you want to. I'm better now.
It doesn't sound like you're better at all, Harry. It doesn't even sound like you're a moralist. It just sounds like you want to...
It's like, I'm
win
losing it,
back
guys. I'm losing it.
I don't want you to try that anymore, okay? It's too sad. I need to go.
Total annihilation. We got annihilated, Harry. It wasn't about responsibility at all. It was always only about you having no power at all. Over her, yourself, anything. That's why they didn't take you on that airship.
Well, thanks,
You're
empathy. I
insane
really didn't need to hear all that right now. I bought you this figure of a headless fallen rider.
I don't want it. It looks expensive. I don't want it.
I thought you liked figurines. I thought the figurines were for getting you back.
That's not what figurines do, Harry.
But then the figurines don't do anything.
She looks at the headless found rider between your fingers and doesn't know what to say.
What about dice? I had some custom dice made in this place. A Doom commercial area.
Harry, I don't want things. I want to go to the aerodrome.
Okay, I won't give you things then.
I didn't ask for things. It's too late to give me anything.
The figurines won't win her back.
I would have liked the
They
headless
do
Fallen
nothing.
Rider back then.
I get the feeling you're not really Dolores Day.
I don't know what you mean. Dolores Day.
You're flubbing, Harry. Everyone knows the best for a girl is cheese. Look, Harry's got a lot of problems right now. I've heard you before. You're the voice on the phone.
Oh, Harry, you shouldn't have done that.
She shakes her head very slowly, her white hair brushing her shoulders. Do what?
Call me like that.
Let's talk about something else. It wasn't me, it was my hand. My fingers called you.
They shouldn't have. They really shouldn't. I was in Morova already. Safe. In the warmth of the night.
This is like...
Wrapped in my future love.
This hurts too real.
Of you less and
Like...
less. Whole weeks go by without me remembering you.
Like, I'm not involved in this beyond, like, controlling it, but even I'm just like, pain, oof. This is not fun.
Months already. Soon it will be years without the hurt.
My two-fifth excuse, it wasn't
I
me,
sit
it was
there
my
in
hand.
Morova, in the holy gratitude of my bliss. I put my hand on my belly and smile.
The air gets cold.
Say,
She looks down on her stomach, then up at you. Her eyes are full of tremendous distance and mystery.
I think I would just explode if I had to be put in this situation.
The death blow is coming.
Oh dear.
Black-eyed dogs wander the alleys. Apple trees hang their bony limbs low over the patchwork of roofs. Red and black. Revachol West, the evening sun. She's left and bloomed, far away from us. Our vast soul.
Please let me pass this.
means...
I hate everything! Bitch! I missed it by one. I don't want to say that.
Why? That's what dolor means.
You're the symbol of pain.
Great. Now I'm the symbol of pain.
The smile immediately disappears from her face. The air means just as cold.
That was not the death blow yet. You saved yourself. For now. Keep stumbling around, and it will happen.
I'm gonna stumble into it. You're the X something.
Wasn't I Dolores Day just a second ago? Now I'm the X thing? You're confusing me. Look, I have to be at the Lausanne Aerodrome at 10:20 p.m. I still have a light rail to catch.
What's a light rail?
I haven't even bought the tickets yet.
Glad we're having this conversation. I'm getting so much closer.
I'm glad too, but I have to go. My friends are waiting for me on the platform. I can't let them wait. It's impolite.
Cool. Your friends. Say hi to your friends for me then.
I will.
The evening wind blows in and the gown wraps around her like a white flag.
1,000 times you've beaten an animal. 1,000 times you've raised that fabric. What is underneath has always calmed you.
The fuck are you talking about, electrochemistry?
In your mind, you could still climb inside her bed. Still the only man.
You're the morning.
The morning? I don't understand.
No, I meant mourning. I'm grieving, but you're not even dead.
Oh my god, Harry, stop. I don't want to hear anything about the morning. Mourning someone who's still alive. Any of that. I can't do that anymore. I'm not 80 years old, I'm 32. People my age are not supposed to mourn.
She breathes out. Sounds more angry than a sigh.
This is a bit much for me. It feels like your ribs are cracking around your heart.
That's so hurtful.
Then why are we doing it?
I don't know, because I hate everything. On second thought, you're Dolores Day, Queen Regnant of the territories of Mundi and Insulinde. Nothing else.
Yes, Harry. I am. Things have gotten much better for me, now that I am the ruler of the known world. Oh god, it's already so late. I have to go, Harry.
A tiny golden watch with red straps around her bony little wrists.
But you said, I have a vast soul and you will always come back to it.
We both said a lot of things. We were very young.
It was her. I can feel it. I can see it in her tender long fingers, in her wrists. Her hand wrote it, said those things.
Actually, you didn't say it. You wrote it in a letter, a handwritten letter. I kept it in my paperwork.
As Queen Regnant, I write a lot of letters.
You need to recite it to her, for effect. All of it. No summaries. Yeah. Put a stake through your heart. She'll get hurt too.
It's like, okay.
Damage. She won't get hurt. She'll bend out of the way.
I have it right here. Let me refresh your memory. Let's take a trip down memory lane.
Please, Harry. I just don't have time for this.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Every step I take, yeah, then keep going, right? We're reading
Okay,
this.
stop. Yes. Are you happy now?
There's more.
Very well. I wrote it. It was morning.
It's like I'm going to cause
You
emotional
slept.
pain to myself and you one way or
There was
another.
hoarfrost on the ground when I left. On Voyager Road. It was autumn. The first autumn. But Harry, please understand. It was 1,000,000 years ago. No, it was 100 million years ago. I was someone else.
Imagining him quiet before he responds to her
Filled
cursing
to the
bad
brim
dice
with
rolls. Like,
love
damn, I
for
can't tell her. I
Hanging
Fred, I
on your
failed the
every
roll.
word.
I know. If I knew it was a logic,
Harry,
if I knew
you
there
were
was any
the
checks
coolest.
coming, I would have swapped my clothes.
But I am no longer that person. This has taken her place. It will devour you. Harry, I will eat your mind.
That seems brutal.
The light of the video rental shines through her dress now. A DeLorean figure, cut in black, moves below.
Oh, does the child not
It's
speak?
still her. Her legs.
I
her
was...
breasts. Her hips.
I was cool?
The coolest. With your leather jacket and your boot-cut pants. Smoking in the bus stop. I wanted you to be the rest of my life that day. And you were. Some of it, at least. You were my first. My first kiss. My first time to have sex. The first and worst time I fell in love. I will always have that with me. It's a fact. But that is all it is. It's like a ticket stub, Harry. It doesn't do anything anymore.
A ticket stub?
Yes, let's talk about that too. Let's bring it up, the zoo. In Le Jardin.
Oh boy.
The day we went east of the river. To the aquarium first. I was sad about my mother. I don't even know why. The shimmer of the fish tank on my face. The octopuses. It was just a day then, but to think. Were we there now, you could touch my hair. Kiss me. Talk to me about anything. Go virtually anywhere in the world. Not like now. Now our interactions are limited to pain and regret.
I've been having that in spades recently. Some of it not all tied to you, though. Can't you turn back to the person you were? I see her in you, under the gown and that wreath.
And my crown of immortality. No. You scared her out of me. With your crying, the awful time we wound up having. And the cheap rental flats you could afford.
Pain.
Can't you see? I can never think you're cool again. I can only think that way about new people.
A cheap rental with mold on the walls and the tap dripping.
Won't help anyway.
Nothing will. I've been poisoned by newspaper and news. All I can do is scream at them and think of her secretly.
What now? What happens now? What is the next thing we talk about?
Is there really anything left? If not, we can always repeat one of the things we have already talked about. Talk about it again. If you do not feel like doing that, then you should let me go to the aerodrome.
Don't go.
I have to, Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8:30.
Okay, I'm not gonna try and kiss her. Let's not do that.
I was wrong. You don't have power over her anymore. You shouldn't have said that. I am wrong about everything.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You should go on without me.
Okay. I understand.
No, you don't. You're just being a martyr.
Okay.
And I'm really going now. The time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight.
Will we ever see each other again?
I won't see you, but you will see me.
How can that be?
Oh, Harry. This is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Morova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? A year? 2? 5 years ago?
How will I see you again then?
Right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least. And Harry,
that's not healthy.
It really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental. I'm suffocatingly beautiful. And young. And I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum. Like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness. After leaving you the first time. So long ago.
But this is intolerably bad.
Oh yes. This is real darkness.
Don't say it like that. Don't be so
Death
happy about it.
Or war or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry. See you tomorrow.
I don't want to. Well, that was terrible for everyone involved. Hi, Kim. I shouldn't have laid down. That was a bad idea. It wasn't great. I'm not gonna lie. It was not great.
Quick. How was your sleep?
What? I'm bleeding. Let's solve the fucking case.
Are you sure you're okay? You thrashed around and you bolted up, half covered in blood from your wound.
Just spout the blood and get back to work. You're badass like that.
Okay.
Well, that was some shit I did not enjoy.
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized.
Sift through them.
Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures, popular depictions of man versus nature by amateur naturalists T&T Harpin, husband and wife. Widely read by people from all walks of life. Who doesn't like nature? Who doesn't want to survive? Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp. Light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Does anything sound like conceptualization? Hold on. Fucked up that one roll. Let me at least do this so I can feel like I have some control over my life. Is it the only conceptualization I have? I think it is. I don't think the glasses do anything? No. Alright.
Soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories.
I got 3 skill points, why not?
Adventures, a magazine for electrical engineering, and an international... Oh yes, under the bed, there is a rather extensive collection of critical theory. That is, dour, life non-affirming left-wing literature, published by small imprints, such as Abattoir Firm and Ouzia. It's not exactly like reading.
What am I at here? 17 good cop, bad cop. 2 honor. I've killed 4 people! Look at deranged commie rambling.
Ouzia. I agree. Humanitarian sciences. It stands out. Not a lot of critical theory around in Ravachol West.
Your incendiary remark has failed to provoke him. Wasn't there some in the communist students' room?
Students in the apartment building seem to have some as well.
Well, yes. That one student did.
The little books seem inconsequential next to the big pile of frivolous entertainment covering them.
Critical theory books. What do you think this means?
Whoever has lived here, they have some education and a certain set of interests.
Interesting.
Cool. I'm gonna leave now. What is this? Oh, cool. I got a shirt. There's stuff down here. One of them is yellow. Why is one yellow? Oh. Magnesium and... okay. And more magnesium.
You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one. A heavy steel blast door. There is...
How do we open
Maybe
this?
This is one of the doors we don't open.
He looks at the door, then it's bigger brother than the lock.
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
You're right. We opened the big one. Do you see controls anywhere?
I think there's a console just southeast. Let's look around. Getting the blast door open seems like the best plan.
Oh yeah, we passed that when we ran out after our phantom ex-wife.
Green paint flicks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet.
The console of an anti-computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out. They terminate here.
Could this open the blast door?
I think, yes. Let's see. That one. The emergency open.
Light interior.
The lighting in the room turns on with a sizzle. A dim, ambient orange.
Emergency open!
The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
Excellent. Blast door taking a hot minute.
A sudden wave of anxiety makes your skin crawl.
After you.
What's that? What's there?
I don't know.
A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit.
I don't remember this. Did I get in here before? I don't remember. No, I must have, right? Is this going where I think it goes? Yeah, okay. Yeah, fuck it, right? I mean... Fuck it, I'm here now. I don't know, man. Let's take this off. Put the, where's the, I got a logic. Yeah, give me the logic. This is just conceptually. I want the cool one. Give me this. Huh? Small white blossoms, flower blossoms all around you. Yeah. Rubber dinghy. Well, hello there, sir. How you doing?
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours, unclouded by cataracts. His eyesight is sharp.
You retained your eyesight.
My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
A shudder of disgust passes his right side. His left side remains motionless.
Nice gun you got there.
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
Is that a Bell Magrave?
It's a Triangong 446.
Southeast Samaran made. Exotic. Must be defunct too. No modern rifle manufacturer of that name springs to mind.
A Samaran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
The Sinyao commune?
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk, white from the ball.
Hoping to stay true to you. Mine has stayed true to me too.
Yes. I bet you've killed a lot of people with it. You fascist fuck. Have you come
Am I fascist?
to make me one of them?
About even, really.
We have come to ask you questions, nothing more. If you do not comply, we will take you in. Do you understand?
Then the spitball lands in the ashes. That's all the answer he gives.
The danger levels here are hard to read. One moment he's afire, the next, a fire gone out.
And with the police, you can keep the gun but keep it down. Not one move.
No.
The lieutenant aims his pistol square at the man's head and says,
"Put it down now, sir."
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
The old man lays the rifle down carelessly, then looks at it lying there.
Like an amputated limb in the sand, he stares on, his wrinkled mouth moving without a sound. A strange sadness, like a song.
What did you say?
The future teaches you to be alone.
The present.
Let him say it.
The present to be afraid and cold.
The old man pulls back the hood of his plastic cape and looks up into the sky. It's blue-gray, the same color as the sea. Those words, the future teaches you.
Real music. Real brilliant cult. That's La Revacholière, not your rock and roll misanthropy. Chanson de soldat of the black and whites.
You need to address that remark.
like, I'm not a shit-licking bougie dog. I'm a half-dead police officer who's just doing his job.
The job of a bougie dog.
Fuck you. What is La Robespierre?
It is the anthem of the world revolution. One of 3. In Grad, they sang Brave Children, favorites of history. And in Sinyao, it was some Samaran shit, I guess.
Thank you for clearing that up. The old man squints and looks you straight in the eye. 2 black beads moist from the sea air.
Going out.
Pick up the gun line.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire.
Inspect it closer.
The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burned into the wood. Triangong, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
Tessie said it's a triangog.
No one said it has to be a Belmagrave. We were just guessing.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a triangle, too.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanti Shanti. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition. And it does.
Just use jacketed ammunition.
The right type and the right calibre.
He's liking this.
Show the gun.
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It can be used against him to get a confession. In time.
What have you been using? Oh, actually, who are you?
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, partisan.
Yeah, I gathered that when you said your title says The Deserter.
This is my termless surrender.
His eyes turn to the reeds again, dead and dull.
The Commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the...
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the Army of the Revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the Commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
Okay.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Thank you, Logic. You've been on this island for 43 years?
No. I've been on other islands, too. I was in Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was on E48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
How have you survived all this time?
How does anyone survive? I steal.
Now hold on there.
That's a choice. You could become self-employed. No, we're not getting political here. What do you steal?
Supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
He coughs once more, then puts his hand on his belly.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
He does seem frail. Gaunt for his age. More like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
This is a serious situation. You need to be looked over and we can do it.
There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund.
How have you coped mentally?
I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of...
His eyes rolled into his skull and back.
I don't even know what. Inferno?
You notice the lieutenant is about to say something.
I would imagine it gets tremendously difficult mentally to live in isolation.
Traitors. It's better alone. I watch the people of this city turn the lights back on, more and more each year. Ruins, glimmering in the dark, like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
He looks down at his shoes. His face parched from the sun and the wind. There's a wince of pain in there somewhere.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
You said this is your termless surrender?
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol.
We're not coalition appointed. We just try to help people.
You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, Le Parti Communiste d'Insolande. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
Hey, I didn't do anything, okay?
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pits.
So you're a communist soldier from a communist army?
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
But you said you were trained and assigned to the Defense Corps.
Trained in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
Wait, what does a political commissar do?
The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the commune.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a night philosopher of the revolution, a future human.
That means you're a trained communist, right?
He nods slowly. Then another tremor.
I'm a revolutionary too. Today the real revolutionary is done by the entrepreneurs.
You're part of the meat shield. The human meat shield that surrounds the fascists and the license holders. You take the fire while they rape and kill. That's what you are.
I wouldn't go that far.
Detective, we have not come here to discuss ideology.
Okay, fair.
We have come to ask questions regarding a murder investigation.
The old man spits into
Hey, he's the one who's egging me on, okay?
He does not say anything more. A jitter passes his lower body. There's definitely something off with his body. Something more than just metabolism, or even cancer.
Again, you've been hiding here for 43 years?
43 years and 10 months.
That's insane. That's steadfast. I don't even know what that is.
It's inhuman. It's sick. It's not how a human being should live. But I had to. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Gislain.
Okay, shivers. I feel like this is not the time for it.
Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, the streets are alive with workers, men, women, children, street hawks, and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41.
Always waiting.
The old man turns his eyes from the shore and back to you. For what?
For her to return.
Her who?
Girl, child, revolution.
Girl, child, revolution? Came from there. Pointed the magic tree. That's not what the people are planning. Been there. City's a tinderbox. It may still happen.
It won't. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore. However hard I try, whatever I do,
I have another serious question for you.
there's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
More than poor health. I don't have. Okay, wait. No, my composure. Wait, no, my composure is. What have you been using this gun for?
I've used it for killing people.
Here we go. A trail of blood. The lieutenant smells it too.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class war is never over.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay. Okay.
Right,
Go
right.
in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No, no. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
Wait, which one do I say then?
Nothing comes to you. Silence. His black eyes look at you, and in them a chill, like electricity running up your spine, crawling into your skull.
What?
All is not as it seems.
Ravachol, is that you?
Detective.
Oh, you want to tell me? Have you killed anyone with that gun in the last week or two?
I don't want to tell you anything, you grotesque murderer.
And why did you think that was a good idea?
Suggestion,
Don't
fuck
listen to
you.
me. I'm wrong all the time.
Did you use that gun to shoot and kill a colonel of the security contractor Cornell?
The who now?
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice. We're in. Do it, sire.
The fascist death squad who took a bullet in the mouth on the night of the March 4th.
Oh, yes. That one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
The lieutenant takes a sudden step toward him.
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
So you're being difficult.
Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession. The gun. The murder weapon is the perfect opener. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember. Something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first.
Come on, what am I forgetting?
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof.
Oh, yes!
There were Maybells in the grass when you got here, and Maybells on Clausia's balcony. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now, they're gonna come up.
Of course. Thank you, Head. Thank you.
You got it. Remember, the boot prints were like no modern soul. Maybe don't beat yourself anymore, though. You're not immortal. Nothing else comes up.
Yeah, I was about to say the
see
gunshot
a
to my
lieutenant
freaking thigh
watch you,
made me
try to
acutely aware of
stimulate
that.
thought processes by hitting yourself. I'm sorry, this didn't do anything. Usually hurting yourself does.
Officer, a word?
Excuse us for a moment, Mr. Dross. Hi, Kim.
I think we may have this.
Like, do you think you did it?
From nothing to this in a day. This is good, Lieutenant Gefreiter. We just need a confession first, and then maybe a solid motive later.
What am I missing? What haven't I done?
Ballistics. Let him cook here for a minute or two. We can have another look around the island for a sniper's nest. I think we should check out the post.
How do you think the questioning's going?
Good. We are doing very good. He wants to confess, I can see that. We just need to pile it on a little more. The more we have on him, the closer he is.
You hear that? He thinks you're this close.
Try to get him to confess.
Yes, good going. That should be our first priority.
Okay, let's do this.
Remember, He wants to tell us, but he doesn't want to help us. It needs to look like we already have everything.
There is palpable excitement in his tone. He likes him for this.
This gives me an excuse to put on more composure-based clothing.
More too. He thinks the deserter has more than just this case in him. 44 years here.
Think he has more than this case?
Oh, yes. And he hasn't spoken to anybody in a long time. If we get him open, who knows what will pour out.
Do I have anything for composure? I don't think I do. Like, unironically, I don't think I do. Oh. The shoes. Okay. Just the shoes, though, it seems. Hand-eye coordination, no, okay.
Hear that? Magnesium. That's what you're lacking.
Composure, what the
lack of
actual fuck are you trying to tell me now?
The magnesium levels in your blood are dangerously low.
Isn't this magnesium?
It's about the low magnesium levels and not the high alcohol levels.
Fucking knew it was the alcohol or the other things.
Yeah, the other things. Long live the other things. Made you strong as an ox, they have.
So it's a lack of magnesium in me?
Yes, and it's critical. Look at yourself. You're practically devolving into a fish due to the lack of magnesium in your bloodstream.
So I need to mag it up?
You need to get so magged up. You've probably had 2 heart attacks and a minor stroke already.
I'd say I've been chugging magnesium pretty hard, though.
Insane amounts of magnesium. 1 stroke? Don't be so modest. He's having one right now.
You're saying I need to become a magnesium-based life form?
Yes. If you want to live, you need to evolve.
The fucking thought cabinets you get in this game, dude.
You need to transcend the carbon barrier. Go to
Kim's just like, can you please get that fucking flashlight out of my face?
Amounts of magnesium. Just remember, and it's certainly not the dextroamphetamine, nor smoking for 40 years.
Alright, yeah, I get it. Let's take a look around a bit. See if we can, I don't know, find something. Let him stew. What's that weird noise I'm hearing? We'll save. We haven't done it in a hot minute.
Minions of capital. What do you want?
For a 60-year-old man.
No, I want to get this one. I feel like this is going to be important. We're at the end of the thing anyway, so might as well just say fuck it, right? Just fuck it. With the little saves coming in at like the middle end of the game.
What do you want?
What strikes you
Dude, it's
about
fine.
this gaunt man is not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition. For a man who spent 44 years hidden in the urban wild.
He's surprisingly okay.
Indeed. He speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated.
Animated? By what?
It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads, as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system.
Dementia?
You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different.
Happy
When he thought not, they are
Welcome,
lucid,
Dr.
keen
Magoon.
even, not senile. Is it some kind of substance damage? Like he's addicted to something? Not only the painkillers he's clearly on.
Mr. Dross, are you on some kind of psychoactive substance?
No. I won't be stuffed full of shit like the rest of this city.
It's not a downer, rather an upper, judging by his snaps.
Are you on amphetamines?
Like some kind of decadent rock star.
Mr. Dross, are you okay? How's your memory?
No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people.
There it is again. Erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course. Could it be a symptom of overdosing on something? Something even you have not tried? Keep your eyes peeled.
Okay, one more time, Mr. Dross. The Colonel. We need to talk to you about talk about you killing him.
Petty bourgeois law. This is all you care about, right? The only thing in the world for you types.
I mean, it's kind of why we came here in the first place.
A drop of blood in the saliva. Tear into him again. Pile it on him.
Maybells, behind the victim's window. I saw them growing here.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
He seems tender suddenly. Nostalgic even. A strange mood swing.
So many this year, too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
I haven't seen these flowers anywhere else in Martinez, only here.
They blossom on the islets before. We fertilize them with our blood. Resurrection was Snow White in May, before they ruined it.
South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles.
We'll get there. We'll get him.
Turning green, with white flowers.
I also kind of like underestimated how long it would take to get to the end of this.
The coast, too.
I forgot there was a lot of
Before
dialogue with this
they
guy.
piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
I may.
Young woman called Clasier. Ring any bells? Flowers like these are behind her window.
Clasier.
You know her, right? She had intimate relations with the victim, the mercenary.
With the victim.
He turns his sight from the whitening field of flowers and falls silent. Then the muscles in his jaw twitch, a spasm.
There is a small tremble. Looks like a smile. A crooked smile. Yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst.
Wonder what brand of boots you're wearing.
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa. Some shit.
Show me the soles, please, Mr. Torres.
Fucking imbecile.
The old man stretches out his leg. A black and white spiral pattern covers the sole of the worn-out running shoes on his feet.
The maker is called Sensory. You see their V-shaped logo, but can't make out the size. These are not the unusual horizontal patterned soles you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the sole.
Wait, maybe it's simpler than that.
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
People change shoes. It doesn't mean you weren't there. Near the room the victim died in, sneaking around.
Racking those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back to your masters? They must have really loved that dead fuck.
The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance and nods to acknowledge. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes. He can't keep them from flickering, looking for something. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance.
I don't need your cooperation. I've got this.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your little musketeer pistol. I've seen you prance around with that. Jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed.
Well...
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen.
Saved a lot of them. Their leader Titus. We ended that situation.
You didn't
Oh, my
have
morale.
anything. I watched it happen. You let those murderers rip right into them. Got most of them killed. Even the fat one. None of those people mean anything to you. The vultures feed on this city, and you prepare the meal for them.
You're getting diverted. Push the gun. Only the
Right.
gun matters.
Right.
So you watched the fight. Did you like what you saw? The mayhem. It was all your doing. Your plan. You got them killed.
You don't know anything.
Twitch runs across the right side of his face. He stares the lieutenant down. Stop changing the subject. We have the murder weapon.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
You think we have the murder weapon?
4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. This is it.
I'm calling it. We have the murder weapon.
Good.
Lieutenant takes out his notebook and draws a single line.
This feels good, doesn't it? Tearing things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Murder.
The old man does not say any more. He just glances into the reeds and twitches once more.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood.
He was a killer, but he was still under the protection of the law.
Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. Now you stop eating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate.
Say, hey man, look, there's a lot of political unrest that happened way before my time that led to this.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
So you shot him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
You can almost see him squeeze a tear out of his eye. His fists begin to tremble from the anger.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you, while the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
Just nod.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase, and I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face.
Oh dear.
And his dick still in her.
Then what?
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own, and so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
Yes.
A single word is all he gives.
And you were looking at them, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The lieutenant takes out his notebook slowly, very slowly.
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from.
All right.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
Why were you looking at them that night?
I'm always looking.
He cocks his head to the side, then turns his eyes to the city. Another tremor passes his right side, lower in intensity.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
Helps him see all the shit.
And if you don't like it?
Click.
If it's part of the shit you see,
then you pull the trigger?
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
He will not stop now. These dialectical materialist types never do. Exploit it. You got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift.
been looking at anything else you haven't liked?
A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back. The familiar put of hatred.
More specifically?
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst.
How come?
Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows.
Yeah,
In the
we
ruins,
have met more than a couple
their
racists.
Pump full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it.
Mr. Clare?
Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class.
Don't interrupt.
Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. In tents, like animals. Like those boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs.
Oh, we're talking about the kids. Or the teenagers. Keeps shaking his head with sorrow for the sight he missed. That all?
The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cop parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day.
The one guy we met.
It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Koyamoran, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children.
Okay then.
That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children.
What?
Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt, Frisell, is now dead.
Just nod.
We did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only, in the 30s, those disco whores...
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter. There was something about a statue and nihilistic advertising agency people. Might be worth investigating.
About the cock parading in his colorful uniform, you mean Renee?
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A Patank maniac race traitor.
Whoa, let's back off before we get too agitated.
What is there to be agitated about? The unholy ghoul. I love it there. It reminds me of everything we fought for. At least we killed that Frisell and his kingsman.
I'm glad we talked about this. Now.
Glad. It's all gone.
What specifically did you not like about what you saw on the night of the murder?
Them. Fucking. I didn't like that.
So you were jealous?
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself. Drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted to see his
more
head
rum.
explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs, I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But
I've seen some angry, vengeful old men in my life. This guy takes the cake. How long have you been watching her?
Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have a skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Past the Fell building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
And beautiful.
What do you think she hid there?
Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
In the free state of Seminine, hidden away at the edge of the earth, near the Pale.
Some kind of hidden container on the coast? You looked into it?
Yes, after she'd gone. It was a submersible. Well made, actually.
Sloppy, we should have gotten her to tell us about this. Did you take the documents?
No, I put them back. Why would I take them? I'm not going to phone. Oh, I mean...
Moving on. Did you continue watching her after this?
I did. She had a face like an archipelago, with those birthmarks. And a body, hard and lean and bruised all over. Black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook. On the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo, and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair.
That's true.
I
She
heard
did say
about
she
this
was
kind
a
of thing on the radio.
not government, but like for business, basically.
He's setting it up for you. The bruises. You can't make that out in a scope.
You can see her bruises through the scope of a rifle.
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur.
How does he know the minute details about her body?
It quickly comes to you.
The bruises on her body. Any chance you've seen them through a hole in a wall?
Oh, yes. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Everything in him fills with impossible longing, all at once.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip point knife.
Ever see it through a window or on a roof?
Like that, too. Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass.
You've been through the secret route behind the whirling in rags. Those were your footprints there. You just changed your shoes.
I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
And that too.
Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
Those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
I can just walk in the hostel now after a good wash. They all think I'm an antisocial, a vagrant. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty then.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
With the key, right?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
And he found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union Box window.
So in conclusion, it wasn't about him. It was about her.
Her.
He repeats, staring at the ashes, then the reeds. There's a twitch in the corner of his eye.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days.
I'm not at liberty to say.
I know she's gone. Locked up, or on the run. She kept staring into the scope, you know. In the end, this last week, at the fort. Like she knew. Like she knew I was here. It doesn't matter.
Midtown, across the Bay of Revachol, the oceanic wind washes 40-story towers. Above them, Lusanne's Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the sky by a web of suspension wiring. Encircled
Oh god, this
by
is gonna be about my ex-wife. Don't hurt me anymore. Look north.
On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing
Oh,
from
okay, it's about
amphetamines,
Clasier.
barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still, she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghosts of the city she's leaving, for another, far south, smaller, distant, hidden, not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in the night below her. Streetlights, towers, tenements, and water, and across it, a dark strip of ruins, barely visible, if she didn't squint her eyes. He knew she knows. She was looking at the island, figuring it out, day by day, cigarette by cigarette. The old man has fallen silent, staring at your feet. The burnt logs in the fire are moist from the sea air.
I think that's it. Yosef Lilianovich Dross, you're under arrest for the murder of Ellis Cordinaire.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings he's been exhibiting. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation.
Your Wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand?
But...
Kim, he's afraid.
No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He looks at the reeds, eyes submerged in growing terror.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead. Pupils are dilated too. Eyes getting blacker and blacker.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
First say, does that have room for 3?
Not really. We could escort him to the pier, then either one of us can take him inland while the other stays here, but...
But then, who watches him while you're coming back here?
Watches him there while I come back for you.
You come back for me? How about I go and send a boat back for you?
What is this farce? This is a fucking farce. I can't.
Lillian, you could ask her maybe. You thought you heard something, but it's just the reeds.
Maybe we could all fit in there.
Yeah, we could just ask that Ned Picker to watch him?
This is no harmless old man.
This fucking world. This world. What is this?
He's gonna talk? No? Okay. Below the confusion and rage, a fit of jamais vu. Like yours? Thought passes, more pressing matters take its place.
No, listen. Listen now.
It's like, we could all fit in the little boat?
Actually, no.
You can come back for me once you've taken him to the precinct.
No, it would take a whole day on this island. You go and transport the prisoner. I'll be here. I can escort him to the pier with you.
Maybe you're right.
This world? What are you talking about? Is this... us?
The wind is cold from the east. Your skin is crawling suddenly.
Oh. Well, hello there.
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
Blink.
It's still there, an unfolding mechanism of reed-like chitin, hovering in place.
What is that?
What are you talking about?
Old man looks at the reeds, then at you. The giant stick insect!
There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall.
The Insulindian phasmid!
With its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head.
We found it.
You feel your legs shaking under you, and your gun hand rise instinctively.
There is. I see it.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
Kim, can you see it?
I can see it.
Oh, okay, thank you. For the cat ears.
4 simple words, thank God. If you can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence. Its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
Lieutenant whispers and takes a step towards the giant arthropod. Yeah! Sure, man! Let's go touch the bug.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks.
This is the Insulindian phasmid.
It is.
You glance over your shoulder. The lieutenant holds a piece of milled aluminium. He begins to pull it open extremely carefully. It's the camera.
Are you sure you won't scare it off?
We need a photo. No one will believe us.
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the phasmid's limbs. A series of ultrasonic clicks fills your ear. I am not palatable. Do not eat me. I am afraid.
It's afraid. Stop now.
I won't be one of those fools who didn't take a picture.
He has not stopped fiddling with the camera, but does not put it down.
You see the phasmid turn to him, its mandible antennae reaching out. Its motions are quick, sudden.
Who cares what they think, Kim?
Understood. Of course.
The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you, its antennae taking their measure of the air. Slowly.
Approach carefully.
Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. Like laughter, a sort of happiness. Sweat drips from your brow, soaking your chest. You reek of it, your chemicals. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water.
Raise your hand slowly.
The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe you. Below its crown of reeds, little pinprick eyes detect motion, glittering. The world
It's a
stands
fucking
still
9-foot
around
tall
you.
insect.
Suddenly, there is silence. No. Stop. Be afraid.
Raise your raise the other hand too.
As you do, the invertebrate comes to life, its limbs moving independent of each other, as if each has a mind of its own. They are white, like stalks of porcelain, knitting above you, praying to you.
Don't pray to me, I'm nothing.
The reed creature does not stop its stridulations. It towers above you, parting the reeds it emerged from. tuft-like structures still rustle on its joints. Perhaps it is preparing to eat its god.
Okay, take Kim. Take the picture.
Okay.
The slow ring of metal, the lieutenant slides the lens open and raises it to eye level.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant, hypnotized by the flash. It stands frozen before you.
I got it.
You hear the lieutenant whisper as a creature's shape develops on the photo paper in his hand. A polychrome ghost of white streaks against the reeds in the sky, and you as a shadow before it. Slowly reach out and touch the creature's whisker.
The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, the chitin curls into a spiral, like the tip of a poison ivy. Its touch on your fingertip feels cold, ticklish. The sensation is electrifying, resounding through your body. It is surprisingly delicate. The curly end of the
I can't
whisker,
imagine how something like this would
a young
exist.
vine. It's even a bit wet. Looks like someone's got hurt in a fight. This antennae is much smaller than the other one.
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
Look at your finger.
You were right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature in front of you stays frozen.
I'm not gonna lick it.
The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft push could tip the creature over. Its hollow exoskeleton collapsing.
Run your hand up the slender limb higher.
A small shudder passes the creature's arm. High above you, its black pearl eyes still glisten, mesmerized by the light passing its nervous system. There is some kind of countdown happening as it slowly processes the overwhelming brightness of the signal. The invertebrate is regaining control.
We got it.
Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you.
Hello, I'm Harry. I don't really know who I am.
No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you.
Stand on your tiptoes and look more carefully.
You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming, slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish.
Kim, it's foaming.
Careful. It may be poisonous.
The foam slowly turns a darker shade, like burnt caramel, as the insect moves its mouth parts, masticating. The little bubbles begin to burst, one by one.
Tell me, what are you doing?
I exist.
I exist too.
Tell me what it's like for you.
I'm ill.
What is your illness?
My body aches, I'm bleeding.
I smelled it. As soon as you stepped on the island. Strawberries. Fresh bursts of red strawberries. Ripe, turning riper. Soon, you'll be rotten.
I'm already rotten.
Now I will tell you how it is for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images. A kind of darkness. Being intruded upon. Transient. Dim. Moist.
Intruded upon by what?
Shapes of plants and animals. And internal sensations. A swarm of sounds. Tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearm.
Yeah, I'm just gonna casually have a conversation with this giant insect. That's fine.
Beyond my understanding. I am at the end of a narrow funnel. Weightless. So light. It only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul. And if I did, It will never ache.
You're the type of animal I would like to be.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. Why do you ask?
Sometimes, when molting, I regrow a lost limb. One time something went wrong, and a small leg replaced a missing antenna.
That's absolutely nothing.
The leg tried to move around independently, making it hard to walk.
You don't have a foot there now.
Yes. Thankfully someone ate it. The next time I molded, I grew an antenna again.
This would explain its antenna being smaller.
This is the explanation I came up with?
No. It's what the 3 meters tall stick insect came up with.
Fair. All's well that ends well.
Yes, I am lucky. It is nothing compared to the horror that is you. With
Yeah,
all
I'm pretty
of
horrible.
creation reflected in your forebrain. A nerve mirror of horrifying fidelity. Constant, never-ending damnation.
It will take 1,000,000 years of evolution, or a total reversal in the condition of the world, for your pain to end.
What exactly are you?
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmodia, endemic to the Insulindian Isoma. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molding, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and boys.
It may have unknown, dangerous biochemical characteristics that help it maintain its camouflage.
No one unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain. Also, by the soldiers of the revolution and officials of the occupation. Even the Seminese islanders who came here first, but did not stay, have not seen me.
Oh, so you're some kind of invisibility?
I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions, until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in Revachol, district of Martinez, March 51.
Are you poisonous?
Yes, I do not have a starter display, so I use a neurodegenerative element to aid in camouflage. Do not worry, it is only destructive over long periods of time.
The deserter. He's been here for a long time.
Ooh. Is this a dream? What is happening?
No, you are awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real.
I'm a detective.
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect?
The killer.
He's in a bad state, deteriorating fast now. He thinks I am beneficial to him, but I am not. I only quicken his deterioration.
You're destroying him?
Very slowly, and only because he won't go away. It is meant to keep them from noticing me, to interfere with the pictures in their heads. But he has looked at me for too long, and I am destroying him.
That's insane.
No, you are. The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively medium life form, while it is you who are a total extreme madness. A volatile senior nerve system ominously new to the planet. The Pale too came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all.
Wait, the pale is human-made?
It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind.
I don't have that kind of power.
You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident.
How?
We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust, that
Oh.
wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse.
Instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts.
Worse how?
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nerve mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if he misplaces us all one day? We'll just forget.
I've already forgotten the whole world once when I drank too much.
So it is already happening. Soon, all of you will close your eyes and open them to see that none of this ever existed.
Kim, am I having a violent epileptic seizure?
It doesn't look like that, no.
What does it look like?
You're just staring at it.
Then I think I'm having a vision about the final fate of mankind.
Okay. Is it somehow related to the case?
Sort of?
I think you should back away from the unstudied species now.
You might be right. I have to say goodbye now. I have no more thoughts. That was all.
No, there is one more.
All the creatures I've met, you are the kindest.
Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you. That woman, turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. Do it for the working class.
Did you say do it for the working class? I will.
She was middle class. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
What is... whatever.
As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface.
It just hits me do it for the working class. There it goes.
And just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water, and something under it. In the place it stood, bobbing there, among the reeds, a collection of items.
It's gone.
Lieutenant looks north with his hand raised to his brow. It can walk on water?
Apparently, yes. Like a water strider. Only... I've never seen anything like that in my life.
What's that in the reeds?
Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look.
What now?
What now?
The old man behind you repeats suddenly. He's put his hand into the ash. It's dirty and black.
In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him.
Oh, the helmet. And a T932 rifle scope. Well, we got 3 out of 4 pieces. Alright, dude, you're doing good over here? Well, it seems like you've been doing good for a while, really.
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
Something is very wrong with him now.
Sir, how could you not see the phasma?
Mr. Duras?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets. His gap-toothed mouth shaking, like an addict of some terrible substance.
Snap your fingers under his nose.
A light shiver passes him, followed by nothing. His hands are trembling, and he breathes slowly.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Duras?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
What has happened to this man?
Old age and shock.
I think it's the phasmid.
Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the phasmid, the combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you?
There's much more. Remember what it said when it spoke? Quite a few things about that health check you did on him make sense now.
I think he's a I think he's addicted to that thing.
Like a drug?
He has the symptoms of an addict, but not the normal symptoms.
His pupils appear to be dilated. They still are.
You couldn't see it, Kim. It's just the reads for him.
That could be part of the shock. But you're right. Something is off here. Mr. Dross.
No response.
Maybe this is how the phasmid has stayed hidden all these years?
Then how did we see it? Oh, you mean, whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks? Sightings are brief, and hence not credible. But anyone who spends a long time with it...
Another one? Get out of here. Fucker. Yes, you forget it's there.
Mr. Dross, have you ever seen a stick insect pretending to be the reeds?
Same time we do it.
The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than 57. This is a little advanced for a nurse.
Before, when I evaluated his state, he seemed strangely animated.
He was energetic and articulate. After all these years alone, with little hygiene or medication, I would expect worse.
Perhaps his animation is induced by something in the phasmid?
It does not seem to be animated now it's left. Honestly, I'm ready to believe anything at this point. Maybe it is psychoactive. I mean, why not? It's 3 meters tall.
Yeah. You can have viewers on to the automatic mod filters, and that catches most of them. Most of the time, they put some weird accented characters on the first word and not the second. Truthfully, I just need to get Saribot in here. This is really like the first night it's been that bad. I might get one like once in a blue moon, but like 3 or 4 in the same day is kind of unusual. But welcome, Dwarf. Welcome, man. We're kind of wrapping up this whole game. I talked to the phasmid. It said it's destroying him. Again with the cat.
Detective. Are you sure it wasn't having an effect on you?
Maybe. Anyway, it's only trying to remain unseen. The degradation is a side effect.
A valid hunch. Long-term exposure to something like that could be neurodegenerative. Also, please be careful when approaching a known species in the future, Detective.
Yeah. He's been here for a long time. Who knows how much of it is much of it in its company.
He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him. Like he didn't want to leave this place, and the insect maybe. I have absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. Thank God we have the photo.
No one would believe you without it.
Found some things in the phasmid's nets, Mr. Dross.
He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps you should
show him the detached scope.
I lost.
You lost it, Mr. Ross?
He turns his eyes to the reeds again.
What the?
As he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
He lost the scope.
Maybe it's because my viewer count's higher than normal.
There, with the help of a magpie phasmid.
Or maybe they just come out more like fucking 1 in the morning.
This sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. Not even a sigh. You've gotten all you will out of this poor being.
Gonna let you rest now, Mr. Dross.
The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched and his mouth open. The strength has all gone out of him. Just frail old bones in a sack of tracksuit trousers and a windbreaker.
Hang tight.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help.
What the fuck? Okay. Oh, I gotta walk all the way back, god damn it. Fucking can't get out of here. We'll set that to auto walk. Rare 7-hour stream of Legends. More like the only time I think I've done this.
ICM. This feels familiar somehow.
Kim, what is the ICM?
Insular Indian Citizens Militia.
It sounds an awful lot like.
Yeah, cool. Finish that thought. Well, fucking, it's the end of the game. I don't really care. Thought cabinet now. Rolling ain't gonna do us no good.
The skiff is swaying on the waves by the dock.
Let's return to the mainland.
Let's. We are done here.
The skiff rocks
I can't really end it now
because
considering we're like
you get in.
right at the end.
The ride back is uneventful and quiet. But for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Cool.
Look what the tide brought him.
Oh, hey. Says the man without sunglasses. Suddenly his expression changes and he tilts his head.
Harry, you're bleeding all over the place. You're half dead.
Yep.
Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen. This is the man with sunglasses from the Whirling in Rags. But where are his sunglasses?
Wait, you're the man with sunglasses.
That's right. And you're bleeding.
Forget about all this. There's a giant...
We're not forgetting about anything. Look at you.
No one else seems to be bothered by the bleeding.
Bothered by it? Harry, you look like you need a fucking organ transplant. Oh, fuck it. Let's not get into that.
Who are you people?
Hello, I'm Trent Heilerstein. I believe we've met on several occasions.
Yeah, I was talking to you outside the Feld building.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean Vicomar. And this is your special task force. Or what's left of it.
Okay.
Special Consultant Trent Heilerstam, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi, Precinct 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us.
The scene is making even him feel as though he has to justify your actions.
Oh boy.
We might need your help with something later.
Yeah, there's a lot to take in.
That he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you.
What is this about?
Ari, we want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a
Trent's like, this is
theoretical
way
level.
outside of my
In fact, I should
fucking
probably
wheelhouse.
go
I don't know what's going on. Harry is fucked up. I can't do anything for him.
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
What does he have to say for himself? He left you to catch the bullets. Shit kid. What an interesting moniker.
What's a shit kid?
You. Shit kid? That's you.
Maybe you've deserved it.
How did you know I was here?
The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
I understand. Okay, guard told you.
And people on the street helped us too, with your whereabouts.
You aren't the man with the sunglasses at all. You're not even blind.
Guilty as charged. I heard you'd lost your mind and your memory. I wanted to see if it was true, and it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one less person for me and everyone else to rely on.
That's what I do.
He was too sarcastic for you to realize who he was.
Maybe if you hadn't been so sarcastic, I'd have realized I knew you.
I'm clinically depressed, Harry. Sorry if I wasn't in the mood to batter you up after you told us to fuck off.
Okay, had that coming.
Had what coming? Not recognizing people you work with every day. Brain damage.
So Trent Hadelstam turns out to be Special Consultant Trent Hadelstam?
Yes, I'm Trent Heilerstam. I never said I wasn't Trent Heilerstam.
Wait, what's up with the kid then?
Mikhail? Mikhail is my son.
Oh, okay, sorry.
No problem.
So what are you Special Consulting here?
What indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein in the 30s, like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personality theory.
He's here to see if you're insane. He is smart. Let's move on.
Duped again. No one's who they say they are.
Duped? Hey, here's a brilliant idea. Don't be a morbid drunk and you won't be duped so easily.
Okay, that does have something to do with it, yes.
No. Everyone's just a brilliant master of disguises.
You went to a task force?
Yeah. Major Crimes Unit. Under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells?
Refresh my memory. Who else is in his?
Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Trent fucking Heidelstown. And Guillaume, baby.
I'm technically just a civilian advisor.
Oh, fuck you. You're part of this shit show.
Yeah, first who's Guillaume Bevy?
Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Bevy is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit.
Okay.
Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Tron because I'm forcing him to stay.
Okay, so what does the unit do?
It's a major crimes unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We are shit tier now, Harry. Because of you.
The 41st isn't...
He trails off, not wishing to finish the sentence. Where have you been all this time? There was a mercenary tribunal.
God damn it, Harry.
He shifts his weight, crosses his arm, and looks you in the eye.
You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die.
Wait, so you let me face a squad of trained killers alone just to teach me a lesson?
It wasn't like that.
Fuck you, Harry. We didn't know there was gonna be a tribunal, did we?
Why didn't you detect or die then?
Oh, you think it was cool you saying that? Aesthetic somehow? You were crying when we got here. Breaking things. You said we were going into the abyss. None of us wanted to see the abyss. So we fucked off. Like you told us to.
And none of this is ringing any bells.
The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trant, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but
It's like,
complete
motor skills
retrograde amnesia,
intact.
episodic and semantic.
Mental skills a bit sparse.
Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, Esau, and so on.
As displayed in a station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
I have to do. There's a lot here. Wait, socioeconomically, you think I'm so poor I lost my memory? I drank so much I lost my memory, and now I'm slowly recovering it. Made it all up, as I told Lieutenant Kisaragi. I already know. I know what I am, but I have something to do with an anomaly in the church, 2mm hole in the world. I'm a highly experimental detective. This was a method I used to solve the case. Excuse me. Something so sad happened to me that I couldn't be me anymore. It was a defense mechanism. Yeah.
Psychotraumatic amnesia, Trant? I can go for that. Shit kid is a broken man. Always has been. Who isn't? I know I am. But you know what? I keep my shit together. Also, I know a person can't wipe their own mind, however traumatic it gets. That doesn't happen. You're lying. Or insane. Or both.
But Detective Vigmare, he has blanked out before.
I have?
Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case. The other when we looked into that mural.
So you don't remember not remembering.
That's bad.
Beautiful.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at
Kim's
the
just like,
sensory
what is going on?
Look at the ruins, the neon, listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input.
Oh, so I blank myself out completely, so I just absorb all information and without, like, judgment or bias?
Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for its end.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a cretin now? I want to know that.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
I'm ready to lead again.
No one even mentioned that. I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the body? Or do we need to get him on a disability pension?
They can keep that pension. You're rock solid. You can put your clothes on hard.
Yeah, hard style. What now?
Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here.
Really?
No. Now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
I drove into the ocean when I was drunk.
Ah, so refreshing. He just admits it. Thank you for your honesty.
Like, what do you want me to do? I feel like if I said anything else, you'd accuse me of lying.
That's coming out of everyone's payslip. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
I got my badge right here.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth.
God damn it! Why do the skills have to do like one last fuck up for me? I'm fucking max on hand-eye coordination too. Oh, thank Christ.
Not today, badge.
Like, drama's unnecessary. Got the badge. All's well.
And your gun.
Yeah, it's unimpressed with the piece of plastic in your
As
hand.
if having your badge and gun are natural states.
It's like I'm actively holding it in my right hand.
What is it with all these material objects?
Oh, stretch. Okay, yeah. Ugh. My gun is right here.
He has it. And he didn't drop it. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone.
I'm not drunk. I haven't started drinking again.
So you forgot to drink? I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then?
That's my natural state.
He's wounded. It's been a long week, and he's handled an actual corpse.
It's like, no idea what you're smelling. I washed death off me.
The man doesn't reply, but his expression speaks for him. You should have done a better job, is what it's saying.
Like, yeah, it's been a bit of a week. Sorry, I smell bad.
A bit of a week? You're drunk, and you let a suspect escape, a certain Clasier, because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
We've read the report, Sari. Lieutenant Kitsuragis. We know.
So not taking her in was the right thing to do. She gave a vital clue that led us to the island.
Oh, well. If she was nice. I'm not even gonna get into the other suspect, who also escaped. Yeah, Ruby something. Or the fact that you're Everclear's little peony now, doing I don't know what for him. That's small-time stuff.
Hey, necessary.
Humorous anecdote. Compared to the 7 people who were gunned down, the streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
I'm doing my best here.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired and vetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals.
It could have gone a lot worse.
He did so at considerable risk to his own life. He was shot and survived only because of his armor. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
Firefight is trivial matter compared to the greatest discovery of the century.
Wait, it's better if I...
It's so much better if he does this. 1,000,000 times better.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation. You've spent the week with him on this case.
Oh boy, here we go.
What is your take?
Here comes fucking Kim, the breakdown of us. Let's see what this is about.
The case?
On Lieutenant Yofretor Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the gun, also losing the badge. That's all true. Although he has not been drinking on the job this week.
See?
1 week.
Then there's the self-flagellation issue.
Oh.
He has to apologize profusely, making it sound like he's guilty of at least first-degree murder.
I am a bit of a sorry cop.
It's not a good communication strategy for an officer. It's worrying, especially considering his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a Mazovian socio-economist. He wants to liquidate the ruling class, which, again, For a police officer, it's a little odd.
You should yell something.
That's not a good idea.
Yes, let's let the big boys talk.
Other still, he is also a full-blown fascist, an ultra-nationalist, woman-hater, and more than a racist. How he reconciles these 2 points of view? But he is vocal about both.
I somehow got both. Yeah, he's extremely communist, but also incredibly fascist. How he's doing this, I have no idea.
And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, something I was not present
That's the best.
But despite all this, he is a great detective, one of the best I've seen.
Holy shit.
He can talk human beings into telling him everything, and he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped pursuing leads, however far-fetched and tangential. He is tired.
And man, have some of them been tangential.
And he solved it. Near perfectly. In 1 week we have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator. Locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation. He apprehended a straggler who stayed hidden for 50 years.
I'm the best there is.
Since the revolution. Who's probably committed other murders over those years. Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
Yep.
A new species?
A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as a reed.
Morel's both going to be happy and annoyed that I
think we may
found
be
this thing.
With the Insulindian phasmid.
He takes out the photo of the phasmid and shows it to the officers across the yard. The wind blows, flapping the glossy rectangle in his hand. You hear gasps beneath the howling of the wind.
As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
Oceana. Boom shakalaka, motherfucker. So, as you can see, I'm a pretty okay detective and an absolutely giant communist. This is what I've been trying to tell you about.
Fucking hell. Is this somehow connected to the case?
Yeah, it actually is.
Detective?
Yes. I believe the pheromone emits may be responsible for the killer's mental degradation.
The old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
So it is connected.
Yeah. Fucking shove it up your ass, Jean.
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
Yes. It really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
His tired eyes follow the photos. The lieutenant puts it away.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness. Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
Okay. The killer, Lilianovich, draws. We have a strong motive for him.
Lilianovich. A revolutionary matronym.
Revolutionary matronym?
The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead.
Okay.
This man's mother was Lilian. His Lilian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed, but not before it made it to Revachol.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory. You said you have a motive?
This man is very angry.
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
He killed the mercenary in an act of jealousy.
Jealousy? I thought this Lilianovich was an old man. To have been hiding for 50 years. Like 70-something.
A strange psychosexual fixation. Aggravated, possibly, by proximity to the phasmid and its chemicals. He himself gave a political reason. Said he had killed an enemy combatant. Also, we have ballistics from the gun, matching the bullet found in the dead mercenary's head, and 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
It's a clean win.
Oh, it's way more than that.
Did all I could. Every second was a struggle. It's like I'm not completely satisfied with it. Could be just a little neater.
Get over yourself. You're not a perfectionist. You're a cop and you did a good job, with a lot of help from Lieutenant Kitsuragi. And none of this can hide the smell of booze on the wind.
God damn it. Doesn't it ever leave? It is there. Like in your bones or something.
There's also a dead man on the boardwalk. Missing person I found.
Yes. Fallen through a gap in a boardwalk. Drunk.
How'd you know I found him?
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
Still, good work with the missing person, Detective.
It's still a point for you. No denying it.
Also, the Phasma was female. The reeds are its nest.
Female? What makes you think so?
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female. And the nesting behavior too, I think.
Incredible. Were there eggs in the nest?
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
And it gathered items in its nest. A helmet and a scope.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers. They are for attracting mates.
I still think it was female.
Of course, as I said, I'm only guessing. I didn't see it. It must be robust if it can move a whole helmet with its limbs.
I think it reproduces by parthenogenesis.
As in cloning itself? What makes you think so?
Observation.
Well, then it wouldn't matter if it's a male or female. The
I don't want to say it told me.
Rudimentary behavior from before the parthenogenetic mutation.
That makes sense. Yes.
Very interesting. Such organisms are extremely vulnerable to disease. A single strain of bacteria could wipe out the whole species. We're probably looking at conservation efforts here.
I think it emits a chemical that makes it look even more like the reeds.
Yes. That would be a chiromone. A pheromone that's seemingly beneficial to the host. It usually stimulates the affected nervous system. Not a human's, of course, but perhaps a predator's?
The perpetrator seemed intoxicated somehow, like an addict. It's just a hunch, but...
There are species of bees that, under the influence of chiromones, take wasp larvae to their
my
hives.
headphones are dying.
Ants do the same with aphids, thinking they're... Do you think this is how it stayed hidden?
Nothing is off the table. But I want to stress this. The find does not have to be connected.
It's like, hey, what?
The case is 100% prosecutable, without any chiromones.
Of course, Lieutenant. Of course. We should treat the case and the Phasmid as completely separate from each other. People are not going to...
They're not going to go for this speculation in the constabulary.
It had mandibles that looked like hair, and it was completely white on the inside.
Yes, but also reed-colored, beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs.
Incredible. The PR value of this is exceptional. Carp discovers new species. Maybe even discovers the Insulindian phasmid. No, that's too much.
This would really help with some of the problems we've been having.
Absolutely, this is great.
Yeah, maybe we can actually
get... This does not say vigilante murderers to me at all. This says science, news, human interest. You know, it's a really good thing you have that photo.
Without it...
You're doing good here. Perhaps only for a moment, but still. Quit while you're ahead? Or...
So what do you say? Want to take this hot shit back?
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder. So I have to. Jude?
Anything that ends the trial is okay with me.
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
Okay.
We're doing good!
We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Now you will finally get to know who you are.
Wait, I have a few questions before we go about who I am.
The man looks westward, impatiently, jingling his car keys in his pocket.
Okay. Am I a dirty cop working for La Puta Madre?
No.
No, because the suspects seem to think...
You're too unstable to work for a mob boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No mob boss would take you.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
He would immediately backpedal out of it.
The Phasmid. Need to tell Lena about this ASAP.
Who is Lena?
She lives at 1113 Tabernacle Road in Jamrock. Remember?
A cryptozoologist. She lives in Jamrock on Tabernacle Road. She told me about this Phasmid.
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where you live on Perdition.
Fine, if we're gonna drop you off anyway.
I'm losing the fight state. You'd be so gonna go chill and sleep. Night Sky, have a good stream. I will. Thank you for showing up.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery, in part. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for a change.
Watch out, or she'll faint.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi, what will you do now?
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain.
About what?
Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol.
He pulls up his collar and looks around, the cold spring light reflected in the lens of his glasses.
I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
Want to do that at Station 41?
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of two captains with my doom-mongering.
No, I mean investigate. Come work in Precinct 41.
Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one, but he's at a loss.
Come on, Kim, we could be buddy cops.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
Lieutenant turns very serious all of a sudden.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
I do like the sound of that.
We recruited him!
He's really considering it.
I think I'm ready. Also, my headphones are super dying.
Fuck it, let's go. Tron brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
Under the afternoon sky, the great district hums. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls, and chimney stacks. Fire traps as far as the eye can see. From Main Street to Precinct 41, to Boogie Street, forking into the snow-swept horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids
They play the final cut. I was hoping they'd actually give you a talk with Lena.
has come.
Yeah,
It's
but
time.
with everything that goes down at the Whirling and Rags, it's not surprising that like she leaves even before it goes down.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
Good job, Kim. Oh yeah, Kim's motor carriage still looks very different compared to this. Yeah, about to say, I'm still limping along here. Up we go. Hey, we beat it. It admittedly took a lot longer than I thought. I don't think I could skip the credits. And none of these people work here anymore. Oh god, don't say that. Oh. Kick that damn goose out of my golden egg coop. Yeah, really. But this, I'm not surprised at this. Like, I enjoy coming back to this. This run actually ended up being a lot longer than my initial run, because when I first played it, I got through it in about 24 hours and change, maybe 24 and a half. I don't remember if I saved scum all, but that's like that was the amount of time I had on the Steam for playtime. And I don't think I ever went back and played like anymore. Or at least not much. I didn't get far. And looking at it now, we've clocked in 51 hours total. So that means I have played 20. Okay, so it's not too bad. 27 hours more. So like, there's an extra set of hours in there, probably for me digging around and doing stuff that I didn't do the first time. Like there was some stuff I did in the when I played initially. There was some stuff that I did here that didn't cross over like that. For the first play, very first time, I did end up going on the date with Lillian. I didn't do that this time, but in this one I did like the ideology quest task thing, and I never did any of that in my first playthrough. I didn't even get close to that. Then there's the whole thing with the church and the rave. That's another thing that I completed here that I didn't do in my first playthrough. But it's super good. I really do love this game. It's such a unique, like the style's so unique, the setting's unique, the characters are unique. Like everyone is just so European, I guess. I don't know what I want to say there, but everyone has such like very unique accents. But you never know what you're gonna run into, and just the way like you have all these skills and what's higher and what's lower greatly affect like your playthrough. Like I know that if you like not starting, but like if your Inland Empire is very high, I think it has to be like a 7 or something, maybe not that high, but pretty significantly, got a significant number. Your initial necktie fucking talks to you through the game while you have it equipped, and that culminates. Yeah, the funny bomb. Yeah. That culminates in the tribunal of you turning into a fucking Molotov cocktail you've got and everything, and that's wild to me. Of course, for this one, you know, like I was like, yeah, we'll just put it all in physical and intellect. What could possibly go wrong? And we start the game, we get 1 morale. So that was a massive oversight. What is that? Very hard to exploit handicapped person. What is that character? But we got to where we needed, and I deliberately made sure to get those skills necessary to make the rolls that I needed. Because like I said, if we got to the tribunal and Kim fucking died or got hurt, I would have just lost it. But we got him. Got him there. Totally fine. And we actually passed most of the checks. Look, I had that armor. I knew it was coming. I'm like, I'm gonna put the armor on just in case. Boy, I'm glad we did, because man, reaction speed was not kind to us on that one. Shame we didn't get all the armor pieces though. I was too good with the corpse, so I couldn't stuff it into the fridge and steal them at night. We got the gloves, cuirass, and the helmet. So I consider it a win. I don't think that. I don't know if I got it in the first playthrough. I don't think I did. I don't remember. But God, seeing the fucking this game is such a unique way of doing payoffs, because it's like you get all this stuff, right? And all this stuff comes up, like who's the murderer? What's the murder weapon? Where did it come from? Who could have done it? And like naturally, with the state of the game, you're like, okay, these are all things that are gonna be elaborated on further down the line. Maybe one at a time, maybe all at once. One way or another, everything pertaining to the murder is going to be answered. And it does. We find out who's the killer, we find out what the weapon is, why he did it. Cool. You don't expect the thing of like, yeah, help the cryptozoologist set traps for this, like, phantom bug to not only A, actually find it at the end of the game, but B, be potentially why the killer is as whacked out as he is. It's like, It's just so unique in that. It's like, that's not the payoff I was expecting. I figured you just help the guy with the bug, and then the end of it. You know, it's a task. We get like 30 experience out of it. Whatever. Cool. Yeah, fine. And then you just see the 3-meter tall stick bug, and you talk to it, and it's like have like philosophical conversation. It's like, oh, okay. I mean, I guess I shouldn't be too weirded out, given that everything's happened in the past week. Yeah, no, it's great. Oh my god, the credits are still going. I want to skip the credits! But this is a very odd game, because it's like, on the one hand, it's like, having a sequel with, like, you know, Harry and Kim would be great, but on the other hand, it's like, where do you go? Like, this is like lightning in a bottle, I feel like. It's just so well done. And it's like I said, it's not like a comedic game, but there's just moments where you have to laugh at what's going on, because it's, what else are you supposed to do? It's just absurd at times. Also, I did read up, because I've never had it happen, obviously, because, you know, this time I've only played it one other time. During the tribunal, if you do mess up and you don't get the role to save Kim, he does get injured, and from that point on, from there to the end of the game, is removed. And instead, weirdly enough, you have to take Kuno with you as his replacement, which is very odd to me. But, I don't know. We would never know. Fuck this Kudo care, yeah, because it's such a thing where it's like, part of me is like, I do want to see what the ending with Kuno is like. Whenever you have that whole thing with Jean and the other two, and it's like, how does that play out? And everything else up until that point, it's like, what the fuck happens? But on the other hand, it's like, I'm not gonna let fucking Kim get shot. Like, that's just end of the day. Kim's too cool of a dude. I'm not gonna let that happen. And this is, like, the game is so weird because it's like, on the one hand, I absolutely want to just go bonkers with dialogue choices. There's been many times, like at the end, where I was like, I'm just a huge communist. I wanted to pick that, but on the other hand, I'm like, I don't want to disappoint him. I like him too much. He can be a bit uptight, but he's a good guy. I can't just go around being racist. Despite me having both, I think, like a 9 in communism and fascism. And I think maybe also ultimately, really, by the time I think I ended, I think I had a 9 in communism, fascism, and ultra-liberal. Which is, I don't know how that happened. That was largely just pure accident how that turned out. I was just picking dialogue options. Oh, shit. Oh, but it's such a good game. And I'm glad I got to play it again. Okay, let me just go back over here. Okay. But yeah, that's Disco Elysium for everyone who has joined us since we started this game and up until now. I hope you all enjoyed it. And, well, first of all, if you've come in partway through, even now or through anything else, and you want to give it a try, see what you do. I mean, if you're here now, you you kind of see how it ends up. But who knows? Maybe the skills you pick lead you into different like outcomes for different stuff, or you find stuff that I've never seen before. Who knows? I'm sure there's at least a couple more tasks that I haven't stumbled my way into. So by all means, give it a shot. It's a great time. I've always wanted to like, is that me? I don't know, maybe. I've always wanted to get like a save editor for the game, just max out all my stats, and just see what happens from there. You know, if you can just succeed roll on everything, like what happens? At that point, I'm just allowed to say whatever the fuck I want because I'm never wrong. Still can't get over Kim being like, he's extremely communist, he's also fascist, and yeah, that's the thing that's happening. But anyway, guys, it's late. We've been streaming for 7.5 hours. Jesus Christ. This ending went on a lot longer than I thought. Again, probably more me dicking around caused that, but also just a lot of dialogue. But anyway, guys, that'll be it. I'm going to bed. Let me see. Bit of a hiccup there. Oh, I'm not surprised. It's late. I'm sure Twitch is freaking its shit out. Do we have... If we have anyone online at this hour streaming, it's going to be very funny. Yeah, I didn't think so. No one at all. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I always feel like I don't want to raid anyone that I don't know. I always feel weird about raiding. Random people, you know? So, we'll call it there. Okay, but anyway, guys, that's it for the stream. Tomorrow on the Twitter, look for the schedule for next week. Don't really know what it's going to be. We finished just Elysium, so there's that. We still have Pokemon Reminiscencia to finish, as well as Resident Evil 4 that we haven't done for over a month at this point. So I attempted to do it yesterday, then I was like, cool, Tactical Breach Wizards came out, let's play that instead. Maybe we'll do more Tactical Breach Wizards next week too, maybe we'll do something else, we'll see. But anyway, guys, y'all take care. Y'all have a good night. And I hope to see you again on the next stream on Wednesday, whatever that's going to be. But until then, have a good night and bye-bye.